welcome to a GPAI Paris Summit Day 2. It's a pleasure, of course, to greet you here in person for the second day at l'Institut France, or there, just behind your screens, for this hybrid format. Thanks for joining us again for this second day of the summit. I'm still Marjorie Paillon, and I will drive you today to more exciting developments on artificial intelligence with our experts from civil society, academia, industry, and governments. Yesterday, GPAI made the news by welcoming 6 new member governments: Belgium, Czech Republic, Denmark, Israel, Ireland, and Sweden. 12 points. As you know, thank you very much. I see that people are definitely here and are following. Thank you so much. As you know, I'll need your help during this session to address questions to our panelists. If you have a question or a reaction, feel free, of course, to post it in the chat module right here in the platform where you are following this event live, or to raise your hand if you're sitting in the room with us, and Nostes will provide you with a mic. So now, let's see what day 2 has in store for us. Of course, as you know them, our side event formats get us to debate on how human-centric AI can be fostered in an innovative way and navigate regulation. We'll also see how it can be a powerful tool to help achieve societal SDGs. We'll also keep on reviewing the result of the GPAI working groups on crucial questions such as pandemic and data governance. And for now, let's see what it means in terms of innovation and commercialization. Without further ado, we'll dive definitely in this very first working group for this morning and understand better how to innovate and commercialize AI-powered solution with our next guests. In this session, we'll definitely see how fast SMEs are adopting AI, since it could trigger in your production revolution, radically transforming business practices and conditions, but yet small business can still show some barriers to adoption. This is definitely what we're about to dive into with you here on this stage. Ingo Hoffmann, you're the Managing Director of AI Hamburg and the member of the Board of Directors of ADI Innovation in Germany. Lawrence Liu, you're joining us online live from Singapore. You're the Director of AI Industry Innovation at AI Singapore. Then we'll also see why the IP is key to foster AI-driven innovations. We'll definitely dive into it with Jan Dietrich. Jan, you're the Group Head of Intellectual Property at Atos in France. And Hiroshi Maruyama, I'm so sorry to screwing up your name, Hiroshi Marumaya. You're a PFN Fellow at Preferred Network Incorporated, Product Professor at University of Tokyo, and Executive Fellow at Kao Corporation in Japan. I hope I've said it perfectly well. And eventually, we'll definitely learn about how agriculture and farming are making a real difference in adopting AI. And we'll see that with Inma Martinez, your technology pioneer and IA scientist, independent expert on industrial and societal digital transformation in Spain. Thank you so much for joining us. And now, last but definitely not the least, of course, we'll address the achievements and vision of this working group with you, François Soulier-Fogelman. You're a scientific advisor for Hub France IA, of course, in Paris. And Jean-François Gagné, you're joining us online, the founder of Element AI, VP of AI Strategy and Product Management for ServiceNow in Canada. All that being said, Françoise, I pass it on the mic to you.
Thank you very much.
With a mic.
Thank you very much, if it works.
Yes, it
does. Can I have a next slide, please? So I'm very happy to be here with Jean-François, even though for Jean-François probably it's the middle of the night, so if
Yeah.
you're a little bit asleep, it's okay. The scope of our group, INC as we call it, is very surprisingly about innovation and commercialization. So basically, our group is motivated by everything we can do to help companies to develop their product, put them on the market in an innovative way and respecting all the OECD rules for AI. So this is what we have. We have a special focus on SMEs in our mandate, and this is what we have been taking over this first year, and which basically we're going to try to show you. We have been working with experts from 20 countries. It's been one of these good things about GPAI is that we get the feedback from many different views in different countries, and we see in some heated discussions sometimes that not everybody agree, but the value of sharing the knowledge is really significant. And as you will see from the work presented by Lawrence in Singapore, we've benefited a lot from expertise from other groups. So if I can get the next slide, Jean-François might comment at one point if he wants, of course. So we decided for this year to work on 2 concrete projects focusing on SMEs. And here we have two topics which are important, concrete, that is to say we want to have projects that we can really use everywhere in our member states, very concrete projects, not paperwork, but projects. And then we want to have something which we can have an effect on SMEs. So the first project is the broad adoption of AI for SMEs. How can we help SMEs to better use AI, or even to start using AI, which is a big mess, actually, today. The second one is about the intellectual property, and we will see that, again, we have problem for SMEs who are too small to have the background to know these things, so we decided to launch a project on that. Very simple, concrete project for SMEs. Now, we created, if I can have a next slide, 2 committees, plus 1, 2 committees for the project. So one for broad adoption of AI by SMEs, which are co-led by Ingo here and Lawrence online. Another one is for protecting the IP on AI, which is co-led by Jan here and Hiroshi online. And we have planned for a third committee for next year, and this is for Inma here, which is going to be about the adoption of AI by SMEs, which are actually farmers. That is to say, the agriculture and farming industry is very critical to many of our economies, and we want to be able to provide solutions for them. So without much more time on this, unless Jean-François has a comment. Jean-François, if you're here, do you want to talk?
I'm there. All good, thank you.
You're fine, okay. Thank you. So without going further, please can I get the next slide, and I will, I think, pass the mic to Lawrence online. Are you here, Lawrence?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so probably the next slide. Go ahead now, Lawrence, yours.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lawrence from Singapore, the co-chair of this committee. We'll start with the objectives and recommendations, and followed by a demonstration of the outcome of the recommendations. And we'll close with my co-chair, Mr. Ingo Hoffman, where he will share our plans for 2022. Next. SMEs are an important part of our economies. They typically employ up to 80% of a country's workforce and contribute up to 70% of a country's GNP. Our committee's goal is to get more SMEs to adopt AI to stay relevant. However, they face challenges in adopting AI, such as the lack of skills, knowledge, data, and most importantly, reliable and trustworthy advisors who can guide them. To address these challenges, the committee deliberated and have developed a set of recommendations that have been actualized in the form of a web portal, which we believe will help our SMEs in their AI journey and adoption. Next. The SME Solution Portal implements the committee's recommendation in an actionable form. The portal provides the following key capabilities. One, a simple AI maturity classification tool, which can be done in 10 to 15 minutes by answering 12 multiple choice questions. This AI maturity classification will help the SME understand where they are in their AI journey compared to their peers and those in the industry. It will provide a set of recommendations on the next course of action the SME can take based on their classification. Two, the portal provides a search and matching capability to match SMEs' AI requirements to validated AI solution providers. This is the work that will be done in 2022, the validation of AI solution providers. Three, the portal will also provide the SMEs with GPAI recommendations and guidelines for AI training resources, workshops, targeted specifically for the SMEs to help them accelerate their adoption of AI. Next. An important aspect of the portal is the various AI success stories from other SMEs in similar domains. These are projects already completed by validated AI solution providers. We identified several key concerns, such as the problem statement, the cost of implementation, the availability of funding, whether is it private or government, the implementation timeline, expertise required, and the showcase of the provider's experience. The portal specifically asks the AI solution provider to list this information upfront to enable the SMEs to find the right use case quickly and understand what is required when deploying such a solution. Next. We created the GPAI AI Maturity Index for SMEs to help them identify their AI readiness and to find appropriate approaches to adopt AI based on their AI maturity levels. To ensure broad adoption, we kept it very simple. 10 to 15 minutes, 12 MCQ questions, which covers people readiness, ethics and governance, business value, data readiness, and IT readiness. We will show the use of this GPAI AI Maturity Index in a video shortly. Next. Very briefly, the Maturity Index classifies SMEs into 4 categories: AI unaware, AI aware, AI ready, or AI competent. The SME can use this result to guide their approach in adopting AI. For example, SMEs in the AI unaware category would be recommended to become AI literate and to go for basic AI courses such as AI for Everyone. And in terms of solution, to actually just acquire off-the-shelf AI products and solutions. Based on our experience, the majority of SMEs will be either AI unaware or AI aware, and hence the need for our portal to help match them to potential solution providers. Next. Let's watch a quick demonstration of this solution portal, after which my co-chair, Mr. Ingo Hoffman, will walk you through our 2022 activities. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, this is a brief demonstration of the portal that addresses the challenges of AI adoption that SMEs face. A typical SME may have little or no clue what sort of AI solutions are suitable for them, or only have a vague idea of common AI use cases in their industry. So, the SME could use the search bar and enter his interest, say, delivery route optimization. The portal will then present use cases that match this search. In this demo, we have one match. The SME could click on the use case to view further information, such as the problem statement, the solutions, and the impact on the employees, if any. We have highlighted important information that the SMEs are interested in at the top of the page, such as the cost of implementation, project duration, and funding available. We also indicate who the AI solutions provider is, which the SME could find out more information about. The AI solution provider profiles show who they are, the sector they work in, and the various AI use cases they have done. Note that the portal admin validates the solutions providers listed through a set of governance criteria. This addresses the challenges of SMEs finding validated AI solutions providers and give the SME an idea of the various AI projects done by peers in the industry. To make it easy for the SME to learn about AI, this portal section can list resources such as AI training materials and workshops. The portal admin could create the links to the in-country resources or upload the resources here. To encourage the SME to accelerate the adoption of AI, it is also good to allow them to benchmark where they are compared to their peers. The GPAI AI Maturity Index, or IMI, provides such a tool. By answering 12 multiple choice questions that won't take more than 15 minutes to complete, the SME can understand his organization's AI maturity. IMI assesses the organization readiness, ethics and governance readiness, business value readiness, data readiness, and infrastructure readiness. Each of these areas contains multiple choice questions. Together, they provide a comprehensive overview of the AI maturity of the organization. Upon completing the assessment, the SME will receive a report showing their AI maturity. The SME will be classified as AI unaware, AI aware, AI ready, or AI competent. The report then explains to the SME how to interpret the result of the assessment, what it means for them, and what they could do to adopt AI. The report also compares their peers in the industry and sector, which will help the SME to understand which specific dimensions they are performing better or lagging behind their peers. Lastly, the report will also guide the SME in interpreting the result of the assessment, such as what it means for them and what they can do to adopt AI. With this, we conclude the demo. Thank you.
And that's for the platform. Ingo, what do you have in store still on this part of the project to better understand the broad adoption of AI when it comes to SMEs globally?
Yeah, so let me briefly discuss what we are planning for the next year and the next phase. First of all, we want to, and of course, we also want to see the content that will be developed using the portal, especially use cases that then might be shared between the member countries. In addition to that, we have two new work items that we want to address. One is a governance framework for the portal and the solution that addresses questions and processes around protection of data, data security, and data privacy of the data that is provided to the platform. But also the question of the quality of the solutions. For example, the question of do they follow the OECD and GPAI guidelines, which is of course very important. A second work stream will be around a AI readiness index for the solution providers that Lawrence mentioned. And that really will look at the quality and also the complexity of the requirements from the solution side. And that is, of course, important if we then want to map what SMEs require with what the solutions that can be provided and will make the quality of those matches better as we hope and as we will see. All of that, we hope, is ready by Q3 next year and will then be available to all the GPAI member states.
And now, without further ado, let's pass it on to the next project, or the other ongoing project, actually, which is all about protecting AI innovation and the IP, because yes, IP is key.
So I think we are going to basically pass the map for Hiroshi. Hiroshi, if you're here. He has
Yes,
a
I'm
video,
here.
and there is a video, right, that we have taped. So please
Yes.
to hear yourself talking. Go ahead.
It's an inception of Hiroshi.
Greetings. I am Hiroshi Maruyama, co-lead of IP Committee of GPAI Innovation and Commercialization Working Group. The goal of IP Committee is to achieve a deeper understanding of challenges that organizations face in the areas of IP as it relates to AI. So this includes to understand things such as current effective IP laws, or to understand the best practices, activities, mechanisms related to IP, and also how individual organizations are currently handling IPs, and what are the differences between different geographies in terms of the jurisdictions. I'm going to cover the 2021 achievements, and my colleague, Jan Dietrich, is going to talk about the 2022 plans. First, 2021 achievements. So we started our activities just 12 months ago, and since then, we have been holding bi-weekly meetings and discuss various aspects of intellectual properties around AI. And to produce some tangible results in the first year, we decided to focus on two things. One is to produce a small booklet, which we call a GPAI IP primer. And this is a short booklet guide for helping startup companies and SMEs that develop or use AI technologies and how they are going to manage their intellectual properties. And then the second activity is to verify the usefulness of GPAI IP primer by conducting case studies against companies around the world. I'm going to explain each one in turn. GPAI IP primer is a small booklet, and it covers various aspects of AI IP around the AI. It has 5 sections, 5 chapters. The first chapter is to explain what are the IPs. And then we explain how IP is related to AI. So, AI is a new technology, and there are challenges how IP around the AI is to be handled. And then chapter 3 is talk about the differences between jurisdictions, because different countries have different laws regarding IP. And the chapter 4 is to explain how you can manage IPs in your countries. Chapter 5 is in a Q&A. It had also a big table in annex, which compares IP laws in various jurisdictions. In the current version, we have 4 countries, or 4 regions: EU, US, Canada, and Japan. So once this GPAI IP primer was prepared, we moved on the next one, which is case studies. we asked GPAI members to nominate the companies to be interviewed. And we selected the following 8 companies to be interviewed. And we conducted the interview and asked them to read GPAI IP primer through and give us some feedback. The overall rating of their usefulness of GPAI IP primer is actually very high, which is the average 8.1 out of 0 to 10 scale. And 0 is useless, and 10 is most useful. So 8.1 is actually very high as a usefulness of GPAI IP primer. Some of the feedback that we've got is like IP strategy varies depending on the situation of the company. Some companies decided to go after the protecting the patents, or other companies decided to spend their resources not only protecting the IP, but producing the IP. Also, many companies express a concern about the use of open source technologies in terms of the IP. And to relate it to AI technology, the big unknown is that how we can reuse the pre-trained models that are published on the web page. Also, some companies located in Asia express that they want to see more jurisdictions coverage in the GPAI IP primer. So these findings will be incorporated in the next versions of IP primer. So at this point, I would like to hand it over to Jan Dietrich, who is going to talk about the 2022 plans. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hiroshi. So the plans for 2022 is to develop what we call an IP expert, and which will focus really on a next level issue we identified and which hindered or which may hinder the development of some startups and SMEs. Again, the idea behind this document is really to focus on what can be the issue for the adoption of AI by SME and startup, not necessarily to focus on more scholar work or more theoretical works around IP legislation, but really to what can be the issue really for this company, and especially when it comes to IP. So we are trying to understand all the IP implication around data and AI. There's a lot of legislation happening all around the world, and especially in Europe. We are trying to really understand on the IP aspect what will be the issue it may create. There is some willingness in some case to increase IP protection, and that may actually make it more difficult to share data. In some other case, a weak protection may actually also be an issue because it may not necessarily foster investment as well. So this is the kind of things we are trying to anticipate, because all the companies are navigating through this legislative maze. We are trying to find some way as well about how can we foster data access, data sharing, flows of data. This could be some initiatives at WTO levels, but there's as well more, sometimes more practical initiatives. Hiroshi mentioned open source. We are starting to see as well some open data mechanism. Can they be helpful, not helpful? And all these kind of things are the stuff we are seeing some company, again, struggling with. Hiroshi mentioned the reuse of trained models, which is a very big trend as well, because you're starting to have mega trained model, and in some cases, rather than developing a new trained model with a new set of data, it's actually more effective to use this mega trained model, or I think it's called by Stanford the foundation models. And again, there is agreement, there is some legalities around that, and again, how do you navigate through that? We are also planning to look at harmonization of patenting. And here it's basically to understand whether there is, whether it makes sense actually to promote some form of harmonization because of the inefficiency it creates. Again, there is a lot of societal debate around patenting. Here the idea is not to feed into that, but to look at what the inefficiency it may create. For example, we had experience in the past with software patent, and the lack of harmonization was creating additional cost. As a lawyer, and if I was an outside counsel, I would be happy with it because it creates more business. But when you're an SME and a startup, you may disagree with the additional cost it put on you. So that's one of the aspects where we need to look at whether all this lack of harmonization is actually helping or just creating additional burden. And again, we'll work on all these IP issue we identified with the IP primer, consolidate all of that, do further case studies, because again, we need to understand from the startup what are the real issue and consolidate all of this in a document which we'll call the IP expert. And again, this document is same audience, startup and SME, but to get them to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, Françoise.
Yes, thank you for this. So this is what we've done so far. We are also launching for next year a new project, which Inma is going to talk about.
Thank you, Françoise. Can we have the next slide, please? So this project derives from Project One, which is how to introduce AI into small, medium enterprises. But specifically, it addresses the needs and requirements of a sector that is in profound transformation in this century because of many challenges that we face, not just climate change, but the need for us to manage resources in crops and in animal exploitation much, much better and in optimized way. And for the AI community, it creates a new data set that no one has and no one has access to, which is biological data from nature and animals, and our need to collaborate and build repositories of this data, not just to optimize agriculture and farming practices, but also for us to have control of plagues, of perhaps transformations into the food chain, into human eating. We need to have control and management of these. And it goes beyond the challenges that arable land is decreasing in the world as, you know, we have going to reach, 7 billion population very soon. And also changes in our mindset as a culture, more and more plant-based products. So agriculture needs to start adapting to these new requirements, and also safety in the animal-human chain. One of the aspects of the project is that it has an enormous value when it comes to the work, because if we connect the countryside, if we have connectivity there, which is what's happening now, the agro and farming sector can become a new tech sector, which means many young people working in technology will come to the countryside to work in this sector, which means that the negative net migration that rural areas have had until now, suffering from this, will actually be reversed. The pandemic showed everyone that when you take your family and you move to the country, you can actually work from a small village. But bringing technology to the agro-farming sector also proves that technology is now coming into it. So it has a kaleidoscope of values and benefits, not just bringing AI. If we move to the next slide. So AI in this sector has already been used. It's only that it has been used in silo projects, small projects in small farms, and no one really is aware of the benefits and the case studies. So our project aims to become a repository of success stories that people can learn exactly what AI can do. And AI can do many, many things. It can detect and create precision tasks that, you know, machines are better than us to do. It optimizes processes. It does prediction, and we need to start predicting crops and predicting animal behavior, et cetera, and also very important for us is track and tracing crops, but also, you know, anything that can come into the animal-human chain. So it has a lot of potentiality. It's not just one gear. It offers a plethora of AI practices. And if we move to the next slide, what we're trying is to create a three-pronged approach. Basically, an awareness phase. We are going to reach out to the agricultural associations, to the ecosystem of AI and IoT and tech companies that actually work in this sector, and start connecting with them to create, you know, what are the needs that we need to address. And then we're going to start creating an accessibility phase, which is we're going to put AI solutions that have been successful and that can be scaled up in other territories. So each member country will be able to benefit from these and deploy it in their own localities. And then third, we are going to build a resources portal, basically not just literature and libraries with how to create a digitized farm, are you AI ready as a farm, but also downloading algorithms that have already been trained for specific projects. One of the biggest drawbacks in AI is that you need to train algorithms with big sets of data. And because we don't have big sets of agro-farming data, it's vital that we build a repository of this data in a centralized base where everybody can access to, as if it was public data. So we aim to compile these as the last part of the project. And that's it.
Thank you very much. So, Françoise, let's try to look forward on the next project of this group. What can we say about it?
So, if I can have the next slide, please. I suppose it's up. So basically, next year, we're going to work on, at the present time, 3 projects. But we can always come up with new ideas, you know.
Absolutely.
So first one is going to be follow-up. So we are going to, as Ingo explained before, we're going to improve on our platform for broad adoption of AI by SMEs. And basically here, to tell you the truth, we have 2 challenges. Number one, we want to improve the matching between AI providers and AI consumers, which is a critical step. We have various solutions that we're evaluating at the present time, but need to do it. And second, and possibly most important, is to have people in the different member states actually take over this platform, deploy it, and use it. We see this platform as an accelerator for making projects or programs targeted at adoption of AI by SMEs. So we are discussing with a few people we've met here, actually, and this is what our big challenge is. The second one is to work on IP, as Jan discussed. This is still a lot of open questions that we don't have solutions yet for that, especially about the protection of data and all these topics. So we need to deep dive into this topic and bring out things which could be really useful in practice for companies. And the next one, again, is going to be this new topic that Inma has brought us, which we think is a very important topic for many, many member states, not all of them, as Lawrence in Singapore told us. There is not much agriculture in Singapore, but most of our countries are very much in need of solution for that. One other topic which we need to completely accelerate on is to have more collaboration with other working groups. You will hear about the data governance group after us, I think. And obviously, you know, when you talk about protecting the IP of data, you need to talk with the data governance thing. So we will work more with them. Because again, GPAI is a lot about sharing information, sharing best practices, and building up of everything, you know. I want to express, before closing, a big thank to Lawrence and Turnpo in Singapore. A lot of the work you've seen is really their work. They really worked extremely hard for that. So big thanks for them because they brought a lot of their knowledge into this. Not to say that Hiroshi has not worked, of course he has, right? like Viviane. Next year we will have a change of head in this group, so I will welcome my next co-chair afterwards. So maybe our ex-co-chair will like to see a word to close. Jean-François, if you're here, still awake. 3 o'clock?
Still there. Thank you, Françoise.
Yeah.
No, thank you to everybody. I think this has been a year where we all learned to work together and to see everybody finally make the push to make these projects happen was great to see. So.
Thank you very much. Well, you have a lot in stores and a lot on your plate actually for 2022. We might have some time to take 1 or 2 questions if you want to deep dive into any of the projects this working group is currently working on. And of course, I mean, it's a great opportunity, I guess, also to try to see how to, work better together. Yesterday, for instance, we're talking with all of the other working group about more opening databases so that actually, new initiatives don't have to start from scratch, but can definitely benefit and build on the work already been done. So maybe it's also a great idea when it comes to agriculture, farming, SMEs, and the way that we can better foster AI adoption for those businesses. We do have one question in this room.
Hello. Yes. Hi there. Really great presentations. Thank you so much. Quick question about, I guess, how much research has already been done into the number of service providers that are already out there that can provide AI solutions where the market needs them? And if there is any sort of gap, whether there's an interest in capacity building among AI solution providers, potentially through the use of the portal and the data that you gather through that portal about areas of need among SMEs. Thank you.
I'll take this and then I pass to my colleagues. Basically, one thing maybe we didn't make clear enough is that the portal we've built is not going to be activated by GPAI, it's going to be activated by each member state. So I take your question as a French person as whether do we have a mapping of AI providers in France? Yes, we do. But it's not done in GPAI, it's done in other institutions. At Hub France AI, we're doing this, for example. So each member state is going to do that and analyze what is there and what is missing. Probably different answer in Germany, maybe not.
No, not at all. But I think the key, two things. One is each country is different at this stage. So in Germany, for example, we have an AI association of AI startups that have a mapping done for SMEs already, which nicely could be integrated in the portal because we don't really have that maturity assessment on a simple level as we provided for small and mid-sized organizations with the GPAI maturity index. So each member state is different. We try to find the organization to work with in those member states. And of course, what we believe and what we hope is that then there will be an exchange between the member states. Because why not using some solutions from Germany also in France or in Singapore or in Mexico or in India? So that, I think, will hopefully be what makes really the value of this approach, is that it fosters the collaboration between the member states.
Yeah, it's basically the portal is going to be localized in each member state, and maybe Lawrence or Hiroshi, you might have things to say on that. I don't know whether you want to comment.
Yeah, this is Lawrence. Yeah, as more people use the portal, we will also be able to find gaps in the AI solutions provider space. So, for example, if we have a lot of SME asking for a specific solution, and we find that there's actually not enough AI solution providers in this space, or if there's none, it also means that the in-country organization that's running this portal will now have the information to say, hey, there's this gap. Can we go and find AI solution providers or go and groom them to be able to handle this gap that the SMEs are asking for? So this is one of the big insight that such a portal can generate. The other one, which we didn't have an opportunity to show, is that if we have 10, 20, or 100,000 SMEs using the portal, and they coming from across the various sector, you will actually now all of a sudden get a mapping of how matured your SMEs are in terms of their AI adoption across the whole country. And that will again provide decision makers, policy makers, ideas of where are the gaps and what new programs can be created to actually help them.
Thank you very much. Let's take a second question, just right at the very top of the auditorium.
Thank you. So I have actually two questions. One is on IP. Since IP is territorial, I wanted to ask at what level you are working with authorities. Are you working at the national level, EU level, or WIPO level? And the second question is if you are doing anything to harmonize, the needs on a different sector in terms of ecosystem control, for instance, common standards and so on, because of course there's an interdependency growing. Yeah, I think I will stop there. Thanks.
Maybe the first question on IP, Hiroshi can take it, and then we'll dive into the rest of the answers.
Right. So, the first thing that we focused in the first year of this the committee project activities is to understand the current situation, or current status of the IP systems. So we focus on putting together the information about the current state of the IP, and the next year on, we are going to discuss about what the IP systems should be in the future.
Thank you very much, Jan.
And we are trying to focus as well on low-hanging fruits, given the timeline in which startups and SMEs and in general companies are living with. So there's always this gap between what you can achieve through maybe informal mechanisms. So for example, promoting new licenses for sharing data, which is something which can be done very quickly, versus changing an IP legislation, which will take time. So at the moment, we have not set up really collaboration with the WIPO or any other governmental organization, but that's part of the things where we will look at it. But again, we will also look at whether there is no, and how we can protect them, so a startup and SME can get better.
So I guess the answer is definitely working across sectors. We still have one question, that's the last one we'll take actually on this session, because we have to move on then.
Hello, my question is on AI for SMEs. And speaking about localization, in a country like India, where many SMEs are, large legacy businesses, which are still grappling with digitization per se. So for them, showing the business case for AI obviously will be more difficult. So for them, are there risks of not adopting AI across their value chain? If there are risks for them, is that something that we'll be able to show through this portal? Do you have any suggestions for that?
I can take it, or Lawrence? Yeah, basically, one thing which is clear is that SMEs are very different depending on the countries. We find mostly SMEs which are what we call AI unaware, as Lawrence explained before, meaning SMEs who have started to digitize but are not there yet. And very often we hear that, for example, adopting AI, you need to be fully digitized, all your data are clean and nice. This is not true. I've seen projects done in SMEs where the data were not, perfect, but they were still enough that we could do so that the SME could gain from AI. So really, I always think that what we are doing is showing an SME the first step. And the first step is not as high as they think. The first step is actually much lower. How can we make it lower and lower? And showing successes, showing SMEs who might, have short videos and explaining their stuff in their own word. An SME who tells you about how they did their first project in AI will never talk about AI. They will talk business. So the recipe for success, I think, is really to address the needs of the SMEs in business terms, explain them that they can do better in their own terms. I'm not going to talk about deep learning and federated learning to an SME, never ever, right? So this is the trick we have to play with them, to explain in their own language. And I think Lawrence has a lot of experience in that, or Ingo actually in Germany. But the trick is in GPAI, we're benefiting from that. I'm doing something in France, they're doing stuff in Germany, they're doing stuff in Singapore, and we can merge all our ideas and all our bag of tricks, and the bag is bigger. Yep.
Wonderful. Who wants to maybe complete this? Lawrence, maybe you wanted to add something on this question?
Yeah, so Francois, I think, summarize it very clearly. And we are all aware, most of SMEs are not digital, and we don't expect them to be. But that doesn't mean that they cannot start using digital tools that are actually powered by AI. And that's one of the reasons why in the AI solution portal, we hope to have use cases which actually shows how a non-digital SMEs is actually using AI-powered solution, right? Probably running on the cloud or on a mobile phone. We have to remember, we do not expect these people to actually, these AI unaware SMEs, to actually build a model. They are just going to pay $5, $10 a month and consume an application. And this application will probably have AI embedded in it, and the SME that doesn't need to know about, what algorithm or what model it is, right? So the work of this task force really is trying to get as many of the AI unaware SMEs, educate them to let them know what are the various solutions that's out there can help them in their business and move them to AI aware.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, AI means business. Thank you so much to the 8 of you, because I'm including, of course, Taryn, Paul, Lim to this panel. Thank you so much for your perspective, and good luck with the work upcoming for 2022. You are released from duty.
Thank you.
With some applause, please. Thank you. And now we've definitely mentioned the wider economic value of data. It's now time to turn its social benefit to empower individuals and communities and learn how to promote a safe, fair, legal, and equitable sharing of data to address data governance. To do so, our next panel is joining us live and fully online. I'm joined right here, right now, than anything. So Dr. Jenny Tennyson from the Open Data Institute in the UK, Dr. Meja Bogotaj-Jenček, founder and head of the Intellectual Property Institute in Slovenia, Neil Lawrence, the professor of machine learning at the University of Cambridge, of course, in the UK, and Alison Gilwood, executive director at ICT Africa. I would love to have actually the video of my guest. Thank you so much, just to make sure that you're all here awake and happy to be with us this morning to dive into this very crucial question of data governance. Jenny and Maja, you're both the co-chairs of this working group. The mic is yours for an overview of its vision.
So thank you very much. Hello everyone, and thank you for joining us today. We are delighted to present on the progress of our data governance working group. To be more efficient to do that, just please let me know whether the slides are up.
Let me check. Okay, this is the morning. We're definitely warming up. If we can get our first slide, that would be wonderful. And yep, the slide is ready.
Okay, great. Welcome everyone, and I will just give the mic to my wonderful co-chair Jenny Tennyson that I'm really enjoying cooperate with. I've been learning so much from her. So Jenny, the mic is yours.
Thanks so much, Maya. It's lovely to see you and lovely to be here. Hi, everyone. So yes, once again, we've been blown away this year by the fantastic creativity and commitment of all our wonderful colleagues on the working group. And we've been delighted too by the enthusiasm our projects have received from GPAI's member governments. In particular, some additional funding we've received for them from the UK government.
So that's why we are even more privileged to present you our two projects that we prioritize for this term of our work. We took some time to collect ideas, prioritize, and develop within the working group, but then we chose two projects. The first focuses on supporting the creation of real-world data trusts as institutions that could enable safe and equitable data sharing for social benefits and empower individuals to enact their data rights. The second project aims to advance research and practice on data justice. This project provides a framework for data justice research and practice and includes considerations of justice in terms of access to representation and transparency about data use in artificial intelligence development. Please move to slide 4 now. So we have great partners and great project leadership on both projects, on both priorities. We collaborate with Cambridge Data Trust Initiative and the APT Institute and the Open Data Institute on the Data Trust Project. And that project is led by Neil Lawrence and Seng-Tok Do. And the second project, we cooperate with Alan Turing Institute, working under the leadership of working group experts, wonderful Alison Gilwood, who will present later, and Dewey Murdick. Thank you to all for great work. Please move to slide 5. So we will not stop there. We already have future plans planned for 2022. We will be building on the progress of these two projects by adding a third one on 2022. This will be a more technical project on privacy enhancing technology, also known as PETs, to explore how these may help address some of the data-related barriers to creating artificial intelligence for social good. So like our first project, the PETs project will pursue a practical goal to scope and plan and design a case, a candidate for demonstration of these technologies. Our goal is that this demonstration will help us shape practical guidance for the community. So please listen to our presentation and also feel addressed with invitation to join and contact us back on all those projects. Now back to you, Jenny.
Thanks, Maya. And I'm just actually going to hand over to hear more from the project leads on those two projects Maya outlined. But I did want to take the opportunity to say a massive thank you again to our working group for all of the commitment and creativity and good humour that you've shared with us that has been really made this possible. And also a big shout out for the amazing support that we've received from the team at Semia, and most particularly Ed Tether. But we'll hand over now to Neil to tell you more about data trust, and then Alison will speak more on data justice. So Neil, over to you.
Thanks, Jenny, and thanks, Mara, and thanks for all the work you've done making it such a pleasant group to attend. Can we go to slide 6, please? I don't actually get to see the slides, so it'd be great to put the slides alongside me so I can just see where we are. Okay, while you're doing that, I'm pleased to speak today about our Data Trust project. Before I start, I did want to say a really huge thank you to my co-chair, Seong Tak, and other members of the working group, and particular thanks to Jess Montgomery, who's provided an immense amount of support in convening and structuring the group. So progress in AI requires access to data, and data sharing brings benefits, but also exposes our digital selves. From the use of social media for targeted advertising to influence us, to the use of genetic data to identify criminals or natural family members, a greater variety of data about us are being gathered and used. Control of our virtual selves maps onto control of our actual selves. The way in which data about us is used can shape our daily lives in ways that we might not be fully aware of. So how do we reap the benefits of new data-enabled technologies without sacrificing our agency or exposing ourselves to other new vulnerabilities? Data stewardship offers an important lever in shaping how AI technologies develop, influencing who shares data, for what purpose, and for whose benefit, can direct technology development towards outcomes that are more or less, depending on the direction of travel, beneficial to individuals and society. This leads to the question, what forms of data stewardship can enable data sharing for social benefit while redressing the power imbalances in the digital environment that create many of the vulnerabilities or harms we've seen as a result of data misuse and use? Move to slide 7, please. As we transition to an environment in which more data that pertains to individuals is used in different ways, the old boundaries between personal and non-personal data are fading, raising new questions about who has what rights over which data and how they can implement those rights. We can think about rivers as an analogy for this environment. In Sheffield, where I used to live, work, run and cycle, the small mills that supported local knife makers were driven by water power flowing from Houndkirk Moor to the centre of town. Different mills on the river had different rights to the water. If an upstream mill dams the entire flow, the downstream mill has to stop working in times of drought. The rivers of Sheffield are streams, but as they flow down into nearby rivers, new rights to this water emerge. As well as power from the river, there is its use as a source of drinking water, for navigation, and for irrigation. Many of these rights are in tension. Mills working on the river may pollute the stream. If the water is dammed or used for irrigation, then it can be too low for navigation. There is complex interplay of demands on the river that creates tensions between different users. Many of the rights we have today in relation to data about us, in areas where those rights exist in the first instance, come from data protection legislation. The system that is implied by current data protection legislation has significant power asymmetries at its heart, in that the data controller has a duty of care over the data subject, but the data subject may only discover failings in that duty of care when it's too late. Data trusts are a potential solution to this problem. by providing a forum for negotiating data rights and responsibilities in new ways. Data trusts are a type of data institution that supports individuals or groups to pool resources, tasking an independent trustee to manage those resources for the benefit of the trust's members. The trustee's responsibility was entirely to the members of the trust. How data is handled would be subject to the terms under which the trust is convened. The success of an individual trust would be contingent on satisfying its members. Slide 8, please. One of the distinctive features of a data trust, in contrast with other types of data intermediary, is the concept of bottom-up engagement. Data trusts should be able to offer a vehicle for individuals or groups to choose how they want their data about them to be used, engaging a trustee to make decisions about data use on their behalf. To achieve this goal, there is a set of functions that data trusts must deliver. In July this year, GPAI's Data Governance Working Group published its consensus statement on data trusts, summarizing these functions. Beyond these functions, understanding of how to design and operate data trusts are in flux. So slide 9 now. Oh no, you're on slide 9 already. To help understand current strategies for operationalizing data trusts, GPAI has commissioned the APTI Institute and the Open Data Institute to produce 2 new reports now published for consultation. A survey of current data trust projects by the ODI and APTI Institute collates experiences from 45 practitioners and researchers, presenting their views on what functions data trusts are delivering and what operational strategies help deliver them. These individual findings show that while the last few years might have been characterized by a proliferation of projects using the term data trust in different ways, the community is moving towards a shared understanding of what data trusts are and how they differ from other forms of stewardship. In support of the functions set out earlier, a range of different innovations in stewardship practice are being deployed by these projects, including different legal frameworks, technologies, business models, and forms of engagement. These are delivering many of the core functions of data trusts. One area that remains challenging for projects is developing the role of data trustees and understanding their role in implementing the fiduciary responsibilities associated with data trusts. With trustees expected to play an important role in increasing accountability and enforcing safeguards around data use, this gap has implications for how data trusts can work today and how the field might develop in future. The APTI Institute's review of legal frameworks synthesizes recent legal and policy developments surrounding data trusts. They point to 3 policy building blocks for data trusts. Data rights and protections. Data trusts are a tool to help citizens enact their rights. A prerequisite for their operationalization is the existence of clear and robust data rights within a jurisdiction. These might include individual data rights like portability, but in future may need to go further, extending to rights around community data or co-generated data. Data sharing policies. A range of different legal agreements and frameworks play a role in supporting data sharing, including standards, sector-specific regulations, or data formats. The ability of data trusts to facilitate data use will depend in part on the effectiveness of this wider environment. Fiduciary obligations. Under common law, fiduciary duties would require data trustees to act in the best interests of the trust members. In other jurisdictions, different strategies will be needed to implement such requirements, ensuring data trusts remain trustworthy. On to slide 10, please. Together, these interim reviews show both the progress that has been made in advancing data trust research and practice over the last 5 years, and the progress that is needed to operationalize the vision behind data trusts. Making further progress from theory to practice will require policymakers and practitioners to grapple with questions such as, what have we learned about what works in terms of operational strategies for data trusts? What data rights and data sharing infrastructures must be in place to enable data trusts to operate? Where legal interventions are not available, what alternative strategies can work in their place? What interventions help ensure that data trusts remain trustworthy? Our working group will continue to explore these issues and the practical development of data trust in areas aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, in particular relating to climate action, throughout 2022. Next slide, please. We hope we can start a conversation with the data trust community, and I'm looking forward to hearing your questions and comments today. I'll pass over to Alison now to speak about our work on data justice.
Thank you so much, Neil, and lovely to be here, and also just great synergies between the data justice and data trust project. So very nice segue into what we need to speak about. And I'm going to be speaking about our data justice project with all of you today, and really wish to acknowledge the enormous amount of time and effort that the co-lead Dewey Murdoch has put into this, our co-chairs, of course, and a number of the smaller working groups that have worked on getting the project underway. So some of you will know that data justice is an emerging concept that a number of entities have been contributing to over the past few years in an effort in the context of AI to move beyond notions of just beneficial or responsible AI, ethics by design, and to really look at some of the issues of equality, justice, and redress. For the purposes of this work, we define data justice as fairness in the way people are made visible, represented, and treated as a result of their production of digital data, encompassing notions from political rights and justice through to social and economic equity. Whilst current rights protecting frameworks on data tend to focus heavily on privacy and on data protection, a broader view shaped by data justice takes into account various factors. These include considerations of how benefits, harms, and risks can be mastered for the marginalization alongside the privileged. A focus on positive as well as negative rights, with the positive rights including data sovereignty, access to it, access to data, its quality, its usability, and its integrity. A collective view of rights for group identities that augments the individualized view dominant within current privacy frameworks. And specifically, this seeks to nuance understandings of indigenous community rights and the tensions of some of those protecting, safeguarding community rights with open data and other what are perceived as positive policy frameworks. Data input and output in AI, particularly in relation to invisibility, to representational bias and discrimination. And then there are the issues of more even cross-border flows and open data that promote greater inclusion and participation by those currently marginalized. And what we're trying to do through all of this is, or achieve this, is by enabling North-South and greater South-South collaboration and participation. For this project, we wanted to understand the state of the art of the field and also explore ways of translating those insights into practical guidance and guiding questions that can be applied on a day-to-day basis by 3 target audiences that we've identified. Those are policymakers, developer communities, and communities marginalized and individuals marginalized by AI and machine learning systems. It was particularly important too for this project that this work is rooted in the perspective of low and middle income countries, both for the project to meet its aims and in the light of GPAI's commitment to take special account of the majority of the world's population that are in these countries and their needs. If we could move to slide 13. After a competitive selection process in which we weighted Global South participation, we have partnered with the Alan Turing Institute to develop 2 outputs. The first is an integrated literature review and annotated bibliography to provide much needed context and identify gaps that need to be filled as we move towards a more complete view of data justice and a forward-looking research agenda to capture all these complexities. But what we are trying to do is also reduce some of this complexity and produce some preliminary guides that will document key questions that our target audiences, developer community, policymakers, and communities and individuals that are marginalized should be asking based on the assessment of the critical review of the literature and practice. So we're going to get these simplified guides from these very complex processes and hope to capture some of the granularity and the nuances of that. These are going to be tested and refined and developed through practical pilots in real-world contexts, and of course in broad consultation with our target audiences. If we could move to slide 14. So drawing on the working group's concept note, the interim report that the Alan Turing Institute has presented in the summit documents that have been provided includes this broad approach that the literature review has taken, or the refined approach that the literature review has taken, the wider global partnerships and consultation approach we're establishing to developing and testing the emerging guides, and then 6 provisional pillars that are structuring the approach to this project. The integrated literature review has been shaped by an interdisciplinary and inclusive orientation that draws widely on the humanities, social sciences, legal and policy literatures, activist statements and declarations, and first-hand input in lived experiences. To understand then what is missing and can enrich the current study and understanding of data justice, the review ranges well beyond conventional boundaries and incorporates adjacent research areas such as design justice, data feminism, data colonialism, and indigenous data sovereignty. It's also developing an important aspect of economic regulation required by the brief for the working group to move beyond injustices only as the treatment of data subjects, but also to redress the uneven distribution of opportunities and harms to ensure greater equity in access to data and the production of data in the creation of data-driven private and public value. The review also undertakes a broadening of the study and pursuit of data justice by making visible and accessible real-world practices of organizations and communities around the world which are engaged in this transformative work surrounding the advancement of data rights and data justice in innovation ecosystems. If we could move to slide 15. So the stakeholder involvement, engagement, and consultation is a crucial element of this project, culminating in the development and early testing of these preliminary guides with these 3 target audiences that we've spoken about. We're undertaking this 3-pronged approach, which will include firstly, or includes already, the launch of a digital participatory platform for stakeholder engagement. The platform contains 2 types of consultation, a broader data justice survey and a data justice sources page, which allows participants to endorse content and to leave comments and propose themes for the integrated literature review. The second prong is the formation of an advisory board of academics and practitioners from the Global South to assist the Turing Institute research team better connect with data justice communities of practice and relevant stakeholders from primarily low but also middle income countries. So this advisory board is composed of individuals involved in various data communities of practice connected to human rights, modern slavery, global public health, feminism, decolonization of knowledge resources, and of course, sustainable development. It represents diverse perspectives from the Global South and those of communities and that have experienced marginalization in the Global North. The advisory board provides an additional source of guidance over and above the GPAI Data Justice Working Group, who've worked very closely with them with a particular focus on supporting their outreach efforts within a variety of research and practice environments. The third part is the formation of a global policy pilot partnership. This is a very exciting addition we've been able to do with the additional funding, and that really allows us to set up these 12 policy pilot partners who've been recruited, again, primarily from low, but also middle income countries across the globe, Global South, and subparts in between the project to take this to do this pilot phase. The data justice guidelines will then be tested by the set of representative partner organizations who will provide feedback on the initial guides. The goal is for these partners to evaluate preliminary guides to further develop its efficacy and the impact it would have on organizational, legal, technical, and regulatory contexts. If we could move to slide 16. So there's 6 provisional pillars that have emerged, and we see this in the current literature, and are summarized to inform our conceptual approach to the project. And these have kind of coalesced around issues of concepts of power, equity, access, identity, participation, and knowledge. Each of these act as guiding principles and pose questions as we think about what they mean for policymakers, developer communities, and marginalized communities. So, for example, when we think about power, how do we understand the levels at which power operates in data innovation? And do we empower people within that democratic within that to have democratic agency and collective will? When we think about equity, acknowledging the structural inequalities between and within nations that exclude the vast majority of the world's population from the opportunities offered by data-driven private and public value, and that produce the current patterns of exclusion, misrepresentation, and discrimination that we currently witness. How can policymakers, developers, and individuals and communities contribute to redressing inequality and enabling just outcomes in the development and deployment of AI? When we think about access, how does existing power, or how are existing power relations within and between nations, communities, and individuals that replicate inequitable access, how can these be redressed? Data justice thinking needs to focus on greater access to systems of global governance and more inclusive participation in decision-making and practice at the global, regional, and national level. So practically, these guides will assist with this requirement. Practically, what we need to do is look at equitably opening access to data through responsible data sharing, equitable advancing access to research and innovation capacity by those currently excluded or limited, equitably advancing access to the benefits of data work, for example, highly unequal as it currently is, and more equitable advancing of access to the capabilities required to use and to develop AI to improve livelihoods and for data subjects to mitigate risk and avoid harms. And then when we think about identity, the construction of data, particularly when it is about people, is fundamentally a social activity. As such, it is shaped by structural conditions and historical contexts from which it's derived. How do we examine, expose, and critique histories of racialization and discriminatory systems of categorization reflected in data and the social context that produces it? When we think about participation, how do we make this meaningful and representative? How can the interests of low and middle income groups countries better be reflected in global systems of data governance, and their integration into global markets be made more equitable? And finally, just because we've got to close this off somewhere, there is a lot here to discuss. When we think about knowledge, how do we cultivate intercultural sharing and learning, and understand how different ways of understanding are reflected in decision-making relating to data? How do we encourage opening public and private data for research and innovation while safeguarding indigenous knowledge systems and the use of vulnerable people's data? If we could move to slide 17. So by March 2022, we'll be publishing preliminary guides. For policymakers, the guides will focus on posing questions which equip policy thinking and tools to engage in debates about global data governance, with a critical awareness of power differentials and diverging levels of access, equity, and participation. It will focus on the economic regulation required to enable better distribution of opportunities for citizens, small and medium micro enterprises and local firms and startups, and the mitigation of the differential risk associated with expanding data-driven technologies, platforms, and services. For developers, the guide will focus on posing questions which equip researchers, project managers, technologists, and others involved in data innovation value chain with the practical and analytical tools needed to safeguard the ethics and the trustworthiness of processes of designing, developing, procuring, and deploying AI and data-intensive technologies, so as to ensure that more just outcomes in real-world implementation. This will involve building an end-to-end awareness into research and innovation practices that every human choice and design decision made across the project life cycle has social and ethical consequences. For the impacted individuals and communities, which is what the third guide will focus on, we will be posing questions which empower affected individuals and groups with the critical, analytical, and practical tools needed to challenge and transform the socio-historically rooted patterns of discrimination, injustice, and inequality that can manifest in the production and use of data-driven or data-intensive technologies, and of course, just the wider processes of datafication. Following the pillars, it will also enable individuals and communities to utilize mechanisms of collective empowerment, social solidarity, and democratic agency to create conditions of public accountability and transparency in the governance of AI and in data-intensive technologies and in the wider innovation ecosystem, data innovation ecosystem. We can move to slide 18.
Alison, actually, let me stop you for a second out here. This is Marjorie back on stage in Paris. It seems that we're experiencing some Zoom syndrome out here. It's still 2021. So if I can ask one of you to mute herself or himself, or maybe if our producers can actually directly mute this person, that would be wonderful, because I can hear someone typing. Neil, it was you from the very beginning. We can hear some doors clacking. We can hear someone typing on his or her computer and everything. So it's kind of disturbing to us.
We have no ability to...
We're having this Zoom moment together. No worries. Let's dive in, Alison, for the next slides.
That's okay. I had mine on mute when Neil was talking because my dog was snoring so loudly. So
there you go.
I'll just carry on quickly before it starts snoring again. If we're on slide 18, this is really just an appeal for everyone to get involved. These guides are meant to be practical. They're meant to be used. People can input into them and test them. Most of you fall into one of these categories, these very broad categories that we're aiming these guides to. So please do get in touch with us if you can think of ways of becoming involved or you're interested in getting involved. And finally, just very quickly to the last slide, we were almost done there when we stopped. Just thank you so much to everybody who's participated on this, all the hard work that's been done by various people. And thank you, and back to our moderator. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much again. And actually, we have time. If either Maja or Jenny have something to add before we move on to our Q&A session, just raise your hand, and I know that you know. Okay, let's proceed to the Q&A. So either we can take a question here, of course, here in Paris, or you can definitely post your question online. I'll be happy to be your spokesperson on this session. We do have questions actually here in this auditorium. I can see one hand raising, and I see one, and also like literally running to pass the mic on. So who has a mic right now? Just raise your hand if you have a mic, because I can see you guys. Okay, I know that you definitely have the mic, but I have one guest over there who actually wants to ask a question. Wonderful. Oh, Days too. We love you. It's always warming up, for the second part of the summit. There you go. Question, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A great presentation and great ideas. I have a question about data trust. They relate to interoperability, to the quality of data, which is key, of course, because you don't want to pollute the whole river. So what are the concrete measures that you envisage in this to guarantee this. Another side question, can a data owner be member of several trusts? And could we, over time, witness some competition between trusts? I mean, this happens in industry, of course, as well in general. So it wouldn't be really something that we look forward to have a kind of competition and harsh competition between different data trusts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe Neil first on the data trusts competition.
So I think actually the alternative situation is more worrisome. If there's one data trust that is supposed to be operating for everyone, then you've got a one-size-fits-all approach. And the problem we tend to have is people imposing an idea of what they believe data justice is on others. So competition sort of implies, oh, you've got people going at each other in a cutthroat way, but having a variety of options of data trusts and different visions of what the right way of equitably managing data is a core part of the idea. Because the way in which you may want to manage, say, health data versus data for a local government about transport is going to be very different. And different cultures across the world will have different views about how they would like their data to be managed. So when you say competition, it sounds like they're going at each other to get the data. But if you convert it to actually we want a diversity of approaches that gives people choice and influence about how their data is managing, then I think that would be something that we're very interested in.
Thank you very much. And for the first part of the question, who wants to address the very first question of our attendee here? And maybe he will have to remind us about the very first part of his question, though.
I'm happy to, if
go.
you'd like. So the first part of the question was about how we get guarantees of quality around the data that a data trust holds and is sharing. And really that's part of the responsibility of what a data trust or broader data institution might need to do. As part of the kinds of guarantees that it then passes on for the reusers of that data, it will need to provide some guarantees about quality around the provenance of the data that it's sharing and so on. So what we expect to emerge as kind of good practices are a set of kind of good stewardship guidance that illustrates the kinds of things that kind of organization needs to do in terms of checking, auditing, and being able to provide good, transparent information about the quality of data that it holds.
Thank you very much. Do we have another question or reaction to this very working group, data governance, and all the projects we're working on, data trusts or data justice? I actually do have a question for you, Alison, because can you make it a little clearer to me? Maybe it's just me personally, but the difference about data justice and data protection, is that, are they that far? Oh, and you muted yourself. I'm so sorry.
Sorry.
There you go.
That's a great question. A lot of the data governance work has been equated with data protection. The sort of dominance of the GDPR, even in the African context, the Malabar Convention, a lot of the data governance work has become synonymous with data protection, which is actually just a kind of small part of data governance, a significant part, but a smaller part of data governance. And it's primarily focused on quite individualized notions of privacy. Basically with from a governance or regulatory point of view, from a compliance point of view, companies, people, data, AI developers in this case, need to ensure that the private data of people that's used is anonymized or not, their privacy isn't breached. Whereas the issue of data governance really extends beyond that to how do we manage all this data, these data sets and these kinds of things. Within that, the concept of data justice is that even if you've got these compliance frameworks, these data protection frameworks in place, if you simply
impose those on the status quo, and you have highly unequal societies within societies, different groups of peoples and communities, etc. It doesn't redress the inequalities that are reflected in data sets that are biased. People simply aren't visible in the large majority of the world are not even in any data sets, and then those that are, their biases in terms of race or gender or various things in the data. So data justice really goes beyond data protection to try and redress some of the inequities there. And then I think, interestingly, what we're doing in terms of this project, which extends it from some of the earlier data justice work that has focused mainly on, the rights and representation and kind of democratic or first generation around rights imperatives of data governance. This is really also focused on the second and third generation rights, the social and economic rights, and arguing that, in fact, we have to look to economic regulation to ensure greater equity and access to data, greater equity, in data flows, and these kinds of things. So I think this is what is really exciting about this project of data justice, is that it extends it beyond the first generation rights to actually enabling people's participation, greater equity in access, and also being able to mitigate the risks and harms that they face.
Thank you very much for making this way more clear. We do have another question actually on the top over there in the auditorium, then we'll get back to you. Ma'am.
Thank you. So my question would be on data, so the access to this data trust. So basically, if someone would comply with the licenses, let's say, you would give them access to anyone. I mean, it's the big question, and IP pools is fair, reasonable, non-discriminatory accesses. Would this be replicated for data? So this was the first question. The other would be, would there be some obligations for the people who are using the data? So I'm thinking, for instance, cities giving away their data on traffic, but they don't get back anything on the insides, for instance, to make a better traffic management. So would there be like a new social contract? You get the data, but you give something back on what you learned about the data.
Who wants to address this double question?
I think there's quite a common confusion with data trusts that it's a mechanism for forming governance mechanisms. So all the questions you asked are specific to how one may want to set up data trusts. And people keep making this error that a data trust is a one-size-fits-all thing that everyone will have. That's down to the data trustees to decide and to work with the community that they're interfacing with, how that's going to be carried out, because the appropriate measures are going to vary, because data reflects every aspect of our lives. We wouldn't want to be treated in exactly the same way by our greengrocer as we are by our doctor or our lawyer. So the whole point is it's a mechanism for creating safe structures that encode behaviors, encode practices that where you have some kind of framework around those practices to ensure that the trustees carry them out. And it's interesting how often this comes up. Will a data trust do this? Well, it could do that. The whole point is you've got a way in which people can design a mechanism of governance that's appropriate to the situation they care about and regulate data in a way that's appropriate to the people that the members of that trust care about.
Thank you very much. I think we have a question pending over there.
Yes, thank you. There is a rather recent movement on data altruism, which is some kind of intermediate model between the commercial data distribution and fully open data. And what you have presented in these two reports is related to data altruism rather significantly. But I wonder whether the GPAI is going to specifically address this issue in the next future, especially because the European Commission, for example, is planning to put a regulation or at least to put recommendation on the subject.
Okay, I can take that. So the notion of data altruism is that we want to encourage individuals to put data somewhere and the way we would frame it is into some kind of data institution or data trust, such that it can then be used for kind of public good purposes. So whether that's research or supporting public authorities to make planning decisions or whatever. So we definitely see the work that we're doing around data trusts as being very tied to that notion of data altruism and data altruism kind of organizations. And the mechanisms that we're exploring around data trusts, in particular the role of trustees and the fiduciary duties that they have, the kind of stewardship mechanisms that they need to put into place. These are going to be very relevant when it comes to actually practically getting data altruism to work.
Thank you very much. We do have another question from Dino Pedreschi, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you. Yeah, I am actually a follow-up question to this one, which is about what kind of architecture do you imagine behind this data trust idea, which is, of course, is very nice. In a sense that one line that we would like to avoid is to find another way of creating big concentration of very precious personal data that would require anyhow explicit consent, at least in Europe, for the GDPR, for any secondary use. So my question is, are you considering that behind this there's a highly distributed maybe data infrastructure where actually data don't, for instance, leave the user's devices? They're not concentrated anyway and only on purpose for a specific project, because I believe this would be very important to create a model which is not somehow running towards the hyper-centralized model that we are trying to somehow regulate today.
That's a great question, Dino. I think that it's important first to not tie regulation to particular technologies. I think that's something that is very important, because the speed at which technology moves versus regulation is quite different. So the point you're making about distributed data is a good one, and there's definitely personal information management systems, and it seems clear that a lot of the trusts that we're working with are viewing personal information management systems as a route to addressing exactly the issue that you're mentioning. And you can imagine that in the constituent terms of the trust that they might specify that they will use a particular personal information management system. But to be prescriptive might seem an error, because there's in a real sense, it seems that the right way to view this is not the data that's held by the trust, but the rights to the data. So you could also imagine, for example, a data trust that was convened by a large number of people, where it chose not to hold the data, but just execute on those rights to that data. So in other words, it might execute the sort of right to deletion for a large social media company if it felt that social media company was not conforming with the desires of its members. It might just say to the social media company, we're exercising the right to deletion on our members' behalf. And such an organization wouldn't have to hold any data. So you can see from the extremes, and then you could also imagine them holding the data in a centralized way, which would raise the problems that you're mentioning. But once again, it doesn't feel necessary to prescribe that within the sort of regulatory conditions through which you're creating a data trust. It feels like that's something that individual trusts can think about for their specific purposes. And that's what we're seeing with the case studies we're looking at, that they are looking at this diversity of different methods.
One thing that I'll just quickly add onto that is that we mentioned the new project that we're starting up in 2022, which is specifically around privacy enhancing technologies. And within that project, which we hope to tie into both the data trust work and the data justice work, we're going to be able to dig a little bit more into the kind of technical architectures. And it is plural, you know, there are multiple ones that could work that might need to be deployed in order to get a data trust working really well, depending on its situation, its context, and so forth. So I just reiterate what Neil said. I think it really is about getting the right kind of design for one of these organizations, for the kind of data that is working with, the kind of people who are supplying it, the kind of reuse that needs to be made of it, and making that work. We envision lots of these things, not just a few that are doing big things. Right?
Thank you very much. Do we have a final question for our panel? Yes, sir.
firstly, just to say thank you to the work of the Data Governance Group. I think it's the projects are a critical contribution to the work that GPAI and others are doing. Alison, I wanted to maybe assure you, and I should say I represent the UK Information Commissioner's Office, so the information rights regulator for the UK Data Protection Authority. So, Alison, maybe assure you that I don't think there is as big a gap between information rights and data protection and data justice as you were suggesting. And in many ways, the fundamental questions around fairness, justice, ensuring that there are equitable outcomes for citizens are key aspects of what we do in our office to try and execute the obligations we have towards our citizens. But my question really to the panel is, what would really accelerate the establishment of the types of data trust that you're envisaging? What are the key factors that might help us move faster towards that moment when we can really leverage the power of data trust the way that you've been describing?
Ali, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? I guess that's what we're all trying to get on top of. I think when we look historically, one of the things that we find quite inspirational, is models from the past where communities were able to come together and take these forms of actions. And of course, it's very different circumstances in each case. Like an example from the UK I'm familiar with is people gaining voting rights by land societies. So buying up large parcels of land and splitting up the land. And what we're starting to see in terms of the case studies that are coming forward is that there's sort of three main areas where they come from. One is communities trying to come together to share their data in a more equitable way. And that would be one. Another is people with a particular health concern, so specific diseases, where groups of people would like to use their data better to resolve some aspect of that disease. And then the third one that keeps coming up is waterfront developments. I don't know, where people are sort of trying to take old urban areas, old areas and convert them into new waterfront areas. What I think it would be really nice to see is additional examples like the ones that Alison was mentioning around data justice for indigenous groups, where you can also see some very different examples of how those groups might want to use their data. Because within indigenous groups, there are often some extremely interesting ways, because models of ownership are actually much more sophisticated. There are extremely interesting ways of sharing and building resource that I think we could learn a lot from. So it would be great if we could see more of those, and I'd like to see some of that coming forward. And hopefully that will come forward as we move forward with the data justice work.
Thank you very much.
Just also add, thank you. I just did want to respond because I think this is such an important discussion for information regulators. I've actually just recently been involved in the African Union's data policy framework, development of the data policy framework for Africa. And a very strong component of that is obviously leveraging the few information regulators, or a growing number of information regulators on the continent, and integrating the work better between different kinds of regulators. So, I am very aware of the fantastic efforts of information regulators, telecom regulators generally in the UK to ensure that marginalised citizens within the UK, and this project is also very concerned with marginalised people within mature economies, developed democracies, etc. But I did want to emphasize the importance of the economic regulation that I already mentioned, I won't go into, but if we're thinking increasingly of these data markets, of data value, really being driven at a global level, and we think about the very uneven distribution of opportunities and harms at the international level, it is going to require more than what is currently in most information regulators' remit. It is going to require collaboration between trade regulators, or trade negotiators, between competition regulators, and national economic policy to redress these inequalities.
Thank you very much. That will be our final question before we do wrap up. Jenny, Maya, do you have one more thing in store for our audience there?
Yes, thanks so much. So I hope that everybody has enjoyed our session, and thanks so much for all of the really excellent questions that we've received. Maya, do you want to talk about the next steps?
So thank you very much. We really want to invite you again to join with us with your expertise on the project. There are many ways that you can help us. On our data trust project, we will be taking a special focus on climate to identify and design pilot use cases. So if you have a problem or if you want to contribute, please contact us. We would really like to work with you. On the project of data justice, please check our online platform on advancing data justice ac.uk. And for the pets, we are going to put out call for proposals. And so please stay with us and follow. The focus will be on health and on climate. So we will be looking for partners. And we really want to find the real cases, real life cases, not to make imaginary ones to test our project. And for the end, I would like to say thank you to all the members of the working group. We are also welcoming to get on board new self-nominated experts and observers. And it is a great journey for me. I'm learning so much from my dear co-chair Jenny and all the wonderful leads and experts. All the hard work is done by them, as you've seen today. And for the last but not least, our working group is cooperating with Montreal Center, who is led by Jacques Rajon. He's going to start a new phase in his exciting life, and we thank him for the leadership. He led a great group, which is of great experts and fine human beings that helped to Jenny and me. Special thanks to Ed Petter, Marco Marcotte, and that was later joined by Lama Thoma and also Mario. Thank you very much, Montreal team. You are really champions for you give great support to me and Jenny. And although it's been hard work and much more time than we originally planned, the reward is to learn from superb humans and excellent experts as you are. Thank you very much. Jenny, I will give back to you.
I don't think I have anything to add to that, Maya. It's just been a huge pleasure to be able to work with this working group and with, as Maya said, the Montreal Centre, and with Maya, who's been just a fantastic partner on this journey. So thanks very much. Back to the stage.
One happy family. Thank you so much, Maya, Jenny, Neil, and Alison, for this incredible work on data governance. I guess you deserve definitely some applause. From governance to regulation, this is definitely what's upcoming for us when we're back after coffee break. We'll definitely be here at 11:30 a.m. Paris time for more on human-centric regulation. Stay tuned.
My words were sacred. My time was sacred. Together we stand. The property I own was sacred. And these inviolable sanctities were preserved in those words.
gentlemen, grab a seat as we're back for the GPA Paris Summit 2021. I definitely need your attention and need you to grab a seat as we're about to enter our session, deep diving into regulation, because yes, since yesterday, from working groups to side event formats, we've all brought the need for regulation on artificial intelligence. Now, should it be non-tech centric, have a smart regulation approach, try to better match the timing of innovation rather than constantly trying to catch up and blocking it. Ultimately, how to regulate AI to protect human dignity from its potential risks while preserving the dynamism of research and commercial innovation. That's definitely the question in which our next panel will dive from different regulation perspective across continents. And I'm definitely waiting for my guests here on stage. And it's a pleasure, of course, to greet you on this very stage. Yongzi Qin, your Assistant Chief Executive, Data Innovation and Protection Group, Info Communications Media Development Authority, Deputy Commissioner of Personal Data Protection Commission, all that in Singapore, of course. Lucilia Scioli, you're the Director of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Industry for DG Connect at the European Commission, of course, too. Ali Shah, you're the Head of Technology, Information Commissioner's Office, the ICO in the UK. Kay Fuss-Butterfield, you're A of AI and Machine Learning and member of the Executive Committee at the World Economic Forum. We're also joined online by Thomas Hahn, the Chief Expert Software at Siemens and President of Big Data Value Association in Germany. Hi to you, Thomas. And last but definitely not the least, we're joined by phone by Lynn Parker. Lynn, you're the National AI Initiative Office, White House Office of Science and Technology Policy in the US. And we're going to start with you, actually, because the US have been elected at GPA Steering Committee, and you do all the US chair. Lynn, can you hear us?
Hi, good day. Yes, it's extremely hard for me to hear.
Okay.
But
if you want actually to dive into your opening remarks, it will be lovely to hear from you, actually.
Absolutely, and thank you so much. It's an honor to participate in this panel, and thank you so much for your flexibility in the scheduling. I think most of us would agree that artificial intelligence has become one of the most impactful technologies of the 21st century and provides opportunities and challenges in nearly every sector of society. Our goal in the United States is to develop and share a compelling approach for how to use AI technologies in a way that serves our people, protects our interests, and upholds our values. So to help pursue this goal, the United States launched the National AI Initiative in January of this year. And this initiative has 4 key objectives. First, we want to ensure continued U.S. leadership in AI research and development. Second, we aim for the United States to lead the world in the development and use of trustworthy AI systems in the public and private sectors. Third, we must prepare the present and future U.S. workforce for the integration of AI systems across all sectors of the economy and society. And finally, our 4th goal is to coordinate AI research, development, and demonstration activities among federal agencies. So one of these objectives, advancing trustworthy AI, requires a multifaceted approach that includes research and development investments that address key technical challenges, the development of metrics, standards, and assessment tools to measure and evaluate AI trustworthiness, engagement in the development of AI technical standards, and governance approaches for the use of AI in the public and private sectors, and of course, preparing a diverse and inclusive workforce for the jobs of today and the future. So in terms of regulation, we're pursuing a regulatory approach to AI that is risk-based and use case specific, focused on maximizing the benefits of AI while ensuring non-discrimination, fairness, equity, and safety in its use. When we think about AI regulation, it's important to consider it in a broader context in terms of what already exists. The United States has long been a champion and defender of the core values of freedom, guarantees of human rights, the rule of law, stability in our institutions, rights to privacy, civil rights and civil liberties, respect for intellectual property, and opportunities for all to pursue their dreams. Because of this, we already have a robust legal system in place that provides a number of protections to our people, regardless of whether a system includes AI or not. However, there are indeed additional guardrails that are needed for certain use cases of AI. In all of our efforts on AI, the United States believes it remains critical that like-minded countries work together to promote the responsible use of AI. The United States continues to value collaborations with international partners to ensure that advances in AI are used to improve quality of life and national and economic security, and certainly not to suppress dissent or target minority communities.
Lynn, if you can still hear us, I do have just one question, and then we'll literally let you go because I know you have to run to a steering committee. But I just wanted to make sure and clear with you here that a National Institute for Science and Technology is definitely developing an AI risk management framework. So how would it fit actually on this UA approach on AI regulation that you've just described?
So there seems to be a growing consensus on the importance of a risk-based approach to AI governance. And of course, that it seeks to maximize the benefits of AI in our societies while ensuring that AI is always used in an appropriate manner. But an open question is how we turn the concept of a risk-based approach into practice. So to address this issue, and as part of our National AI Initiative, our National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST, is leading a consensus-driven, open, transparent, and collaborative process to develop an AI risk management framework. This risk management framework aims to provide an approach to better manage AI-related risks to individuals, to organizations, and society, and improve the ability to incorporate trustworthiness considerations into the design, development, use, and evaluation of AI products, services, and systems. Throughout the process of developing this AI risk management framework, NIST is engaging with interested stakeholders, including international partners. They held their first public workshop on this framework recently, with over 800 participants joining the meeting. They also released a public request for information about this AI risk management framework, which received over 100 responses. Those responses have been published online, along with an analysis of them. Some common themes from the respondents include the importance of defining common AI terminology for communicating risk, of recognizing the impact of AI on society, of supporting a framework structure that documents organizational goals and applies an outcome-based approach to achieve them, working toward an overarching governance system for AI, and the need for consistent metrics and other means of measuring and communicating performance. The public responses highlight the fact that there's a significant amount of existing foundational work on which to build an AI risk management framework. The responses also reflect a variety of views about what constitutes risk and trustworthiness. To help drive discussions around AI risk management, NIST has also proposed a draft taxonomy of AI risk. Their taxonomy aims to simplify the categorization of risks so that stakeholders can better recognize and manage them. We look forward to continuing multi-stakeholder engagement on this effort so that we can have another tool available to the AI community for furthering the development and use of beneficial AI in a responsible manner.
Quick word before you actually go, because I know you spend most of your career in the field, of course, of artificial intelligence when it comes to innovating and researching into it. How do you see the articulation or crossing between regulation and innovation? Because it's, of course, it's going to be a major question out here on this panel.
So first, if we think about AI innovation, I think it's important to recognize that many of the AI innovations that we're benefiting from today have derived from decades of research and development investments in AI. The United States continues to prioritize long-term AI research and development. And as I mentioned earlier, our first goal of our National AI Initiative is to continue to be a world leader in cutting-edge AI research. Many of our federal agencies in the United States have invested billions of dollars over the years to develop cutting-edge breakthroughs in AI that can solve difficult technical or societal challenges. An important segment of our AI research investments are going into large-scale AI research institutes, which bring multidisciplinary perspectives together to solve important grand challenges in AI. These institutes include many domain experts and industry partners, which will help accelerate the transfer of research advances into practical use. So as the research moves from the lab to practical application, we must ensure that it's always used in a responsible manner. In this context, the right regulation can actually spur innovation. It's clear that if people don't have trust in these technologies, then we're not going to be able to use them and provide benefits to society. So trust can come partially through governance, whether it be standards or evaluation tools or certifications or regulations and so forth. Certainly there's a lot of deserved attention on the EU AI Act. From the United States perspective, it's clear that we have a good bit of common ground. The United States and the EU share a commitment to promoting AI that reflects our shared democratic values. Our regulators are focused on similar priorities: safety, fairness, non-discrimination, equity, and public trust. At the same time, we're eager to cooperate to help advance the practical implementation of some of the ideas put forth in the proposed regulation. For example, many of the requirements in the proposed EU AI Act, while sensible in principle, do not yet provide companies with the clear guidance they need to effectively implement them. In some cases, companies may be required to certify or prove that an application meets a standard that's highly difficult to measure or precisely define. This imposes a significant compliance burden that will be especially acute on smaller companies. So as the legislation progresses through negotiations, it will be important to maintain its risk-based, innovation-friendly approach. And it will be critical to ensure that companies have clear guidance that they need to implement and observe the provisions of the Act appropriately. So to conclude, the United States is eager to work with our international partners as discussion on AI regulation proceeds. It's important for like-minded democracies to come together and consider the right way to develop and govern the use of these technologies in a way that promotes responsible AI innovation, affirms democracies, and upholds the human rights that we believe so deeply in. So thank you very much.
And so are we, Lynn, in this global partnership on AI. Thank you so much for attending over the phone this conversation here. I know you have to run, so we'll let you run. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And now let's dive into the discussion out there because, as you heard, of course, Lynn was just stating the fact that the United States are trying to, try to work more and more closely with our partners on artificial intelligence regulation. Of course, we'll hear maybe first from Thomas Hahn, actually, so still online and over Zoom. Expectations and of the industrial sectors are high when it comes to better understand how to foster smarter regulation around AI and how to use AI, just per se. What are actually your thoughts on what's coming up from the industrial sectors in terms, again, of expectations out there?
Okay, many thanks to be participating, and I hope you can see me and hear me.
We can.
I think we can, that's great. And I have only to explain a little bit. I sent to you upfront 2 slides, maybe when you can show this and I can explain it. If not, I make it without the slides. When you're speaking from industry, I'm coming from Siemens. Yes, you see here the slide, perfect. And when you're looking on the right side, you see here some kind of examples of application fields. Meaning we have on the one side optimization of processes in, let's say, normal industries, but also in regulated industries where you have to apply also some kind of regulation. Think about when you are in healthcare environment or when you have, a mobility train system or something else. So meaning we are using today, and this is also what we want to have, and a lot of words were said before from Lynn, is that we have to have a safe, secure, trusted, trustworthy AI applications. which we have to do, which we have to look at it. And when you're looking at the left side of the slide, you see some kind of the AI application fields, meaning, from design, from simulation, from optimization of processes, up to the detection when you have to check something, only to pick up some topics. Also meaning, as an industrial company or representative of industrial company, to use AI, it's today a fact in a regulated and non-regulated industry, to make it trustworthy, robust, safe. We have also some kind of functional safety is an absolute need. And therefore, to have this risk base and also, like Lynn mentioned, use case oriented approach, depending on the application field, we as a company are in favor in. We are looking what together, with all of us, let's say, what standards are existing. Think about machine regulation, functional safety or something else, to get it, let's say, trusted, secure and safe. That's maybe the perspective from the company, but I'm also representing here today an initiative, a non-profit organization. Maybe we just go to the next slide, please. We have here also some kind of non-profit association where, besides Siemens, also other companies and academias and association are included inside. And when you're looking at the top, for sure, our topic is to look reading the strategy, AI strategy, in a nutshell, to support this digital transformation and how we are doing this. So this is on the bottom. We have established frameworks. You see this with the partnership of the AI data and robotics, for example. AI, Lynn mentions this, is several years old. I have also done this at the university, but now with the possibility of connectivity to get the data, to calculate the data, to get value out of the data, to create impact in a trusted, safe and secure way. That's what we are driving forward also as an association. And now maybe to the right side of the picture, what I'm always in favor in to have this holistic view from the calculation, HPC, processors, data infrastructure, where, for example, this initiative from GPAI XI coming inside. The value part where BDVA, the Claire, the Alice, the initiative are coming together and to create impact. Here I've mentioned only two, let's say, industry segments, but you can imagine that this going over to health, agriculture and other verticals. Meaning we have to have this complete picture in mind to get together with the experts which we can provide and trusted, safe and secure. A lot of things were said before from Lynn, inclusive AI application, especially like you can mention in industry where I'm coming from, because anyway, we have to take care that our systems not hurting people, are running safe and running in a trusted and also transparent way. But we can discuss later about what we are planning to make this AI application transparent, so it is also visible and understandable from the society. That's as a short intro from my side. Many thanks.
Thank you so much, Thomas, and absolutely, we'll definitely dive into more from the industrial sector and from, any initiative you can update us on in a few minutes. But let's turn the mic to Kay, actually, because I know you have an incredible experience in AI as an expert in law, as a lawyer, of course. You do represent the World Economic Forum on this stage. What are the possible touch points between the World Economic Forum and GPAI when it comes to better fostering regulation?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. And just to tell you a little bit about the World Economic Forum, I was part of the Asilomel Principles many years ago now. It's sort of ancient history. But since moving to the forum in 2017, so for the last 4 years, what we've been doing at the forum is really looking at how you operationalize principles. We've got lots of principles. We actually need to know how governments, business can really think about operationalizing those. So if we go to slide 1, we have always worked in a multi-stakeholder fashion. The forum has about 700 industrial members, but also government members from all around the world, and business and academia and civil society. It's really important when you're thinking about how do you operationalize principles around responsible AI, that you do create these multi-stakeholder groups. And so if we go to the next slide, these are just a few of the projects we've been working on over the last few years. What we try to do is we try to look for a place where the forum is uniquely able to move the ball. And also over these years, we've brought now together 17 different governments to set up network centers, also thinking about AI policy and operationalizing the work. And so, you know, where can we make a difference? And also, we don't think just about about sort of coming up with some principles. We do a landscape review, we then create the tools, and then we test it, because we know that we're not going to come up with best things in the first iteration. So we iterate it for 6 months of testing. And then the idea is to scale it. So scaling it across the world in companies or amongst governments. And I think that's a great way that we can think about partnering with GPAI. And so just as some examples, the chatbot project, how do you operationalize principles in AI chatbots in healthcare? We have tested that in India, and now we're testing it in Rwanda as well, so that maybe we can begin to serve some of these underserved populations in terms of healthcare. Thinking about smart toys and how our children are going to be working with smart toys, learning from AI, and then working with AI. It's a sort of continuum. Nobody was really looking at that before UNICEF, and we made this partnership, and now, you know, we're doing some really important work in this area. So, facial recognition and law enforcement. Although many people want to ban it, there are countries and police forces around the world who will be using it. So we've just created some best practices with Interpol, UN, UNICRI, and police forces to really help us think. And we're now in that piloting stage. So, you know, anybody who wants to be involved in any of this work, please do come forward, join us, because it's important that we work together. Slide 3, please. These are the sort of things that we have been doing. So you can see there's policy recommendations for governments, but there's also best practice tools for companies. And last slide, please. So this year, we set up something that we call the Global AI Action Alliance, or GAIA for short. What we saw was that there was lots of great work being done by lots of great people out around the world, but there was nowhere where everybody came together. And so we wanted to create this umbrella organization that everybody could have a home within. And so, you know, we're delighted to participate in this summit and very much value the fact that GPAI has decided to create these partnerships. The forum's planning to work closely with GPAI on amplifying the outputs of the working groups through the forum's ecosystem of partners. We really believe that cross-fertilization and multi-stakerism can move the work into practice. And so we're delighted to be joining today. We think that it will help us come up with concrete proposals to submit to GPAI and the working groups about how we can work together. And we look forward to sharing knowledge and doing that work in partnership. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Speaking actually of partnerships and collaboration, Lucilia, you're definitely representing here at DG Connect for the European Commission. And something's cooking, actually, at the European Commission level. Of course, it's the AI Act. How do you approach it right now?
Thank you very much for inviting me. So DG Connect is in the European Commission, the department that deals with digital policies. And artificial intelligence is one of those main policies that we have identified also for the digital decade, which means the next 10 years. And you may have noticed that the European Commission has put a lot of emphasis on digital also after the pandemic. For the Recovery Fund, that we have set a target of 20% of the recovery fund to be spent in digital, and I really hope that much of this funding also goes to AI technologies and their development in the European countries. So everybody talks about the AI Act, and I will too today, but I just want to remind that, well, the European Commission has been working on AI for a few years, and the Act is part of a larger package which was adopted last year. And in this package, we address, on the one hand, an ecosystem of excellence, which is a set of policy measures in support of the development of AI. So we support research, foundational research, industrial research, through the public-private partnership that Thomas Hahn reminded, for example, testing and experimentation facilities. So the testing environment for AI, for us, it's very important. And we have a number of measures on skills and digital competencies in AI. And we do a lot of work with our member states through a coordinated plan. And I'm very glad to see that many European countries have joined GPAI. I think 5 of them yesterday, so good European representation. Thank you very much. On the Act, we, of course, have developed an ecosystem of excellence, but we think that the other side of the coin is the ecosystem of trust, that we cannot become a hub of leading developments and use of AI unless we are able to create a better ecosystem for trust. And so we have developed, together with a high-level expert group that has been working with the European Commission for 2 years, the concept of trustworthy artificial intelligence. And what the regulatory framework does is to address, through a risk-based approach, the risk of artificial intelligence that some of the artificial intelligence applications bring, in particular in terms of possible violation of fundamental rights and safety. And the Act is the first comprehensive regulatory framework proposed at the global level. As I said, it's risk-based, and it essentially requires certain conformity checks before the high-risk applications are put on the market. Just let me highlight before I close, we think it's important the regulatory frameworks are proportionate, and we very much focus on high-risk applications. We think that maybe most of AI applications are not risky, do not need to fall under rules. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let me throw the question actually to the UK part of this panel here. Of course, you're part of the ICO. How do you approach AI, though, in terms of relation?
Firstly, just to say bonjour. Tout d'abord, merci de m'avoir invité. Merci à nos hôtes et au public. So firstly, I hope the French language speakers will forgive my pronunciation. It's my eternal regret that I did not learn to speak French. But I benefit from technology that allows me to describe what I want to say in English and have that translated into French. And that technology was really built upon the requirements around data and having access to data to train the models and algorithms that enable that technology. So I gain great personal value, benefit, and utility. But I also, as a user, as a citizen, have some key requirements. I expect that that technology is really delivering that utility for me without compromising my requirements around my trust in this technology and my broader fundamental rights and the rights I have under different requirements under the law. I should explain, I work for the UK Information Commissioner's Office. We are the independent UK authority established to uphold information rights and the data protection requirements for UK citizens. And really our role is to make sure that the use of personal data in technologies such as the one I've just described is acting in the citizens' best interest. So I think, to answer your first part of your question, I think that's the first thing to really focus on, which is how do we, when we're thinking about a human-centric approach to AI regulation, really recognize what it means to put the citizen, the user, at the heart of those decisions. And in doing so, I think there is ample opportunity to amplify those opportunities for innovation and utility. But we must also really recognize what it means to develop responsible AI approaches. And our role is to really help clarify that word responsibility. So how do, whether it's industry partners, whether it's other organizations, academics, others, how might they go about really understanding what the law requires when it comes to recognizing the particular things you need to do to demonstrate responsibility? And that's critical, because without responsibility, I think you cannot engender and foster trust. The benefits around AI will not be realized if we don't create the environment to create a trustworthy response from citizens to the use of these technologies. We need to be really careful that we are focusing on that. I think yesterday's presentations, which really talked about the critical need for the use of these technologies in healthcare or in climate response, really demonstrated that. So what do we do here in the UK as the ICO? There are a range of different pieces of work we have done that intersect between personal data, privacy, and AI. Everything from clarifying what it means to interpret data protection and AI, so we have guidance out there. We are building a risk toolkit designed both to help our own assurance and supervision teams to investigate the use of AI in case there are issues of harm to citizens, but also designed to allow organizations to have clarity around how they can build confidence in their own development. And it's out there. You can go online right now and see the beta version, and we'll be launching the full version in the next month or two. But building on that, we are also recognizing that there is an opportunity to really help organizations really think about how to co-design their approaches by making those approaches user-centric. I can, later on in the conversation, describe what we have done during the height of COVID around contact tracing responses, but also around how to apply the UK Children's Code by some work that we've done to engage designers to co-design their approaches to help businesses. And I'm really pleased to say, we only learned this last night, the Information Commissioner's Office has just won 2 design awards which were presented to us by industry, by designers, for the quality of that user experience design work. But I want to close out with just a couple of perspectives. I think it's very important that we think longer term around what it means to address some of the issues that the data governance panel were raising around the fears and the hopes and the aspirations of citizens around justice, around having transparency and fairness drive the developments that we are talking about today. And I think part of the role of our authority and what the Information Commissioner does is to really emphasize that we are there to help navigate those issues around power inequalities, equities, fairness questions, but to do so recognizing that there are no inherent challenges to industry leveraging the immense power of AI if we can really think through what it means to place the citizen at the heart of that process right from the beginning. I think that's one of the things that we are focusing on very proactively to try and enable industry to have clarity around how to do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, because yes, at the end of the day, we're all over 24 hours either users, citizen, or producers of these artificial intelligences. Thank you so much for reminding us of this very crucial point here. Young, how about Singapore? How do you approach AI regulation there?
Yeah, can I have my slides up, please? Yeah, thank you for the opportunity for us to share a bit about how we are looking and thinking about this area. I'd like to just start by explaining why did we start looking at AI governance. And it's really a point that resonates with what Lynn and Ali said. About 2018, that's when we started looking at this area. And the key thing was really, how do we build consumer trust? Because without consumer trust, you won't have consumer participation and use of such technology, which at that point in time was starting to make its way in a very immersive manner into a lot of products and services that we're using. So the way we looked at it was that if you want to provide a good governance in this area, we need to do 3 things. The first thing that we need to do is to articulate a set of principles. The second thing we need to do is to provide tools that will help the organizations that are putting AI into products and services to be able to implement and comply with these principles. The third thing we need to do is to have the ability to assess that these principles have been implemented well and there's compliance, right? And the presentation I'm about to make will follow this track. So principles, how did we articulate those principles? What we did was actually to basically put the human in the center. How do you put the consumer in the center, and how do you take existing principles like accountability, data privacy, and fashion it into a framework that allows organizations to implement a good governance when they're putting AI into practice. So that's the method, right? We put out our model AI governance framework, and the next step that we did, right, was to see how we could provide the tools to help organizations translate these principles into practice. This is where we started collaborating with the WEF, Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, and we provided the companion self-assessment guide, which was a checklist, right, that allowed organizations to go through and to make sure that they had interpreted and implemented those principles in the right manner. We were also conscious that at this stage in the adoption of AI, a lot of organizations may not have the expertise, and they need to look at good examples that can inspire and that can encourage. So we worked with organizations, both domestic and foreign, abroad, right? And we came up with 2 volumes of a compendium of use cases. And these are organizations that were prepared to say that, look, this is my process, and this is how I believe my process implements your principles. So these were the tools that we put together to help our organizations implement. Next slide, please. Of course, the model framework cannot stand still. In the course of the last 3 years, we've seen it adapted for various other sectors. So while the initial one was a general framework, we've seen colleagues from the Ministry of Health adopt it for use in healthcare. We've worked closely with our regulators of the financial industry to ensure that their principles will also integrate well with our governance framework for the financial sector. And even as we speak, there are other sectors that have started to adapt these principles. Next slide, please. Well, I'm going to skip over this, right? The one statement I want to make was that as we were developing the principles for our governance framework, quite coincidentally and quite happily, it turned out that we were also in compliance with the OECD AI principles. So it won't be surprising to hear that Singapore also adheres to the OECD AI principles. Next slide, please. The work that we are currently doing now is the third stage. So principles, tools for implementation, how do we start looking at giving ourselves the ability to ensure that there is adequate compliance, and these things can be independently assessed, right, and verified. That's something that we've started work on. We're developing a governance testing framework. What we've done is to, very fortunately for us actually, there is a lot of convergence in this area of AI principles, and we were able to comprehensively look at the various types of principles out there, and we designed a 4-stage, right, framework for AI testing, right, and certification of good AI governance. So that's a work in progress, and we'll hope to be able to share more once we get beyond the pilot stage. Right, last slide, please. So this is the journey so far, and we believe that this is round about the time where we can start thinking about how do we take the next step? Do we regulate? How should we think about regulation, right? And what aspect do we need to do? So I just end off with just sharing a few thoughts, right? I think that we need to understand the context of AI regulation. AI is going to touch our lives. So speaking as a lawyer, there are other questions we need to clarify relating to criminal liability, civil liability, right? But those things actually goes beyond, is outside the remit of AI governance and AI regulation. So for us, it's really, once you've established that an organization has to be responsible and is liable, how do you ensure that it acts responsibly and is able to put in place a good governance structure to be responsible? And that's the role of AI governance, right? The questions we think about is really, what's the approach? Do we have a comprehensive set of AI regulation, or do we take a data-driven approach, collecting evidence and data about which are the areas where there are issues around AI governance, and then making a decision to see whether we need to strengthen those areas by introducing regulation. And of course, regulation, we have the whole spectrum of soft to hard regulation. So I think that's the stage of our thinking right now. We need to proceed progressively, incrementally, right? And build our way up from voluntary regulation, self-regulation, to eventually maybe very specific obligations that you need to have black letter law regulation. So thank you for the opportunity for me to share a bit about how we've thought about and how we are approaching this whole area.
Thank you so much for this presentation. We're going to dive into the discussion part of our panel here because we want to try to understand how can regulation just stop doing some catch me if you can with innovation when it comes especially to those crucial tech such as AI here. Maybe first, Ali, you definitely touched upon this a few minutes ago, and Young, I really want to have your perspective also on this very first question when it comes to mitigating the risks of AI. Why personal data protection authorities should be competent regarding AI?
So I think, as I was touching on earlier, the development of AI technologies is already impacting our day-to-day lives. It's offering us immense opportunities to drive efficiencies and productivities, but also to tackle challenges that otherwise seemed impossible just a few years ago. But so much of the opportunity is intrinsically tied to the use of personal data. So while all AI use cases don't rely on personal data, many of the most critical and those that might represent the biggest risks to our societies when it comes to those questions around fairness and equity and the social covenant that we have as citizens to each other really do rely on questions around personal data. And for data protection authorities and for us as the Information Commissioner's Office, really one of the things that we do already is think around principles that transcend a particular technology. You know, GDPR, the other legislation that we look at is technology neutral. But we have to then take that legislation and understand the particular context of AI and how those risks might be amplified and what we can do to address those. And that's really around two purposes. The first one, in fact, Kin highlighted is for us to be able to supervise and assess if there are emerging risks and to discharge our obligations, right, to make sure that we hold organizations to account where that is necessary and proportionate. And, you know, we're ready to do that. But most of the work that my group does and what we do is proactive. It's really around how do we help organizations identify, put in place plans to mitigate risks that they might identify, and really gain that confidence to develop these amazing tools and technologies, not only with their own interests in mind, but the best interests of their consumers, users, and as I said, citizens. And so the risk toolkit work that we are doing is anchored in our guidance on AI, and it's very practically orientated. It's really designed to allow risk practitioners, product teams, data science teams, and others to really pick up that toolkit and start to work through, well, what do I do to really work through the challenges I'm facing in my context? So these approaches will always be a living approach. It needs to evolve. As the developments and issues that emerge from AI develop and evolve. But I think recognizing that we take a principles-based approach gives us that confidence that many of the approaches that we are outlining have the flexibility and the adaptability to be able to keep pace with the issues that are emerging.
Absolutely. Young, actually, you definitely also mentioned the fact that societal risks were definitely at the heart of the ideation. You were actually, improving on how to better regulate AI in Singapore. You mentioned it as a lawyer. So, yeah, again, why should data protection regulatory bodies have a better understanding on how to, see how AI can be regulated?
Well, my answer to that is actually very simple, right? If you look at it, a lot of the AI that we interact with will be on our electronic digital devices, right? And if it is on our digital devices, then it's going to be using some form of personal data, whether it is in the initial stage during production or at later stage as input data so that it can perform well. So for that reason, data protection authorities have to be involved in this space. But I have a second reason for that, right? Which is that our experience shows that the approach that you take to implementing good governance around AI can actually be inspired and can actually be adapted from data protection best practices. Because essentially what you are talking about is corporate responsibility. How do you put in place a good corporate governance to make decisions at the right level? We need to talk about good quality data, where you're getting it from, right? And good data management practices, right? And this is where, especially if you're using personal data, how do you strike the right balance between using anonymized, pseudonymized data maybe at the earlier stage during production, while when you're doing testing and debiasing, you might actually have to end up using some form of personal data. But how, if those are the issues, then data protection authorities have the ability to provide guidance and support to make sure data is used responsibly, used proportionately and well, to ensure models are very well developed. And finally, a lot of data protection is about the communication between an organization and the consumer. What level of transparency, what amount of information are you providing to enable the consumer to build trust in you? So that is, again, something that you can adapt from data protection practices, right? Right amount of information to encourage a casual consumer to actually use your product and services, but then enough information to demystify and allow an existing customer to understand why is this product providing this particular behavior for me, and how can I change it and affect it so that it performs better for me. So these are all principles that data protection authorities are familiar with, and that's the second reason why I think that data protection authorities have a role to play in this area.
And actually, a lot of these data are definitely used in autonomous systems, AI-powered critical systems too. And let me turn the question to Thomas here, because of course there's a lot of concerns raised either by consumers or governments on how industry is actually tackling autonomous systems use. So how can you, I mean, I'm pretty sure that you've already thought about the end game here. So what are your thoughts on this matter?
Start a little bit what is driving us. Some of the aspects I have addressed at the beginning. I think it will not have a big difference from what said before. And then I'm telling a little bit how we implement this. You know, what is driving us, when I give you maybe a simple example, when you have trained an AI system to recognize a dog or a cat, and a mouse is coming into the picture, maybe is identified as a dog or a cat, which of course in our environment, and I'm speaking for manufacturing industries, is a no-go, so to say, because we have to implement AI in a trustworthy, robust, safe, and reliable way, even unknown situations. So meaning this is what are driving us, this was the aspect from the manufacturing, but you can also expand this to the societal aspects. That's the reason why we are very keen in the safety standards which we have to use, machine regulations, and have to look at the gap, what is now happening with AI. I give you an example again here. When you have some machine learning algorithm which changes the behavior of the machine over the lifetime for good reasons, because the machine is more efficient, producing higher quality or what else. But the machine is theoretically different what you have commissioned at the beginning. So, and this is the topics where we are looking inside how we can do this for the manufacturing industry. But as you said before, you can also expand this to the society. What we are doing, second part, first of all, I think this is obvious, nobody can do it alone, also not a single company, not coming from industry or from academia or government or other stakeholders, communities. Nobody can do it alone. So therefore, what we are doing and we are working with, and a pity that I'm not today in Paris in person, but because we started also with Confiance AI, some initiative, so we developed an AI framework. And this AI framework, we are covering the technology, machine learning, sensoric. We are looking how we can scaling up AI, meaning also how we are building a community, especially with the small and medium-sized enterprise, to use this AI, but also how we can achieve this trusted AI topic, which discussed before. So we have an framework where we're working with. And this, of course, is combined with maturity, AI maturity tools, to get the trusted AI topics, also all what is discussed before. But maybe I want only to highlight one aspect, because also the trust in AI from society is a target. We have to look also how we can make it visible in which AI system you are confronted with. So we are looking at a trusted AI level, which on the one side can be implemented from small and medium size, big companies, everybody was developing this, but on the other side, who can also be recognized from the society. So you're seeing from the system immediately, is this a system following some kind of rules, which we discussed before, and so on. So we are working with others, with academia, let's say on an AI label, which is very close, which you know maybe for the energy labels that you have this classification A, B, C, D, you know, all these risk classes, and you can recognize is the system tested in this environment or not, and is visible that you create trust. So that's only to give you a short overview about what we are doing and what is driving us.
Thank you so much, Thomas. Lucilia, actually, so let's put it this way, if you may. The European Commission sometimes seems to be a little more risk adverse than risk happy, but you definitely have a risk-based approach, especially when it comes to this AI upcoming regulation, or actually act. I know that also every single piece of regulation coming up from DG Connect right now are mixed and matched with a lot of different layers when it comes to the European Commission acts. For instance, the Green New Deal is definitely the base of everything that is thought and brainstormed today at the European Commission level to try to better regulate various different markets and technologies. We can also think about Next Generation EU, which is also impacting on the regulation you are producing right now. So how can we think better about the way you are going to regulate AI on a risk-based approach if we're thinking about the impact on the environment or on various different parts of what AI is actually doing to our lives?
We have, when we were preparing the Act on AI, we have been very often reflecting on how we could have included the environmental aspect in it. And in the particular proposal we made, we did not, simply because we think that it would be very complicated to implement because we are still not able to measure the impact of AI on the environment. And here you have to think that there are always two dimensions. There is the impact of the technology when the technology is applied to an application that is actually good for the environment. And then there is an impact of the AI itself, because AI consumes a lot of energy. And so, you know, the very big applications obviously are not very environmental friendly, although they can be very friendly from other points of view, because of course they can they can give us a lot of benefits. So there is these two aspects that are very difficult to combine if you are reflecting in a context of measurement, but still we very much support ideas like the one that has just been expressed by Thomas, for example. If voluntarily there could be industry associations that implement labels that are able really to measure and to reflect the impact of that particular AI application on the environment, is very welcome. Now, in the context of the design of our regulation, this has not been taken into account, because our regulation essentially is mostly looking at the risk of violation of fundamental rights and safety. And so it has been looking more at rights such as non-discrimination and democracy. And of course, you can extend all this to the environment, but it becomes a very complicated way of implementing the particular act. Which, as I said, it's risk-based, meaning that it is based on, we always represent it with a pyramid. The pyramid that reflects different levels of risk. And for us, as I said earlier, most of the AI applications don't carry any risk. And so we like to see these green, let's say, applications at the bottom of our pyramid. And as we move up the pyramid, of course, we increase the level of risk. And we are particularly concerned with applications that we call high risk, that differently from GDPR, we actually want to define in the annex to the Act. So we identify the list of high-risk use cases, because we don't want companies to have to think, oh my God, is this application risky, yes or not, and make the assessment by themselves. We want to be able to identify that list of use cases from the start, and to also, in the future, maybe having to expand it, but in the context of very precise governance system with a group of experts advising us, with member states, with the Data Protection Authority, or this, at the European level as well. We do have a very limited number of applications that we consider so risky that we prohibit, like social scoring, for example. And this is the top of our pyramid. But so we think that our risk-based approach is essential to make any regulation of AI proportionate, limiting also a negative impact it may have on innovation, and very much limited to where it's needed. And I'm glad to hear, and Lynn Parker said it earlier, in other parts of the world, like the United States, we agree on this risk-based approach. This was also reflected in the statement made by the Trade and Technology Council between the European Union and the United States, most recently at Pittsburgh.
Thank you so much. We'll pace it up, if you may, because time flies by on this very stage, to the human-centered AI approach. But I want to throw the ball to Thomas, maybe on this very simple question. You definitely mentioned explicable AI in your introduction. Frankly, is it a burden for innovation, or is it realistic paradigm?
Yeah, the explainable AI is really somehow in an early stage. We have to, and that's the reason why I mentioned also that we have to cooperate with research with all of us to get it solved. Because with explainable AI, we are thinking to get, let's say, also AI black box, whereas we have the AI data model inside, modeling of the data what previously discussed, to the domain experts to judge on this, is a system running in the right way or wrong way to achieve what we have discussed before. So meaning in our views, a lot of R&D have to be done still in this topic to open, let's say, this black box for the AI, for domain experts, to get the explainability, and that's the reason why we thinking that there are some promising topics. I see it not as a hurdle for us. For sure, there have to be a lot to do, because when this is be solved and you have an AI-trained mechanism with data, you can offer some kind of hints for the domain experts, how the temperature is changing, how the behavior of a train is changing when this and this algorithm is calculated in this box. And you make it visible. I think that could be to make it explainable, not visible, to make it visible and explainable. That's the reason why I think this explainable AI is promising, but we have to be aware also still early way forward. But maybe it could be also a topic where we can solve some of the issues or to get some trust from the technical perspective in the area.
Yeah, again, it's always about trust in the end. Thank you so much, Thomas. As we're actually bringing into the discussion the industry, let me take another part of this ecosystem to the floor with UK, if you may. I'm thinking about big tech here, because of course they are the very first to move to the field of ethical AI when it seems to be the right idea and the right move. But sometimes they can be kind of lost, in their thoughts when it comes to implementing it. So to be, again, a little bit honest here and frankly, do you think big tech are really trustworthy when it comes to actually better fostering with regulatory bodies, with governments, this idea that, yeah, ethical AI and a regulation is needed? Can we trust GAFAMs, Beatics, on to, really implement the regulation you guys are designing here?
Was that directed at, I thought you...
Yeah, 4K.
Okay.
Sorry,
I was like...
Sorry, yes, well, it's hard because it's important that we trust one another and we work together in a way that is multi-stakeholders so that everybody actually involves themselves in the process. I think that what we can see is that a number of companies have actually developed guidelines. And so we've been working with a number of those companies to actually say to them, okay, so you've developed these ethical principles, you've developed a way of implementing them throughout your company. Why don't you let us expose these principles, these ways of operationalizing it to the world so that we can actually see whether we can help you make them better and then we can produce them so that other companies that don't have the resources that you have can actually use those. And so far we've done that with Microsoft. We produced a case study back in February with Microsoft, and just a couple of months ago we did the same piece of work with IBM. And so, as I say, these are companies that are saying, this is what we've produced, but actually then we are bringing in this multi-stakeholder group together to test that, help them do better, and then help this be available for small and medium-sized businesses, for example, that don't have the money to put into this work. And, also to help companies that are not what we call AI companies. So companies, that are becoming AI companies because they're having to deploy AI throughout their company, but are actually in the healthcare sector or in the energy sector, etc. I could go on. So I think that we are seeing companies being much more open. And I think that we are seeing open source tools being created. The work that we did with Singapore, for example, that was again based around how do companies think about getting trained, think about all this internal work that they have to do. So we are certainly seeing an uptick of our members wanting to know about AI and wanting to be involved in thinking about what are those internal processes. And, just also, we've just started some work around AI as part of ESG, and that really brings VCs into it and investors. So I sort of see it as a pincer movement where, if we can get VCs to ensure that young companies do it right and investors to make sure that the other companies are doing it right, then we can really make a difference.
I'm pretty sure that a lot of, the companies you've mentioned are really minding their words when it comes to implementing those regulatory frameworks. But still, Ali, in a way, should we fear a risk of ethical AI washing?
So I think just to build on that question, also by sort of picking up on some of Kate's points, I think we have to recognize that the scale of impact of AI technologies is significant. We again heard that through some of the sessions yesterday. And when you can reach billions of users globally, the impact you can have on their lives utilizing these sorts of technologies is so important that there has to be accountability. Now, that requires strong regulation. And I think it's really important that we do have clear and strong regulation. And it's really important to emphasize that strong regulation is not a barrier to innovation, right? And I really want to dispel this myth, and I would reject any assertion that it is. But strong regulation is also being called by some of these very companies who are really struggling with following through on the commitments that they've made. So it's really important to talk the talk around what responsibility means, but it's also important to walk the walk and be able to demonstrate that. And I guess what our role as a regulator is to clarify what the requirements are and then hold accountable organizations where it's important that we do that. And so those two aspects are really key. So let's pick a couple of examples. In the UK, at the moment, we are working closely with our regulatory partners at the Competition and Markets Authority. We are looking at the proposals by Google to deprecate third-party cookies and the wider impact and counter-proposals from industry. And there, we expect that there will end up being an agreement around the sorts of commitments and expectations we have, both as the Competition Authority, the CMA in the UK, and the ICO as the Privacy and Data Protection Authority, around what it means to ensure a good outcome for consumers from a competition and a privacy perspective. And that impact is likely to resonate globally, not only for UK citizens, but globally. And it's, that's something that we coordinate and work with other parties internationally on. The other side of that is making sure that we also can have confidence that organizations are following through on what they've committed. And part of that is about organizations being transparent and accountable to their consumers directly and making sure that they are really focusing on what it means to build trust with their consumers, but also for authorities such as us to be able to go and audit and assure and investigate where appropriate. And again, we take an approach very similar to what Zee Kim was saying earlier around really taking a measured approach to what that might mean. So we need to, again, create the space to engender trust. And I think that does require these different tools that regulatory authorities have to be applied. And in doing so, I think that what that really does is allows those who want to really deliver on what it means to develop responsible AI, for example, to do so with some confidence. And really what I hear very frequently when I speak to industry is that the guidance that we produce, the toolkits that we create, the conversations that we have such as this are helpful in providing industry confidence about what is the appropriate way to develop responsible technology use, especially when personal data comes in. And we follow through by making sure that organizations are given ample opportunity to do the right thing. And I think in a fast-paced, fast-evolving space such as AI, that's something that we're going to have to carry on doing and make sure that we can respond to the pace of those innovations. But fundamentally, it also requires organizations to understand they have a role in being accountable to the citizen. It's part of the social covenant we all have with each other, that we will treat each other fairly and we will make sure those who are most vulnerable in our societies are protected from harms. And I think that's where organizations will hopefully step forward and do even more.
And sure, your work is not that easy when it comes to think better about those regulations. And also, you can have a crystal ball in the end at every single step of the regulation you can think ahead for. How can you cover the future of AI? Is it even possible to, when it comes to the European Commission, to Singapore, to the World Economic Forum, to the ICO, can you actually think ahead?
I don't want to hog the mic, but I'll just say a quick thing and then pass to colleagues who are super insightful on this. I think it's not necessarily about gazing into a crystal ball. We've talked about the privacy and data protection and information rights framework being principles-based. It's really asking, can we attest if something is fair, equitable? Can we attest whether the power dynamics between those who are being affected by a decision and those who are implementing that decision are accountable to each other? Are they accountable to the rule of law? And in doing so, can we create clarity for organizations around how to innovate and progress? And so we don't necessarily need to crystal ball this, but we do need to do two things. One is, where possible, co-design the right way to achieve good outcomes, right? And that includes the work that we have been doing here. It includes what Kay's described, Lucilla and others, and Z Kim. And the reason that we have just won 2 awards issued by the design community for design guidance that a regulator has produced, as far as I know, that's the first time it's happened, is because the community of designers and product teams valued the approach that we took to helping them understand what they needed to do to comply with the Children's Code. So that's the first side of this. The second side is being responsive to the rapidly changing context of new technology developments. We use AI so broadly, but what we really need to recognize, there are a range of developments happening, and each of those might require a particular response to how you deal with issues, especially around privacy or data protection.
So, Lucilia, when you're thinking about your regulatory compass, let's put it this way, what's on the map? How can you think ahead about better regulation? And of course, I do understand right now, this is not always about catching up with the pace of innovation for sure, but do you just, draw this regulation and the next commission will fill in the blanks?
Oh, no, not at all. First of all, we are discussing the regulation in the European Council with all the member states. So this is going to continue, in my opinion, into next year, and we hope to finalize the discussion before the end of the year. It's with the European Council, and of course we'll have the discussion with the European Parliament as well, where I have to say that these 2 institutions tend to have some different views on the regulatory framework, so the debate is going to be very interesting indeed. But in your previous question on the capability of our regulatory frameworks to capture the future, first of all, I fully subscribe to what has just been said about a principle-based regulation. And secondly, I think that it's also important when one is writing a regulation to think of instruments in the regulatory process through which one can update a regulation relatively quickly. So we have, for example, written our list of use cases in an annex that we can then update through delegated acts, always talking to member states and the co-legislators, but in a much quicker way than when we have to review the full legislation, for example. The same goes for the definition of artificial intelligence. We have used a very general definition, which is based on the definition of the OECD, but then in Annex we try to include techniques that we use for AI, because these techniques will change over time, and we'll have the need to keep this definition kind of future-proof. So actually I would say that having a regulation that is future-proof in an innovative area like artificial intelligence is one of the most important challenges that a regulator has.
Thank you so much. We'll move on to your question, of course, here, and we do have a question on the platform. I worry that as humans use AI more and more, humans become more dependent on AI, of course. Human autonomy would be reduced. My question is how to develop AI to help humans to become more independent from AI. Who wants to take this question first? Young, maybe? And Kay then? No?
I don't think I have the right expertise, but my initial response...
But you're a human, right?
Yeah, my initial response is actually, why do you need to develop AI to make you independent of AI? It's our choice, right? And I relate to change in behavior. In the older days, you turn on the browser, you have a few bookmarks, and you go to a few places where you read the news as they're coming on. Today, I realized that I've started to depend on Facebook to recommend suggestions. And after a while, I decided that that's not the right way, because it's giving me the same old things over and over again, and I found that I was not being exposed to new things. So I went back to bookmarks, and I started looking again for a few nice websites that I will go to for my information. So you don't need AI. You need to make a decision and act on it.
Thank you so much, Kay.
Yes, certainly. So I do think there are a number of things that we can do. But I think it's also about looking at places where, we introduce AI, for example, to our children. And so it starts at that level. We know that our children are going to be are going to be working with AI, and we know that we're likely to be cared for by AI as well. So it's, that's why we're all here. That's why we need the soft law, the regulation, because we are setting today the answer to this question tomorrow. And so we need to be concentrating on those vulnerable groups, our young people, our old people, and also making sure that we build a structure where we get the benefits of AI, but we don't get those negativities. So I just think that the question is, that's why we're here. That's why we're trying to do it.
Exactly, and the reason why we're here is also to have your question answered. So I have plenty of hands right here right now, and the questions are bubbling. Let's go first to your questions.
All right, thank you. So I'm curious how you think about regulating AI in a more general fashion versus sector-specific regulations, and in that case, harmonizing among them. So in particular in the EU, in addition to the AI Act, you have the Digital Services Act's regulation of transparency and risks from content moderation and recommendation systems. So I'd love your thoughts on level of regulation and harmonization among them.
Ali, maybe first?
Sure, but I'm going to do that really annoying thing, which is answer a slightly different question. So I think if you recognize the role of the ICO, we're a full economy regulator, because I think personal data manifests itself in many different sectors where organizations are really thinking about how to develop services for users. The way that we approach the sorts of issues you're describing are to make sure we are working in close collaboration with our sector-specific regulatory partners. So in the UK, we have established the Digital Regulation Cooperation Forum, the DRCF. So that was established by the ICO, the Financial Conduct Authority, the Competitions and Markets Authority, and Ofcom. And it's in that collaboration, recognizing that we need to work together while maintaining our independent jurisdictions and obligations, that we'll be able to tackle the sorts of issues that you're describing. So when it comes to the conversations around, say, for example, social media and content harm, it's clear that Ofcom will be taking the lead role around making assessments around how to deal with those challenges. But critical and key to that is also the role that personal data is playing in personalization and why you see those types of content and how you might need to, how organizations might need to respond to deal with that. So there is, through the DRCF, a joint work stream on algorithmic processing and looking at harms, but also our ability to attest and assure ourselves around what is happening. But we also have different examples where I've already mentioned the work with the CMA, but where we're also looking at by design more broadly. So how can we as different regulatory partners encourage a much more ex-ante, by design approach to help ecosystems and organizations understand from the get-go how to create structures that will help them achieve regulatory conformance and compliance with our respective regimes. So I think that's one of the approaches that we're taking, which is working in collaboration. And it doesn't just stay within the UK. So there is international collaboration. You know, Zekin and I worked closely during the COVID pandemic around questions around contact tracing and the application there. We work with other data protection authorities and international authorities on a range of issues. So I think that's the approach that we take to try and identify the root causes of some of the issues that you're describing and how best to offer a 360 response to that. That's one of the things that we're working much more proactively on.
Sure. And I just want to also out myself as a lawyer and so remind people that there is existing law out there that actually is coming to court at the moment. So there are issues around, for example, AI and loans and that bias question. There are issues around human resources and using AI that's already coming through the system, because most of our countries do have existing laws around this. And so often what we're doing is looking for places where we need to add to those existing laws. But I think, you know, in the next couple of years, certainly in the United States, we will see case law in this area. And that will be very interesting because it's another aspect. So, you know, law breaks down into a number of things. We've got regulators here, but also the courts. certainly in common law countries, you'll see the law developing in this area. And so with human resources, for example, there are those robust laws, but then we're also working with Commissioner Sonderling at the EEOC in the United States to say, what is it about AI that we need to add law in? But I think that you should, when you're thinking about this work, really be looking at what's happening in the traditional legal space.
Thank you so much, Lucilia, and then we'll move on to the next question.
Yes, I mean, in the EU, because I think the question was very much about the EU regulation, where we build both on horizontal regulation like GDPR. So, for example, GDPR is already addressing some aspects of artificial intelligence. We don't repeat that, we just build on that. And for what concerns, for example, the recommender systems of the DSA, you will see that we do not address them in our AI Act. And if you look at the recitals of the Act, there is a recital that makes specific reference to the Digital Service Act and to the way the recommended systems have been regulated there. And then we had another need, which is how are we consistent with sectorial legislation in the European Union? And the choice that we have made of our regulatory instrument, looking at basically applying a CE marking system to artificial intelligence, means that we were able, through our Act, to influence directly all the legislation in the European Union, all the sectorial legislation that falls under what we call the new legislative framework, so Machinery Directive, Radio Equipment Directive, and so on. What we don't touch is the old sectorial legislation, like, for example, automotive legislation. There, when the automotive legislation is revised, they will have to adapt it to the AI rules. So we have this kind of two-stage system, but of course, in our impact assessment, the first exercise we have to do as regulators in the European Union is really to analyze all the existing legislation and see how you link to each one of them, and you have to prove it.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to the next question. There you go.
I'm sorry to ask another kind of parochial EU question, but given what Professor Parker said at the opening, I think this is relevant worldwide. And it also came up in the Latin American panel yesterday. My understanding, and I am outing myself as not a lawyer, but my understanding of risk-based approaches is that they're supposed to be continuums. But the EU has chosen to do this weird kind of a leveling thing, which I also, Ricardo complained about yesterday, and I also complained about in my commentary on the white paper, because it seems like some place for regulatory capture to occur if we have all this fighting over, are we in this side of the threshold? So what kind of risk-basing do we want? Do we want a continuum, or why do we have these levels if that's the one that's better understood in law, or am I misunderstanding because I don't have enough law background?
Absolutely.
Well, you know, when you write a piece of regulation, you also have to try to be as practical as you can. So our intention was to be very proportionate and being able to identify this list of high-risk use cases. And to be able to do that, we had to be able to capture certain aspects of risk that, in our opinion, kind of fall into that category of the pyramid. We could have had a continuum, but having a continuum would have meant, in my opinion, going then to companies and say, well, make your own assessment. Is your artificial intelligence application sufficiently risky to fall into these rules or not? And this creates a lot of legal uncertainty that for us was a little bit too dangerous to introduce on the European market. And that's why we had tried to be as specific as possible. Let me also say that this is what it's high risk for the European Union. I also, since we are talking in the GPAI and in an international context, maybe we should also reflect whether the perception of risk is the same across different countries. Probably what's risky in the European Union is not risky in Singapore or more risky in the United States. I don't know. But this is, you know, having this risk-based approach calls also for a need to have an international dialogue on what is risk and the perception of risk.
Thank you so much. Do we have another question? And it will be the final question of this session. Yeah, we do. And Thomas, if you want to jump in, just let us know if you want to address one or answer one of the questions. Final question with you, sir.
Hi. Several interventions have approached the need to reach an AI that is trusted by the public, and there seems to be a general agreement that accountability is an important component of it. While other components of trustworthy AI, such as fairness and explainability, can, at least to a degree, be shown to have been addressed in an empirical way, accountability is much more difficult to define, track, ensure, and communicate, certify. So how do you envision that ensuring that a certain AI product satisfies the necessary accountability requirements will be in the future?
Please jump in if you want.
Yeah, I think that one of the reasons why I thought data protection authorities, right, actually have a role to play is that accountability is one of those principles that we know how to work with, we know how to look for, to make sure that there's evidence of accountability, and to make sure that the features are present. So I think it's a question of informing that how the accountability principles ought to be implemented when it comes to the use of data for AI. What are the key features that companies ought to have, and how do you provide evidence to show that you have these practices adopted? I think that those are the key things. And for enforcement, there are several ways. When things go bad, you investigate, you look for the evidence. If it's not there, then there's shortfall. Another possibility is certification systems. So you can have certification systems that regularly go in to audit to make sure that these evidence are present.
Thomas, maybe next.
Maybe, sorry, I'm not sure if I'm hearable. First of all, coming back to the question, that's exactly why we have this trusted AI label, to make it visible, to make it doable, and of course visible to the society, what I explained before, what I referred to as this energy label, which we're looking if you can adapt this in a comparable way, adapted way, also for this AI labeling topics. So it's a one comment to this, and maybe only to Lucilla's comment regarding the risk classes. I think from industry's perspective, it gives also a framework where we can work in it, and it's also a benefit for us. And we know all that we have to develop this further together. Also, these risk classes or not a continuum, like discussed, helps us companies, especially the small and medium size, to category, to get a framework where they can act, let's say, in a secure way inside.
Thank you very much. Kay, final words.
Yeah, I was just going to add that, we all talk about we need to take the general public with us, but also we should be thinking about the fact that everybody works for a government, everybody who works for a company is part of the general public. And so the more we can do when we are implementing AI systems in government or in companies is actually to ensure that we have complete training of members of those organizations to understand AI, to understand the way that their organization is using AI, so that that's one of the ways that we actually build trust from the inside. The other thing that we did was we worked with the government of New Zealand to actually describe the way that you can have a national conversation about implementation of AI. And, New Zealand's a small country, but it's providing a framework for other people to take to have those conversations. Because unless we start bringing people into the conversation, we won't ever, to my mind, really create that trust, whether we regulate, whether we have court cases, etc. So, let's think about all of us as those members of the public and our duty to make sure that we talk to people as well.
And New Zealand is quite an outstanding example in so many ways indeed. Ali, final words.
Thank you. Well, I was going to answer that question just to sneak in some final remarks as well, so I'll confess that. I think I don't have much more to add to what Zikin said about the way that data protection authorities can really help provide a framework for how you can build up accountability. So everything Zikin said stands and I think was excellent. But I think having listened to the GPAI conversations of the last 2 days, I think it's really important that we bring into the decisions around the development of AI and the impact of AI on citizens, those who are going to be affected. So this was really prevalent around conversations around bringing in the Global South, but I think it applies to those communities, whether they're vulnerable, marginalized, or have significant power imbalances in our societies. They need to be part of the conversation around what does it mean for them to have confidence and trust, but also accountability in the way that they can engage with that accountability. So I think that's really important. And really, one thing that came, at least to my ear, what I heard yesterday, was that there seems to be this view that there's an inherent tension between being able to realize the rights of citizens between the opportunities that AI might afford. And I think we need to really, as GPAI, dispel that and really challenge that. And rather than accept that there needs to be this, in my view, a false dichotomy between making sure citizens have access to their rights or they can have access to some developments in AI as an opportunity, we need to dispel that dichotomy view and present this as a reconciliation of those objectives. And I say that as an engineer. So for an engineer, being provided with how might we deliver on the value and the promise of AI while ensuring that citizens' rights are protected and they are treated equitably and fairly, is a great challenge to receive. You know, for innovation, that is what those who are really promoting developments in AI will look for. So I would say that's, from me, a closing remark, which is we need to move away from these false dichotomies into one where we reconcile what might appear to be competing objectives.
We are digital citizens in the end. Thank you so much, Ali, Kay, Z King, Lucilia, and Thomas for those perspectives you've been diving in over the past 90 minutes. I guess they definitely deserve some applause too, because it's been a tough, discussion here on stage. And on those amazing thoughts and notes, we'll head to lunch for now. We'll be back at 2 p.m. Paris time for the final sessions of this GPAI Paris Summit 2021. Welcome back to GPAI Paris Summit 2021 for the final afternoon of this incredible 2 days. You're joining us either online from our streaming platform, of course, we're attending here in person at l'Institut France. This afternoon, we're beginning with a question, which has been at the core of the past 2 years. How can AI help in the fight against pandemics? I'll be joined on stage by amazing guests to dive into this question. With me here on the stage, Alison Cohen. Alison, you are one of the AI project lead at AI for Humanity at Mila in Canada, and Elliot Lane. Elliot, you're a PhD candidate at McGill University School of Computer Science in Canada too, of course. Joining us live and online, Alice Ode, you're the Associate Professor of Computer Science at the Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology School of Computing. Paul Students, Professor Emeritus at KU Leuven, and Michael Sullivan, Senior Lecturer of Engineering at the University of Auckland. And also joining us live from Canada, Samuel Curtis, your AI Policy at the Future Society. So, ladies and gentlemen, how about we try to understand better the vision and the work that this working group has been doing over the past few months, especially when it comes to better fostering AI in response to pandemics. Who wants to begin fast? Maybe the co-chairs, Alice and Paul? Alice or Paul, which one of you want to take the very first question and to give us an overview of the working group? None of you, apparently, which makes me very sad. Oh, you can hear us now. Wonderful. So either Paul or Alice, do you want to help us have a better understanding of what the working group has been up to on AI and pandemics? These are definitely the Squid Games of summits. But you can definitely hear us. That's what I don't understand. So you guys can hear us, but no one wants to answer.
I think Paul will start.
Yeah, but we missed the introduction, so where
no
are
worries.
we now? Just
you are the introduction, Paul.
Okay, and can we see the first slide then, or is that?
Let's actually help you with the first slide. Yeah, I think it would be a great idea.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. So hello everyone, and thank you for joining our presentation. Yeah, I can start right now without the slides if you want. We are pleased to report on our mandate to foster and support the responsible development and use of AI-enabled solutions to fight COVID-19 and other future pandemics. With less than 1% vaccination in low-income countries and G7 leaders setting a target to develop diagnostics, therapeutics and vaccines within 100 days in a future crisis, we know that our mandate remains urgent and vital. And we are pleased to present on 2 projects that can help GPAI and the wider international community on these challenges. Alice, over to you.
Thanks, Paul. The first project that we're going to present on is AI for public domain drug discovery. This project has developed recommendations for policymakers on how they could help accelerate drug discovery using AI technologies, while creating the enabling conditions for open AI research in the development of new drugs or repurposing existing ones. It's an honor to be co-leading this project with Yoshua Bengio, and we have benefited from the brilliant support of Mila researchers Alison Cohen and Elliot Lane. We'll hear more from them today later. So we'll hear more on the recommendations in a moment, and we would now love to collaborate with governments and multilateral institutions on these recommendations. We're looking forward to hearing your feedback. And Paul?
The second project that we are working on is AI-powered immediate response to pandemics. And this project aims to support impactful AI initiatives in the fight against COVID-19 and future pandemics, and is co-led by Michael O'Sullivan and myself. While the first project uses a top-down approach by defining public domain drug discovery as its research focus, the second project follows a bottom-up strategy by reviewing existing promising AI initiatives launched for an immediate response to the current pandemic, and by exploring whether and how they can be leveraged on a larger scale. We have shared a work in progress living repository of 66 practical initiatives and a preliminary set of 11 that we would like to explore partnerships with to support them by providing in-kind expertise, setting up test environments, raising awareness through networks, and connecting with policymakers and organizations such as CDC and WHO. Whilst we are open-minded on what form those partnerships might take, we are excited to see if we could identify a use case within this living repository for the Data Governance Working Group's candidate demonstration on privacy-enhancing technology. The living repository will be refined in the coming months, and we intend to keep it up to date afterwards. A report with recommendations to GPAI members on the feasibility of a scaling mechanism for promising AI interventions will also follow. We have been pleased to collaborate with the Future Society on this project and thank the team led by Sam Curtis for their hard work.
We'll now hand over to the project teams to present on their work, but we would like to close by thanking all the experts in our subgroup that have donated so much of their time and effort into these projects. So now, Alison and Elliot, over to you on the drug discovery project.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll pass on your slide in a few seconds. Elliot, first, let's proceed to AI for public domain drug discovery.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you, Alice, for the introduction, and thank you to all of you for your attendance. Can we please advance one more slide? Yes, so today Alison and I are going to present the most significant takeaways from the report that our working group published on the intersection of AI and the future of drug discovery and development. We decided to start today with some Plato because we do believe that now is a moment where there is a need for significant innovation in the way that we go about performing drug discovery to best meet future and current public health challenges. It's an industry that I think we're all grateful for the significant advancements we've had in the last year in particular, but still, there are significant upcoming challenges which it seems that we may be setting up to fall short on. With the arrival of extremely disruptive technologies such as AI, there is inevitably going to be a period of change inside of this drug discovery industry. And what we'd like to say today is that we think this is a moment to reflect not just on the changes that we need in order to integrate AI into this industry, but the changes that are going to be necessary to make sure that we can align the outputs of the industry to fully meet public health needs in the future. Can we advance a slide, please? So clearly over the last year and a half, we've all become familiar with just how vulnerable we are as a society to infectious diseases. But what we need to remember is that this is not the final pandemic that we're going to face, and nor will COVID-19 even be the most significant pandemic that we are likely to face. We linked to some research in a report indicating that there's actually a trend and an increasing amount of emerging infectious disease events happening over time. And of course, we're facing this looming and growing threat of the antimicrobial resistance crisis. For those of you who are not familiar, antibiotics have become an extremely important part of every step of our healthcare process, but their use inevitably results in the development of resistant mechanisms inside those pathogens which we use them to treat. If we leave this unchecked, it will result in a wave of pandemics caused by drug-resistant bacteria, and the impact of which could be far greater than what we've seen so far from COVID-19 today. This is absolutely a crisis that calls for coordinated global action, and it's critical that we use every tool at our disposal to address this, including the sky-high impact that AI could have. Unfortunately, what we see here today is that this work so far is just not being done, and in fact, many large pharmaceutical companies are decreasing the amount that they invest into researching novel antibiotics, or in fact, just dropping the work completely. Can we please advance the slide? So this is an extremely complicated industry. No one can summarize it in 2 minutes, but in our report, we've tried to discuss some of the most significant factors that are causing this mismatch between what we see and global health needs. The first thing that you need to know about drug discovery is that the process of bringing a novel drug to market is an extremely large investment, both in terms of the time that it takes and of the financial cost. There's high risks of failure at every single step of the clinical trial process. What this means is that for the work to be done, unless there's significant government intervention, at some point we need there's a dependency on a large player to step up and make this investment. And these are for-profit companies, like all for-profit companies. There's some beholdens to market incentives. So for this large investment to happen, there needs to be the potential of a significantly lucrative financial payoff down the road. And unfortunately, just the fact of the matter is there's a lot of areas where work would be extremely beneficial to society, but the downstream financial payout isn't there to incentivize private industry to act on their own. So this includes both the research into antibiotics that we've already discussed and other issues like neglected diseases that represent a significant burden inside the global south. Another issue, as all of us in the AI industry know, high quality data is worth its weight in gold to us. But what we see here inside this industry is, frankly, there's a lack of high quality open source data sets. Data can be expensive or challenging to produce, and a lot of it may be of a sensitive modality, which there's significant regulatory hurdles to manage in order to obtain. Those players who are able to obtain large, high-quality data sets are disincentivized to share it because keeping those resources private can offer them a significant competitive advantage. The lack of open data could present a barrier to AI having its maximal possible impact on this space, and it's certainly representing a barrier to innovation on problems where we really can't afford to take our time. So in conclusion, all these factors together mean that we have a system today where we are absolutely left at risk to future pandemics. There are large incoming threats, and it's critical that we find a way to proactively prepare for them ahead of time, including maximizing our use of resources like the impact that AI could have. At this point, I'd be happy to turn things over to Allison.
Thank you so much, Elliot. Next slide, please. So as Elliot has so astutely pointed out, our current drug discovery ecosystem and our market for drug discovery is not well equipped to handle the current and future global healthcare challenges that we are seeing. And given the magnitude and severity of that problem, we not only believe that government intervention is important, we think that government intervention is crucial. And when we talk about government intervention, what we mean is twofold. On the one hand, we need government intervention that addresses the structural problems that are influencing the development of drugs today. That includes the concentration of power, the skewed priorities, the inefficiencies around innovation, all of which are preventing us from realizing drugs that can actually take us out of some of the global health risks we're likely to face. On the other hand, we want the government to fix those structural changes while catalyzing the uptake of artificial intelligence in the drug discovery process. And that's because artificial intelligence can present incredible benefits in this context. What are those benefits exactly? Well, we've summarized them into 3 key points. AI can democratize the drug development process. It can create scientific breakthroughs, and it can optimize the drug discovery and development process. When I'm saying democratizing drug development, what I mean is we no longer need large infrastructural investments in order to enable players to become involved in drug development. Rather, all we need is data and artificial intelligence. This will affect the types of players involved in this space, but also the types of research that's being done by virtue of a change in the cost structure. Next, in terms of scientific breakthroughs, AI has incredible potential to enhance our understanding of biology and chemistry at a fundamental level. We're already seeing this with AlphaFold from DeepMind that's been able to demonstrate to us the protein structure itself. And then finally, with regard to optimizing the drug discovery and development pipeline, AI can actually lower the cost of failed leads and increase the likelihood of successful clinical trials. If you take all those three things together, what results is a drug discovery process and a development system that allows drugs to be a lot more accessible, affordable, not to mention address some of our most pressing global healthcare needs. Next slide, please. All right, so how do we make this a reality? What we propose is threefold. The first recommendation is that governments stimulate research and development into areas that are currently not being pursued by the market because they're not sufficiently profitable, not because they're not important from a global health perspective. In fact, we know that the US currently invests around $40 billion every single year in healthcare research and development. And yet they actually have to spend more than that to address all of the risks and economic costs associated with antimicrobial resistance. What we're trying to do is shrink the gap between what the market is creating to address health issues and what is so desperately needed from a global health perspective. Now, if we're seeing this type of federal investment coming from taxpayer dollars, we want to see that money being used towards things that are publicly beneficial. So we want to suggest that the government should make, as a condition of their loans, the espousal of open science and open data among drug developers. Open data, I'll talk about first. As we know, artificial intelligence is data hungry, and therefore we need large data sets that are widely available if we are to realize the benefits of artificial intelligence. And as we know right now, there's a concentration in the players that have access to this types of data. And therefore we believe it's quite important to make these data sets more widely available. Of course, patient data can be incredibly sensitive, and there should be privacy-preserving techniques to ensure that that sensitivity and privacy is maintained. In terms of open science, the way that science is done, the way that we've been able to achieve what we've been able to achieve is through an incremental process. It's through building on top of the work that's already been done to push the boundaries of what's possible. And therefore, it's important that methods, processes, tools, and algorithms be also made publicly available so that there's no duplication of work and we can expedite the innovation process. Finally, we believe that the government should incentivize the use of artificial intelligence throughout the drug discovery pipeline. The government can do this both by incentivizing the sharing of data, which reduces the cost of using AI, but also engaging in capacity building exercises that allow members of the drug discovery ecosystem to espouse this technology in ways that are meaningful and effective. Next slide, please. All right, as we've been talking about a lot over these last 2 days, the types of global challenges that we're seeing warrant global solutions. And of course, as we've seen with COVID-19, global health is a global challenge. There's no country that has been immune to this type of threat. Unfortunately, another thing that we've seen is that lower middle-income countries tend to suffer the worst. This is not only a national health crisis, this is a question of international equity and security. In fact, it's estimated that the impact of antibiotics losing their efficacy and not being widely accessible is very similar from an economic standpoint to global temperature rises by 2 degrees. This is an issue that is very similar to climate change in terms of its scope and in terms of its impact, and we should therefore be treating it as such with collective action in response. If we do respond in a global, concerted way, what we believe we will see as a result is an increase in the efficiency of innovation, an improvement in the types of drugs being developed, greater accessibility of said drugs, and an improved quality of care provided to minority populations. What we are putting forward is nothing more and nothing less than a proposal to have a more equitable, efficient, and effective approach to global health at a time when we need it most. Next slide, please. In terms of next steps, we are going to undergo consultations with global health organizations and policymakers to make sure that the set of recommendations we're putting forward is as actionable as possible. After that, we're going to enter an implementation stage where we're going to partner with similar organizations and actually start to put these recommendations into practice, generating a sense of best practices in the process. If we move to the next slide, you can see both mine and Elliot's, next slide. Thank you. Mine and Elliot's contact information. If there are any questions that don't get addressed through today's Q&A session, please don't hesitate to reach out. But also, if you're interested in either consultation or partnering, please don't hesitate to reach out as well. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Michael, I think it's your time to dive into AI-powered immediate response to pandemics now.
Yes, thank you, and thanks for this opportunity to speak at the GPAI Summit. So as Alice and Paul were saying, for the 2021 Summit, the subgroup commissioned the Future Society to develop an updated and upgraded catalogue of AI initiatives with potential to combat COVID-19 and other future pandemics and transform it into a living repository. This research builds upon last year's report, Responsible AI in Pandemic Response. The research began in collaboration with the Future Society, led by Sam Curtis, the OECD and GPAI, by applying the OECD framework for the classification of AI systems to classify AI initiatives based on the technical characteristics. Those associated with the development of AI systems created or repurposed to aid in COVID-19 responses were invited to complete a survey shared in a public announcement. A total of 66 initiatives were identified via TFS desktop research and these survey responses. Can we go to the next slide, please? The Immediate Response Committee then worked with the Future Society to build upon the OECD framework to develop a more impact-focused set of information, including background of the initiative, so the name, sources, objectives and purpose of the initiatives, the origin, so where the initiative came from, including the organisations and locality where the initiative started, categorisation, so the type of approach and AI method, and this was particularly important in our evaluation of how well that these initiatives may be used to battle both the current and future pandemic. The scope, which included the domain where the initiative was used, the target users or operators, and those who would benefit from the initiative. The geographic coverage, so what sort of area the initiative would be used, which would include health centres, cities, countries, and even across continents. I'm sorry, we need to go one more slide. And then finally the data of the initiatives. So there was a description of the data set that was used by the initiatives, which may include the demographics of the people, the target population, which the initiative is intended for, the size of the data set, the collection time frame, and any links that require so the public can access the data. Can we move to the next slide, please? So 66 AI systems have been classified using this framework to create the living repository. And for the summit, the living repository is being shared in an open work in progress format in reflection of the immediate needs of the pandemic for those that may find it useful as a resource. Using the information in the living repository, our project committee then conducted evaluations of the initiative's scalability and their potential to mitigate the current and future pandemics, and we narrowed the 66 identified initiatives into a shortlist of 26, and of those 26 initiatives, 11 have been initially selected as candidates for potential partnerships with the AIPR subgroup and GPAI more widely. You can find a short descriptive summary of each of these 11 initiatives in the Future Society's report, but I want to share a couple of examples with you today. Next slide, please. So this first example of an application we identified is COVID-19 hospital capacity management, which is an AI tool for recommending the transfer of patients between hospitals to ensure as many patients as possible get high quality care. This work was developed by a team from Johns Hopkins Centre for Systems Science and Engineering and the Malone Centre for Engineering and Healthcare. The tool aimed to provide a customizable way to recommend when and where to transfer patients between hospitals within a state. These recommendations are determined using a series of linear optimization models over multiple periods. These models included networks with nodes as hospitals and arcs reflecting possible transfers between hospitals. The output of the models are presented as dynamic graphics for each US state. The online dashboard presenting these graphics remains accessible and up to date, with data updated on a weekly basis, and the source code is publicly accessible in the GitHub repository. The limitations to scaling up this approach include the accessibility and quality of data pertaining to present hospital capacity, the aforementioned related parameters, the accuracy of forecasts of COVID-19 hospitalizations within a geographical region. So the project committee was excited by the potential of this application as it demonstrates the value of AI technologies for more than just prediction. The AI can be also used to support operational logistics too. The initiative also worked over larger areas, US states, and helped hospitals share their resources effectively during the surge of the pandemic. So patients could easily be moved between different hospitals to make sure that each hospital had a more balanced workload and patients received the quality of care that they needed. So the second example is on the next slide, please. So the second example we have is one on masks that was developed by researchers from Hong Kong, the United Kingdom, France, and Finland. The researchers developed an agent-based simulation to model the spread of COVID-19 based on the prevalence of mask wearing in a population. It used new theoretical models and empirical data analysis techniques and takes into account different parameters such as current lockdown stringency, types of mask, and social distancing. These models suggested a near elimination of COVID-19 transmission when at least 80% of a population wears a mask versus minimal effect on transmission when only 50% or less of the population is wearing a mask. It also indicated that universal masking is much more effective early on in a regional outbreak by day 50 versus minimal impact when adopted late and after 50 days. The simulation was shared relatively early in the pandemic in April 2020. We'd be interested in how the far greater amount of empirical data on COVID-19 variant characteristics and on geographical masking culture, mandates, and recommendations since April 2020 could help tune the model to more accurately simulate COVID-19 spread across different geographies. And I should say that the spread modeling is something that we've seen across multiple locations to be effective in helping guide policy. So that's a taster of the initiatives that we've looked at and that are available in the Living Repository. As noted, we're interested in engaging with each initiative further to see how GPAI could partner with them and to see if there's a good match for the Privacy Enhancing Technologies project that our Data Governance Working Group colleagues are taking forward. We'd love to hear your feedback and questions, so I'll stop here and hand it back to the moderator. Kia ora koutou.
Samuel, do you want to add something to this report? Not really? Okay.
Chime in the Q&A.
Okay, wonderful. So you'll definitely be joining us actually now, because we're definitely going to open the Q&A. Or if Alice or Paul have something to add before we do proceed to the question and answer with the audience, either online or in person here in Paris.
Not really. Okay. I expect very interesting questions, which we'll try to answer.
We actually have a lot of questions for you, I'm sure, especially since, like it's been definitely the main focus for a lot of experts out there to try to better understand how we can, benefit from AI-powered solutions to fight pandemics. So if you do have a question or reaction, you know what to do, just raise your hand and I'll be happy to pass the mic on to you. Or if we have a question online also, it's time to post it so I can be your spokesperson on stage. Oh, we do have a question. Wonderful. Let's start this ball with you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for a really great presentation on a very important topic. The question is about data, because there are a lot of health data, but they are not interoperable. And in an open data process, there will be some, how do I say, unwillingness maybe to share data from different sources. So could you elaborate on concrete measures that could help that? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Who wants to address this question first?
Well, okay, go ahead, please.
Hi, thank you for the question. Yeah, so I guess in the context of pandemic's response, you can almost sort of split the data into two categories. The first one would be like kind of primarily chemical data that might be involved with like early stage lead pursuit. And here I think we'd want to say that we ideally would like to see just as much open data as possible, data that does not interact with human privacy or human rights. We want to push for the maximum level of openness that we can. Of course, there's tons of other data modalities that do come with all these privacy concerns. We dig into it quite in depth in the report, but we can see that there are some potential solutions. Like you can look to inspiration projects like the UK Biobank or the 1000 Genomes Project, where we found ways of making available data that's been extremely valuable to research that does come with some data sensitivities, but there are methods around it. We, of course, have to be extremely careful and aware of every single law and of not interfering with human rights in any way.
Paul, do you want to jump in?
Well, open data and the problem of data is just one of the hurdles we encounter when looking at different initiatives. You also have the privacy problem and concerns and related legal barriers, and the trust that the public has in AI methods. So together with data, these are, I think, the main hurdles that we encountered. And interesting to see is that the higher the potential of the AI initiative is, the more we encounter this kind of hurdles. And I have a good explanation for that. When looking at our living repository, we see that we have used a very broad definition of AI. That's the OECD definition, which defines an AI system as a machine-based system capable of influencing the environment by producing predictions, recommendations, or decisions. And using that definition, we find several small-scale working systems, such as decision support systems and scheduling systems that are not dependent on big data. But however, when the large data sets are required to train and validate the system, most initiatives stumble over one of the hurdles that I just mentioned. And that's a kind of a dilemma. I expect more questions about that, but when we are talking about impact of the AI initiative, how do you define that? On the one hand, we have simple methods for which not so many data are needed. On the other hand, we have initiatives with very high potential, but based on deep learning and data, big data. And that's the current problem we encounter today.
Thank you very much. Alison.
Yeah, well, thank you again for this question, because it is so important. And throughout our research, we thought it was very important to sort of include members of the data governance working group to hear their perspective on novel approaches to making sure people retain autonomy over the data that they're sharing and that it not be breached from a privacy perspective. And something that we found as offering a really interesting solution to these types of challenges is that of data trusts. And something that these data trusts offer is the potential for people to consent to the way that their data is being used, to retain a degree of autonomy over their data, and to have, this data sharing process really make sure that it respects the rights and the values of the people involved. I think data trusts are still in their early phases. The concept is that those whose data is being shared have someone who is responsible for overseeing the management of that data and communicating decisions about the way that that data is being used back to members of that data trust. And there is potential in the context, again, of the data trust for the data to become more interoperable if it's just a matter of, communicating between collectives in this way between the data trusts and making sure that the data is available in a similar way across groups. But that's an area for further research, but it's very important and is at least a sign of an interesting solution that's already been found to this type of challenge.
Thank you very much. I think we do have another question, front row, actually. Thank you so much.
Hi. Thank you very much for the presentation. I have a question concerning governance, and especially related to this democratization of drug discovery, which in principle can be a great idea, but I get some vision of people discovering data in their garages and all kinds of strange combinations. How do you see that this process can be governed and organized in a way that is conducting of proper drug discovery instead of a wild west of discoveries?
Alison, please.
So let me...
Alice, please. No, go ahead, Alice, and then
I just have a just a very short answer. That is a very good question, and that's why we're asking for your participation, especially if you are here from governments, right? So we need to really talk in concrete terms about how we can govern this entire process. And this, what we're talking about right now, is just the beginning of this discussion. And Alison?
Yes, thank you. So in our report, we talk about the potential of having an international health organization managing how this data is distributed. And theoretically, they could also manage the purposes for which this data is being used. And we've suggested that organizations like DNDi or GARD-P that are already tasked with coming up with global healthcare solutions and have many member countries on board be the ones responsible to handle questions like that.
Thank you so much. Do we have another question or another reaction, or maybe some return on experience from another working group that wants to share probably an idea or initiative out there? Françoise.
Thank you. Of course, from the innovation and commercialization group, I'm going to ask a nasty question, which is about stupid thing. Innovation, I understand the process. Commercialization, that is to say, where is the business model? I don't get it.
Please, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess exactly the use case that we're concerned with is where there is not a good business model, which is why we think this is an area where it needs to be up to the state to intervene. And the cases where private industry is already addressing a significant healthcare need, the need for government intervention is lower, but it's these cases where the drugs do not have a long-term profitability where we think that someone needs to step in and help fill this gap.
Does anyone else want to answer the question, either being online or here in Paris? Here in Paris, Alison, of course.
So something I just want to quickly add is that I guess this is a very important challenge. How do we motivate companies to become involved in the drug discovery process? And yes, the context is one in which the market doesn't naturally give rise to this type of research and development. And that's why we think it's important for government to stimulate that research. But the idea is that the governments will make it sufficiently profitable to engage in that type of work. A, through the use of grants, but B, through other sort of sui generis laws that we've also been exploring. We've been talking about the fact that companies that share the data that come from their research and development, if that data is then used in a profitable product, they could potentially receive a percentage of those profits in a framework called FRAND-based royalties. So, you know, being paid in a way that's fair, accountable, transparent. I can't remember all the words in the acronym, but the idea is, you know, there's potential there in receiving royalties on the product that's been successful. Another idea is potentially there's going to be willingness to engage in this type of scheme if companies are provided some level of recognition in a way that is of value to them. The other way that this could be valued by the market is the government's establishing some sort of post hoc value of that research to the future global health issues. So this is also something that we want to continue exploring because, of course, it is important that the companies recognize a valuable exchange because if they were to keep this data private, they could secure all sorts of benefits that are excludable to other members of the drug discovery ecosystem. So I welcome you to reach out to talk more about questions like that.
And your answer actually definitely follows up with the question which was posted online by one of the members of the audience: what may be the barriers to the adoption of the drug discovery recommendations by government? If someone wants to probably have an additional answer on this very question. No, not really.
I think from my perspective,
please go ahead.
Not really being involved in the, so not being really involved in the drug discovery project, I think having seen the explosion of innovation AI through, for instance, Kaggle competitions for image processing and that sort of thing, I think the controlled exposure of data to allow innovation against it is going to, recognise lots of opportunities. So I feel like the benefits of that democratization that Alice and Elliot were talking about outweigh some of those, maybe the risks. I mean, I think there's got to be some careful control of the data, but opening it up and allowing that innovation for smaller companies and startups, I think is going to be beneficial in the long run.
Thank you so much. Do we have another question? We do.
Here.
Here over there, and then we will get back to you, sir.
So my question would be maybe from the other side, right? So if we talk about COVID crisis and the rest, right? So one level is drug discovery, vaccines, and all the rest. But one very important factor is also perception of broader public, right? Will they take vaccines? Will they take drugs and so on, right? So are you aware on this perception modeling, right? Either globally, nationally, and so on, right? So because maybe we can have perfect drug, but if nobody is really taking it, then it's a waste of time, right? So could you comment on that aspect? I would just refer to what epidemiologists are using. This is so-called held belief model, right? So this is something which it's being done, but usually through surveys, not by AI or even in real time, what would be actually needed now. So could you comment maybe on that front?
I'm happy to add a comment on that, if you like.
Sure, go ahead.
So I'm aware of some epidemiological models which are considering the effect of, for example, influences. And so how does the effect of information flowing through the epidemiological model then affect the uptake of, for instance, vaccines or even mask wearing? And so how does this sort of spread of information through the network also then affect the spread of behavior through the network that then hopefully reduces the spread of the disease through the network? So I think a lot of the agent-based modeling or the epidemiological modeling can incorporate some of that behavior you're talking about. And in fact, there's some of the initiatives we looked at which considers the effect of all kinds of non-medical based interventions, such as mask wearing, social distancing, and so on. And I think part of what's worked in New Zealand is actually exposing some of that modelling to the population, so then people understand the effect of mask wearing, of the lockdowns. And so I think you can, with modelling, you can show people the effect of some of these interventions, whether it's vaccinations or, you know, the less medical ones, and hopefully then you can get them to understand the effect of staying at home will have on the entire public health. So I think some modelling, adding that behaviour into the modelling, and then showing it to people is one way to really help influence people's uptake.
Alison? Or Alice? I don't know who wants to jump in.
Alice, if you wanted to say something, you're welcome to chime in. No.
No.
Okay.
Okay. Alison, though?
Well, the only thing I was going to say is it's a huge problem, and one that I don't think I would do justice to answering in the context of this research, purely because the work that we were doing was really about the problem of this research and development not even happening in the first place, let alone people not using it once it's been developed. So I just wanted to sort of clarify that the scope of this work was really in the very early stages of developing the drugs, making sure they're properly deployed, making sure they're well suited to the global health needs that already exist. But a later problem, and one that needs to be very deeply considered, is how are we going to make sure sufficient numbers of people do willingly choose to take that technology once it's been developed, namely the drugs. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Last question with you, sir.
Yeah, returning to the question of the business model or incentive, I'm curious, you know, what you outlined is a kind of funding to do research with perhaps some upside, but how do you contrast that to something like Operation Warp Speed, where instead you have a guaranteed market to say, look, you know, it's going to be worth X to us to have this capability, which I suppose wouldn't just apply to new drugs, but could also apply to, you know, having proven capacity for doing tests for the next pandemic, or having, you know, an ability to produce the next mRNA vaccine at scale rather than having to ramp up in an emergency. So I'm curious how you contrast those two models.
I would say that we don't necessarily choose between either of those two models in the report. Like, we discussed a variety of options, and the push-pull mechanisms that would have been used for the COVID vaccines are one of the options that we outline as being something that could be potentially useful again in the future. Like, we know that antibiotics will have an immense value to society, so potentially there should just be some remuneration for someone willing to take on that challenge.
Any other complementary answer or voice around this panel? No? Okay.
Yeah,
so,
maybe
okay, let's go, Paul.
Okay, no, I just wanted to add that, yeah, I heard yesterday from President Macron that he will spend a lot of money for development of AI, but a message that I would like to give is that part of that money should be reserved for creating an optimal ecosystem in which academics and industry can develop our projects into useful and profitable applications. It's not sufficient to fund research projects for industry or for research centers. There is more is needed to obtain an optimal ecosystem. And I don't have a clear solution for that. But I'm quite sure that the government is needed, and not just for giving money and funding projects.
Thanks for the tip. Thank you so much. And Samuel, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I'll just go back to the comment on one gentleman had made on limitations and due to hesitancy. We had seen this was the case with at least one of the initiatives that we had looked at. There was public uptake wasn't possible because there were concerns about privacy preservation. And so this, complementing the comment that Paul had just made, I think that this highlights the fact that even if AI systems are developed to achieve some end, there are limitations to what AI systems can achieve on the ground. Even if these check the boxes in terms of interoperability, scalability, data governance, there are real-world barriers to implementation. Onboarding costs of technologies are really high. Not just real physical costs and these political costs. It's less feasible to introduce these technologies in times of uncertainty and crisis. And around the world, and particularly in the global south, procurement procedures can vary substantially from one setting to the next. So it can be very bureaucratic or protracted in resource-constrained settings. So I think that we should use this time in between pandemics, or God forbid, or hopefully we won't have one anytime soon. But as Paul mentioned, we should be using this time to build and maintain capacities that we have in terms of readiness to apply the tools that we've developed the next time we need to.
Thank you very much, Samuel, for your contribution. That's all time we have for. Maybe a little wrap up, super quick with you, Paul and Alison. What should we take away from the work and the step forward?
Yeah, let me start and I'll hand over to Paul
Alice.
for closing. Okay, so I know this was, we need so much more time than we just had. This is just the beginning of a very serious and important and deep discussions that we can have about these really important problems. I hope that all of you have enjoyed our session. And as Alison mentioned earlier, there are ways for you to get involved. If you're interested in how AI can help drug discovery, please do get in contact with Alison and Elliot. And we would also love to keep hearing your feedback on both projects. And you can get in touch with us via CEMIA, which is the GPAI's Montreal Center of Expertise. And we will be looking for a partner on our next phase of work on drug discovery. So we're expecting to put out a call for proposals very soon. So please do keep an eye out for that if you have an interest and some expertise in that area. And Paul?
Yeah, thank you. What we are also going to do is we have now the living repository and a selection of a few promising initiatives. And we're going to select, we'll go select 1 to 3 attractive initiatives and see whether we can scale them up. Of course, the difficulty we encounter at this moment is to define how impactful they are. And as I said already, the applications with the most impact are those based on deep learning and need big data. And then we encounter all these hurdles that we have discussed today, while on the other hand, smaller systems that use and that need less data and are typically based on mathematical models and optimizations have a smaller impact, but they are useful today. So one of the main problems we will encounter in the near future is how are we going to select 1, 2, or 3 initiatives and scale them up, such that they can be used on a broader scale and have more impact on the world. So anybody who wants to, or who has good suggestions about such a selection, the living repository is available, so you can look at it. all suggestions are welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much to all of you around this panel for your perspective and for diving in the way AI can definitely help in the fight against pandemic. You are released from duty on this stage or online. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you again. And now, as Samuel would put it, let's use this time in between pandemics, that's quite optimistic, to dive into a discussion about impactful AI. Our upcoming panel joins me now on stage to actually have the discussion. It's a clean mic, actually. I don't know if it's sticky, but it's clean at least. Okay, in between pandemics, huh? So, yes, this session, and I'm really happy to have such incredible experts around the table right now joining us, because this session is a joint side event with the Paris Biz Forum. And yes, we're definitely going to dive into this question: can tech impact on society for good? Equity, diversity and inclusion. Can AI be a powerful tool to achieve UN's SDG? Dr. Catherine Regis, you're definitely here with us on this panel. You're going to be the co-moderator of this session, and you're a professor of law at the University of Montreal. Dr. Virginia Digum, you're the professor of responsible AI at the Department of Computing Science of Umea University. I hope I'm not totally mispronouncing it. Founding member of ALI, the Dutch AI Alliance. Dr. Catherine Gentelet, you're the Associate Professor, Department of Social Sciences and Sociology, University of Quebec, and holder of the Chair ENS-OBIA, I'm so sorry, I can't read so many different abbreviations here, AI and social justice, which is definitely what we need today around this table. It's Karine, and it's Karine. Okay, there you go. And now, live from Mexico and Japan, Wanda Munoz, inclusion, gender, and humanitarian disarmament expert at the Human Security Network in Latin America in Mexico, and Dr. Takanori Shibata, Chief Senior Research Scientist, Human Informatics Research Institute, National Institute of Advanced Industrial Science and Technology in Japan. All that being said, now, Catherine, as you are the co-moderator of this session, I'll definitely pass it on the mic to you. What is the link between AI and SDGs?
I'm not sure this is is it working?
It is.
Okay, wonderful. So, bonjour à toutes et tous. Je suis vraiment ravie d'être avec vous aujourd'hui. So, just to start, I'm going to give you a bit of information about the objective of this panel. So, as you mentioned, Marjorie, the question you want to ask during this panel is how to ensure equity, diversity, and inclusion in AI through the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. So equity, diversity, and inclusion touch upon different challenges for gender, communities, and marginalized groups, for countries with different incomes, intergenerational equities, and others. And a bit of background on the SDGs very briefly. They are a global call for action to promote prosperity while protecting the planet, and they were adopted by all the UN member states in 2015. There are 17 of the SDGs. They cover an extensive range of objectives, such as to reduce inequality, gender equality, a good health and well-being, and climate action. The SDG framework is key for many reasons, including the fact that it acts, or at least it should, as a prioritization tool, including in the AI field. And considering the social orientation of the SDGs and their principle and promise to leave no one behind, they remind us of the importance to include equity, diversity, and inclusion into AI design, development, and implementation. Yet, AI can have a dual impact. They can either contribute to the attainment of the SDGs, or it can perpetuate bias and inequality, therefore undermining its value to the SDG agenda. And the latter effect will be especially true if marginalized populations are not included in AI decisions, regulation, policymaking, and throughout the AI process. And this dual effect has been mentioned by different actors, including by Amina Mohamed, the Deputy Secretary General of the UN. So we need to build capacity for the governance of responsible AI, which include using the SDG framework as a critical target, and this is something important for the GPAI. And this could include capacity to engage in international normative processes, to develop meaningful and robust accountability tools, to organize dialogue and coordination among various AI stakeholders, and to better assess and deploy relevant tools to govern AI. And I believe as an international community, we have a shared responsibility to develop an inclusive agenda and make sure that AI development will follow a path integrating global and diverse needs, including those of women and historically marginalized groups. So some panelists today will discuss the main question of this panel from a broad perspective and explain how AI and SDGs are connected, and others will build on specific cases or experiences that illustrate the connection between equity, diversity, and inclusions with the SDGs. So thank you very much for being here. This is an amazing panel. I'm very excited about it, and back to you, Marjorie.
Thank you very much indeed. Maybe Virginia, let's start with you first, because I know that you have led and contributed to initiative on responsible artificial intelligence and on the ethics of AI for years, to be frank, and in very different contexts, which make the experience even more appreciated here on this stage. In 2020, you also co-authored the groundbreaking publication, The Role of Artificial Intelligence in Achieving Sustainable Development Goals. There you go. Perfect match. And I would just wanted to know, based on your amazing experience again, if we try to seek balance in between the risks and opportunities of AI to achieve those SDGs, where would you actually position yourself in between those risks and opportunities?
Wow, somewhere in the middle, I Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. And indeed, we published in 2020, but it's work that started already in 2018. What we did was to analyze many reports, publications, talked with experts in all different ways, analyzing where is AI being described in connection, explicit connection with the SDGs. What we from this research, what came out is that AI is been mentioned in all this huge amount of resources, is mentioned in positive connection with most of the targets, so all of the SDGs and most of the targets in very specific and explicit ways. It is also mentioned as in a negative impact for several of the targets and several of the SDGs. What came from that analysis as well is that whereas the positive impact is usually in very focused, very specific case studies, applications, and so on, the negative impacts are much more generic, in terms of discrimination, in terms of bias, in terms of environmental impact, and so on. So in a sense, the negative impact of AI can be much more widespread in the SDGs than the very specific topics. At the moment, we are continuing that work, or at least part of that work. We have been doing some semi-automated analysis of the AI strategies of most countries, at least the ones we could identify that were published also in English. And there, actually the view that comes from there is much more bleak. It's much more in terms of, there is very little explicit attention for the SDGs in the international strategies from many different countries. When it appears, is usually more in terms of generic things like education, like fairness and so on. But there is very, very little explicit impact for the SDGs in the national strategies, which I think is something that also GPAI can address. Going back to where we are in between, I think there are two things which we really need to take into account. The first one is that AI doesn't do nothing. We do things with AI. AI is a technology, is, like has been said several times in these days, a general purpose technology. So there is not something of AI ethics or responsible AI. No, there is our own ethics on our using AI, our own responsibility to the ways we use AI. So we need to understand AI in the way that has been discussed in these days and in most of the narrative at the moment, not so much as a technology per se, but as a social technical ecosystem. And when we address the SDGs, when we address the responsibility, the issues of fairness, of equity, of discrimination, and so on, we really need to address the institutions, the organizations, the people involved, and not try too much to focus on a mathematical or computational solution to all of this, because that's not where we will find a solution. At the same time, I think that when we talk about SDGs, when we talk about these issues of responsibility, of fairness, and so on, often comes the discussion about, yes, that's all great, but it will go against innovation. And there I think, and I really want to make it very explicit, we are looking at innovation from a completely wrong way. We look at innovation as the right to use existing technology as it is. So we have this technology now, and we want to innovate, meaning we want to use it without no constraints. We just want to go and use it. If we really are taking innovation seriously, then nothing better than the SDGs, nothing better than the issues of responsibility, of ethics, of fairness, and so on, as a stepping stone for the innovation. It's really the way which will lead the technology, which will lead the use, the development into ways forward. It's not just about using the technology as it is. We really need to go forward. And if we take the SDGs as the ways to go forward, then we really have a great impact on the SDGs, but also exactly the business differentiation, the new companies, the new innovations which can come from there. So I think that we really need to see both as a combination, as acceleration and a motivation for innovation, and not as a kind of inhibition of innovation.
Very interesting, actually, not being bewildered by the innovation we're creating and fostering out there, but just try to understand better how we can be driven by the purpose itself to use technology for the better, I guess, Catherine.
Yes, so thank you for emphasizing the fact that AI is a socio-technical phenomenon. It's very important. So now I think we need to move on to Wanda Munoz, who's on virtually there. So hi, Wanda, and I want to thank her because she put a lot of energy in putting this panel together. So thank you very much, Wanda. So I have a question for you now. So you work on policies and programs that contribute to implementing the rights of women and girls, persons with disability, and victims of conflict in different sectors. So based on your experience on public policy, gender, and human rights, what measures should we take to ensure AI incorporates diversity, equity, and inclusion systematically, and therefore that is truly a key tool to achieve SDGs? Big question for you, Wanda.
Big question. Thank you very much, dear Catherine. Can you hear me?
Yes, sure. Very well.
Okay, great. Well, it is a great pleasure to be here with you and with our colleagues, even virtually. So for a few years now, there have been discussions about how AI can support the achievement of the SDGs, which is most welcome because we need all the help that we can get. But in my view, we could, and indeed we should do much more to promote, encourage, and even demand that artificial intelligence leaves no one behind. Indeed, the Sustainable Development Goals are based on this very principle. According to the UN, and I quote, "Leaving no one behind means taking concrete steps to reduce the inequalities that undermine the potential of individuals and of humanity as a whole. This entails combating discrimination and rising inequalities within and among countries." So with this in mind, I don't think we can truly talk about AI for the SDGs without questioning if and how AI is being developed and deployed with clear objectives, methodologies, budgets, and monitoring frameworks that really leave no one behind. Now, I suspect maybe some of you that have less experience on the SDG may think all these are buzzwords or development jargon, but it is not. Methodologies to apply these principles exist and are actually continually being improved and implemented with our colleagues from UNDP, UNICEF, UNFPA, of course, UNESCO, international NGO, and grassroots organizations who are at the core of SDG implementation, such as those of women, persons with disabilities, migrants, people living with HIV, survivors of gender-based violence, indigenous populations, victims of conflict, those living in rural and remote areas, and many others who should be around this table. SDGs, but we do not have partnerships with these organizations, if we do not consider their priorities, if we do not share our resources equally, then in the best case scenario, the impact of AI will be limited. And in the worst case scenario, it will actually contribute to strengthening factors of exclusion that this group face every day. So what can we do? First of all, keep in mind that poverty reduction, access to health, education, employment are very complex issues that need multi-layered, participatory, sustainable responses to have a long-term impact. AI is indeed very powerful, but we have to see it as it is one more tool that can be a facilitator under certain conditions for what we want to achieve through larger policy responses. I also want to say that I'm excited by Minister Cedric O's statement yesterday, calling for the GPAI to be a leader in global ethical and regulatory frameworks for AI. I could not agree more with this vision, and it made me very happy to be part of the GPAI, but this will only be possible if we include more countries from the Global South in the discussion. And specifically in the area of AI for the FDGs, I would say that we need to focus on implementing these following elements. First, ensure that all the projects that claim to use AI for the SDG really include the full and effective participation of the final population they aim to benefit, and work with organizations of marginalized groups. So for this, we need, for starters, political will, gender and diversity-sensitive budgets and programming, interdisciplinary teams, and training to improve the knowledge, attitudes, and practices on these issues of everyone involved in different aspects of AI. Two, we need to learn more about what gender equality means in practice, because gender in AI, as in everywhere else, is not just about bias. It is about challenging the gender norms and stereotypes that perpetuate gender inequality throughout the AI cycle. So actually, I want to be a little bit ambitious, and I would like to challenge us in the GPAI to commit to adopting a formal gender and diversity policy that should be applied and monitored throughout our working groups and in all the governance instances. And I particularly encourage countries with a feminist foreign policy to be champions for this issue. We need you. Three, we need to incorporate human rights indicators to evaluate artificial intelligence systems and monitor to what extent they effectively contribute and link to the specific SDG targets and progress indicators already established at national level. Four, international cooperation can play a key role. There are already very high standards for international development programs that have been developed in collaboration, for instance, with the European Union, l'Agence Française de Développement, the Canadian International Development Agency. So those that fund or work on AI for the SDGs should be expected to implement these same standards and nothing less. And five, we should also discuss about AI in terms of access to power and resources. And I imagine that maybe some of you here, possibly the ones that have most power and resources, may not particularly like this point to be put in the agenda, but it is fundamental. We need to ask ourselves, who decides what AI for SDGs priorities should be and why? Who participates in the discussions related to AI strategies, policies, and legislation, and who is excluded? And who decides what is considered acceptable use of AI? Let me share one example from my disarmament work. There are millions, if not billions of dollars being spent, or some of us would say misspent, on AI in different aspects of the military. And a few countries are even resisting the call of the majority for a legally binding instrument on autonomous weapon systems, risking nothing less than the right to life. We cannot and we will not let that happen. Colleagues, to conclude, let us be honest. What we need today to ensure our collective security is gender equality, access to health, social protection, decent jobs, climate justice. These are the sectors in which AI should be focused and demonstrate results based on human rights and on the highest international development standards. It's up to us to raise the bar, and really together I think we have both the responsibility and the possibility to make this happen. Please find out about some of these issues in the great discussion paper that Dr. Regis and her team prepared and that we will be circulating shortly. Thank you very much, and I truly look forward to discussing with you not only in
You're frozen, so I guess you are finished, Wanda? Can you hear? Okay, good. Okay, so thank you very much for this interesting and very insightful presentation. What I really like about what you mentioned is the fact that not only you really are focused about the vision we need to have to make this happen, but you really propose concrete means. And this is something we were really concerned about when we work on this panel, is how to make sure that we just don't talk about SDGs and AI from a very broad perspective, but we make sure that at the end of the day, we also end up with options and concrete ways to make accountable people who hold power in this field and really have the means to make things happen and change. So I don't know if you have any comment before we move on to the other, I think it's Karine, the next one? Or
we're going to move on to Takanori and then back to Karine here on stage.
Okay, wonderful. So do you have any comment about what would be the main challenge to actually achieve the methodology or the process, the roadmap you kind of propose with your intervention, if you have to name one?
I think the main challenge, Catherine, is always the commitment. If you have the commitment and the motivation, you will find the resources and you will have the time because you will dedicate them. And this I say it not only here in the context of AI, but it's what we see with the other services where we work in different sectors. If you want to be inclusive, if you really want to respond to the to gender inequality, first, you take the political commitment, and then you work on a plan of action, you work with other stakeholders, you mobilize the budget. So I think in the GPAI, we can find this political commitment to look for the concrete steps to move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, speaking of concrete solutions, let's zero in one very specific topic, which is definitely at the heart and core of many SDGs here, and this is definitely mental health. Of course, it's been a main concern throughout this pandemic, and it's still something what we need to address today. And I wanted to address actually this question with you, Tanakari, because you're the inventor of Paro, which is a robot that promotes physical and emotional health in the patients who interact with them, including persons living with dementia. Paro is already in operation in different continents. So how can we make sure and ensure that Paro truly responds to the needs and rights of persons living with dementia?
Thank you. Bonjour, Paris. Can I have a slide?
Yes. You will in a few seconds, I'm sure.
I think they are there, actually.
There you go. You have a first slide. I'm not sure if you do see the slide.
Yeah, okay, so this is the contents of my talk. So there are 3 items. First, I'll explain about Paro. That is a baby seal robot. And also that is a medical device in the US and also in Europe. And second, I'll explain how we integrate Paro into society. And third, we're trying to expand Paro and other technology to less industrialized countries. And I'll explain some ways. And this is map of the world. And in the darker blue color means higher ratio of elderly people who are more than 65 years old. And the top map is in 2015. And the lower one is 2050. As you can see, most continents, except Africa, we are having the aging issues. Next, please. And this explains about dementia. So far, there are about 50 million people in the world who are suffering from dementia. But by 2030, that will become 75 million people. And as for the cost of welfare and medical services for dementia, in 2018, it was estimated about $1 trillion US. And by 2030, it will become $2 trillion US. Next, please. And this is Paro. And this is one of the examples of embodied AI. And Paro has many kinds of sensors and actuators, and also artificial intelligence to control Paro. Especially Paro has learning functions. And when I developed Paro, we needed to comply with existing regulations, especially for medical devices. And also we need to consider the ethical issue. So next one, please. Paro was evaluated in the national project in Denmark on the dementia care. And it was from 2006 to 2008. And at that time, Danish Council of Ethics concerned about social robots. And they had a long discussion for more than half a year. And finally, they had 4 recommendations. So one of them is that they concerned about the monitoring and privacy. So Paro doesn't have CCD camera, and also Paro is not connected to internet. It's for ethics issue. Next, please. And also Paro is not replacing people, but Paro enhances the skill of the therapists and caregivers. So in order to train the people, we organized the one-day seminar for license to use Paro in person-centered care. And next piece. We also organized users meeting because we asked the users to document their usage of Paro and also evaluate Paro. And we got feedback from them in the users meetings. Next, please. And of course, Paro has been used for dementia care, and also Paro has been used for other people who have disabilities and also mental disorder. And the municipalities, like local government in Denmark, support the 100% of the cost of introduction of Paro to such facilities when the people have the license in the facility. Next, please. Oh, sorry, that is a map of the Paro, a map of the world, and also Paro has been used in more than 30 countries. Next, please. So this is a evidentiary pyramid in evidence-based medicine. So higher part of the evidences have high-quality evidence. As for Paro, there are more than 10 randomized controlled trials which have shown the therapeutic effect of Paro. And also there are some meta-analyses. Next, please. So Paro has very strong evidence. So this is one of the examples of the result of meta-analysis. So the results have shown that Paro improved the behavioral and psychological symptoms of dementia. Next, please. In the US, Paro is a biofeedback medical device in class 2 by the FDA. And now Paro can be prescribed for diagnosis of anxiety, pain, depression, agitation, and so on. of the patients with dementia, cancer, PTSD, brain injury, Parkinson's disease, and so on. Then public medical insurance, Medicare, and private medical insurance accept reimbursement. Next, please. So this is an example of a prescription of the biofeedback therapy with PARO for depression. Next, please. In France, the APHP and some other organizations evaluated PARO. Next, please. As for APHP in Paris, so they gave us an award, the patient trophy, because PARO was admitted as innovation of non-pharmacological therapy for dementia. Next, please. And now there are a lot of PAROs in France. And some local governments support 100% of the cost of introduction of PARO to EPAR and some others. Next, please. In the UK, NICE guideline introduced PARO as non-pharmacological therapy for dementia. And it has high quality evidence. Next, please. So some hospitals of NHS use, and also the elderly facilities are using PARO. And this picture shows the case at Chelsea and Westminster Hospital NHS in London. And this picture was taken in August 2020 during COVID-19 pandemic. The protocol of cleaning and disinfection was admitted that can keep PARO clean. Next, please. And this is in Hong Kong. And they evaluated PARO. Next, please. And now the Hong Kong government has been supporting 100% of the cost of PARO for elderly facilities and hospitals since 2019. Next, please. PARO can be used not only for elderly people, but also for children. So left picture shows a case at pediatric intensive care unit in the US. And the right one is a case of a cancer child in Uruguay and during chemotherapy. So PARO doesn't cause problem of crossover with other necessary medication, but PARO can avoid using unnecessary medications. Next, please. And in order to introduce PARO and new technology to the less industrialized countries, I think investigation of acceptance is very important. So this picture shows a case of Kenya. And as for right picture, a young soldier has very nice smile while interacting with PARO. So I think PARO can be accepted in Kenya well. Next, please. And this one is the case in Egypt. And the PARO was well accepted by cancer children at a hospital. Next, please. Oh, I think, thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Merci à vous. Back to you, back to Paris, actually, back on set, and back to our next guest, of course.
Yes, so now we're moving on to Dr. Gentelet, Professor Gentelet, or Karine. So you have worked extensively with indigenous people and human right, on human rights and AI. Could you share with us some of your lessons learned and good practices to ensure that AI truly responds to their needs, rights, and priority? And what is the link between these issues and gender equality? Floor is yours.
Thank you, Catherine, and thank you, Catherine and Vanna, for the invitation. I'm very happy to be there. Yes, I work with indigenous people for, 20 years now, so I have a lot of lessons I've learned, and I decided to choose 5, so it has been a tough choices. The first lesson is it's not all about AI, meaning that this is true for indigenous people, but also for many groups that have been historically, socially, and economically marginalized, including gender minorities. Although biases continue to be thought as technological problems, they are societal above all. So fixing biases at the technical level won't solve the root of the problem, but instead offers a false sense of conformity that doesn't concretely address systemic and societal discriminations. What is needed is a dynamic and intersectional approach to exclusion and marginalization. AI has to be one of the tools among others, but definitely not the solution and not an end in itself. The second lesson I've learned is forget about one-size-fits-all approaches and social good labels. What matters here is the context. We need to consider historical and political context. The current realities of many groups are still defined through this context. So basically, top-down approaches and at the large scale are more at risk of missing their goals. Why? Because neglecting to take into account contextual and systemic issues has the consequence of disconnecting people from their realities and from their life experiences. So I found what is promoted in AI is still very universalistic, or with an equalizing lens, both in its design, its deployment, as well as in its impact. Once again, structural dimension must be taken into account, including intersectionality of profile and needs, as well as contextual, societal, economic, political, historic, and geographic dynamics. The third lesson now, respect and support agency and sovereignty principles. Groups that have been marginalized, and I don't say vulnerable, I say on purpose marginalized, such as indigenous people, has reflected on their issue, their needs and rights. Even if they don't have any digital literacy, doesn't mean that they don't know what they want or what they have experienced. And there are already some initiative guidelines of works done by some groups on data sovereignty, for example, and I'm referring to some works done by indigenous group on fair principle, care principle, or CAP principle. There have been also many calls for action defined by a need to work in full collaboration with individuals and groups through co-building systems that would be deployed in marginalized community. This collaboration implies the importance of respecting their right to consent and their right to say no. And a refusal doesn't necessarily mean a lack of interest or literacy. It might also be a red flag about the inadequacy of the suggested solutions. So respect of the right to consent and of any protocols or rule about information and data sovereignty designed by this group is crucial. The fourth lesson now. Concrete, mobilizable, and accessible tools and protection. Current approaches don't offer any concrete protection to individuals and groups because they are not easily mobilizable. They must be functional tools that intervene at different stages, tools that must allow us to grasp the societal issue and not only legal risk. These tools must take into account the perspective of the people involved. They must be bottom-up and not just top-down. They must involve individuals and groups, getting them to define and describe what they are experiencing through an inclusive process of participation that allow them to advocate for their particular needs. Call it accountability, call it governance or data trust, but these approaches must reinforce human agency and autonomy through realistic, scalable, easily mobilizable and accessible tools, and based on concepts that are meaningful to individuals, groups, and communities, rather than a very high-level legal jargon they don't understand. And I use jargon on purpose because this is their words. The fifth lesson now. Let's talk about justice. This is why my team and I are now advocating for including the concept on justice into the conversation. Justice is a concept that allows to talk about accountability, transparency, responsibility, but it is defined by the people who are affected, and it will empower them by advancing their own definition of justice. An approach based on justice allows to think in terms of social justice and not just human rights violations. It allows a transversal approach that cuts across multiple sectors, and level, making it difficult to think in a one-fits-all fashion. Finally, it allows to grasp the human person, including data as an extension of their identity, as well as the societal consequences and structural character of discrimination. I will conclude on saying that what is also underlying the lessons I've learned is decolonization. And I think this is now an issue that we will need to address as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karine. You mentioned very important points. Let me pick up on one, actually. So you mentioned that we have to move away from top-down approaches, which is kind of natural for a legal scholar like me, but to more contextual approaches. Can you expand a little bit more on what it means and how we can do that and how we can combine this with regulation more broadly?
Very simple. Ask people what they experience in, and ask them, when you, for example, you are starting to design a system, for example, include the people and try to design the system from their needs instead of, especially when we talk, and it could be really said by most of my indigenous colleagues, but from a lot of other groups, people think for them and define their needs without them. So maybe a good methodology will be to include these people from the start of the conversation of designing any tools and see, what kind of impact it could have on them, because they know what kind of impact it could have on them.
In policy making as well.
Exactly.
Sure. Back to you, Marjorie.
Very crucial points indeed in here. Now let's open our segment for question and answers. You know what to do. If you do have a question, just raise your hand or post it directly on the streaming platform. We have a question first row, and may I just use this time in between pandemics to remind our speakers online that I can be live anytime, so you'd rather really be looking at your camera right now. Thank you.
When we started preparing for that session on AI for SDG, building upon what Wanda said, we started from one position, which is that how can we render more operational the intersection of AI and SDG in practice, knowing that with the SDG we have, in a way, a constitution. We know what we want to build AI for. It's 190 countries, we have goals, sub-goals, KPIs, so we have a track, we have a way to go. Wanda challenged us in her comments saying that we need to do more. The Global Partnership on AI is slated to evolve in the future. One way to move this point of agenda closer to the mission of GPAI would be, for example, to recommend the creation of a working group on AI for SDG. These working groups that we have today are not necessarily set in stone for the years to come. That's right. Building upon what Wanda said, trying to be creative, trying to be imaginative, to look at how we can move on that agenda, which is so important and so difficult. I want to ask from you and ask from the panelists and challenge the panelists over the how, and particularly vis-a-vis how GPAI could evolve in the future.
So I can comment on that. Maybe perhaps you want to start, Wanda, since been mentioned specifically.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Nicolas, for the question and for your interest in this topic. First of all, let me say that I totally agree with Karine's intervention, and I think these words are key: intersectionality, lived experience, contextual and geographic dynamics. So I hope we can build on that. Then to come back to the question of Nicolas, I think the idea of having I'm not sure a working group or a project, but I think we have to have something dedicated to this topic in the GPAI, because in addition to the great work that you have been doing on climate change and other topics, I think the issues that we are putting in the table today are cross-cutting issues, and they apply to all of the SDGs. So the SDG framework is very comprehensive. There has been a lot of work. So we need to build on those methodologies and not start from nothing or not taking into consideration those standards. So I agree with Nicolas, and I propose you to think about how specifically we can make this a systematic discussion within the GPAI, as well as a gender and diversity policy in the GPAI.
Yeah. Oh, you want to go ahead, Virginia?
I may add a little bit on this. Yes, I think that probably it's good to have a working group at GPAI working on SDGs. What I think it's definitely important is to, and like I said, from this analysis that we are doing of national strategies, hardly any AI national strategies refers to the SDGs explicitly, and most of them, they don't refer to it even implicitly. So that's something to do concretely from a more structural, institutional way, really move the countries involved and all other countries to take this combination seriously, to really put the work, the combination of AI and SDGs together in their strategies and make some concrete steps to it. On the other hand, like I said as well, a lot of what is being done which benefits SDGs, in particular with AI, are very explicit, very specific types of solutions. There is definitely not a one-size-fits-all, but there is also many different techniques, many different types of approaches, and that makes it maybe a bit more difficult to organize together. But what we can do is really to amplify and to showcase this type of initiatives instead of trying to come up with more initiatives, but really showcase what's there, which is maybe difficult because they are so broad and so different, in opposition to the cases in which is working against SDGs, which are kind of more clear, clean-cut things.
Yeah, so I fully agree with Virginia and Wanda, but I just want to mention that we have also started to work on a discussion document, and the purpose of this document is to end up with co-construction mechanisms that will develop concrete accountability mechanisms for different stakeholders in the AI ecosystem to make sure that we are very sensitive and make progress towards equity, diversity, and inclusion. So stay tuned if you are interested by this work. I think it's going to be very interesting. We're going to work more and more on it. So yeah, concrete project.
Thank you very much. Let's take a second question, sir.
Thank you. I have to disagree with my friend Nico. I don't think creating a special group on SDGs is the best way to go. By the way, I recall the mandate, for example, of the Responsible Development, Use and Governance, the full name, of AI Working Group is to foster and contribute to the responsible development, use and governance of human-centered AI systems in congruence with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So this is already written explicitly in our mission. And for example, we presented the climate action. This is SDG 13. We mentioned the social media governance. This is related to SDG 16. So I think we are already contributing to that. And of course, drug discovery is clearly one other example. What I would like to stress is that maybe first, GPAI should be more inclusive of emerging countries, because this is also would be a great way that new members come from these countries, and actually they are the most impacted by the objectives actually of the SDGs. Another thing, and this is now a question to the panel, how do you have any concrete suggestions, measures to increase digital, but not only digital, it's technological actually, literacy, and to be more inclusive of the impacted population and indigenous population, for example, in the design, development of AI systems, because otherwise they would be impacted and consuming those systems rather than being real actors.
So let's agree to disagree first, and then let's be more inclusive in the literacy you're trying to bring out there to actually users and citizens who are definitely the one using AI and for the better when it comes to SDGs.
I could start if I may.
Sure. Can you just put your mic just right under your chin so I'm sure you've been heard?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I think the first step maybe, and you were referring to indigenous people, what is interesting to know is there is some group that already use AI and they define it for their own purpose. So it's not, and this is what I was trying to say, it's maybe an issue of literacy, but they will find a way to address their needs, whether they understand AI or not. So this is maybe something that you know, public actors and private actors need to understand, is that it will be done with them or without them. And also what could be done, the first step, which is not done, is really ask them what do they want to do, and what kind of it could be a very simple step, saying, oh, we are developing this, what do you think of that? Do you want to be involved in that? And how much do you want to be involved? I think this is as simple as that, and it's not always done, meaning not really done. So it could be really very simple. Also, what have been, because I'm doing some research about how people use technology to empower themselves and to make sure that their rights are recognized and how they can be empowered. And, you know, what could be very useful also is to work with what they have done so far. I'm giving an example. With my indigenous colleague, for example, they have a lot of protocols on ethics. This is research ethics, but they are developing some protocols for digital data. And there is a huge thinking right now, working groups working on how to have a sustainable practices on data sovereignty. But as soon as they are contacted, for example, by researchers, they say, no, this is not the kind of tool that we are using. So, and I love what has been said. If you want to be inclusive, you have to show, and not just use words, but, you know, as we say in French, les bottines doivent suivre les babines, meaning if you use your words, you have to use your, yeah, that's from Quebec. You have to use your foot too. So, if they have something they already have developed, you have to use that. And it will be also the first step to show respect and to start a collaboration. And it could be, honestly, a very fruitful collaboration, and maybe have, you know, like AI system or digital technology developed in full collaboration. And I'm pretty sure, you know, it will be really useful, addressing the needs and not missing the goals.
Let's bring in actually a written question, because it definitely follows up with what you've just dived in. Decolonizing AI can be challenging when the perspective of indigenous people may be that AI come from a colonial science system. Do you have any thoughts on how to deal with this? Karine and Virginia.
I can try. I do agree, and indeed the narrative of AI as we use it today is an extremely masculine and an extreme Western narrative. It's about autonomy, it's about rationality, it's about independence, it's about winning and losing, it's all very much what indigenous populations, what we do need, and I think that it's a discussion which GPAI can definitely participate. We do need a different narrative about what AI is, what AI can be, and how can we conceptualize the use of AI from a perspective of relational, a perspective of collaboration, a perspective of integration. And it doesn't mean that the technology needs to change, but the way we talk about it and the way we experience or explain it and the way we interact with the technology really needs to change. And therefore, for that, I think one way to start is really to start from an interdisciplinary approach. So AI is, like we just said, it's not only a technology. So developing AI systems, developing AI applications is not only an engineering exercise. It's an exercise which really needs the inclusion of not only the users and the different populations, the different type of users, but also needs to include scholars from many other different disciplines. And maybe starting from there, it will help change this narrative, this conceptualization of AI that we are using nowadays.
Yes, in a way, the bias is in the fruit. Karine.
Yeah, also, this is very interesting, this question. And this is what I was mentioning. For example, we have like un présupposé. We have, sorry, because I used to sing. This is why I do that.
Oh, wow.
No. It's okay, sorry. Yeah, you know, the impact of AI won't be the same whether you are from an underserved community or where you are in a dominant position, first of all. So it's not when I was talking about égalité, how you say that? Equality, thank you. It's the impact won't be the same. You have to talk about equity. It will be much better then because you take the context into account. But also, if we talk about, you know, the invisibility of some community in the data, for example, this is an issue. So it's not only bias, it's bias at the core of the data, because some community are not represented. So this is why it's not only a technological issue, this is a societal issue above all. And this has to be addressed when we talk about decolonization. It's not only AI, it's before AI. So, and I'm sorry for that, because it's deeper than we thought it was, but this is what it is. And when you look at facial recognition and the impact it has on Black community in the US, even in Canada, when you see that because of the color of your skin, you're targeted by the police force, for example, this is a clear impact that we cannot. And because facial recognition, but I won't teach you why is the problem with facial recognition, because you know that. But so the roots are much deeper than what we think, and it could be maybe useful that GPAI could maybe start to think or to work on that, and decolonization for sure.
Yeah, AI is indeed magnifying and mirroring problems in society that are not caused by AI, but AI is really showing and making it really magnified in terms of what is the societal roots of many of the issues, yes.
We just have time for one final question, and then we'll definitely have to go to break. I'm so sorry. The question is here on the 5th row.
Thank you. Thank you for this panel. It's so interesting and important. I was wondering, how can we ensure that everyone has the right not only to connectivity, but also the digital literacy, and be able to challenge unfair uses of AI systems?
Catherine?
I think that's a good question for Wanda, actually. You want to go? Or
no,
not?
I actually I wanted to answer to some of the points that have been raised before, because I didn't know how to raise my hand or something. But just to this very, question, very important by Liz. No, just to be very short, I think we need first more activism on the issue, because we are the ones that have to demand from governments to take action, and we possibly also need more regulation and clarity on this to move forward. So, sorry, please let me say three points that I had in my mind for a few minutes now. First, to thank everyone for the panel and for your interventions. I also totally agree with Virginia, with Karine on the issue of the narrative. If this is being only about autonomy, quicker, more, I think that does not help and is not representative of AI and its potential. To the point on Raya regarding that if we need a group or not, I think in the end we don't mind if it's a group, a project, or a cross-cutting issue, but what we really need to do is to work on this systematically and formalize our work on these issues. Otherwise, we just keep like putting them in the background or for some time in the future, and I think it's not useful. And finally, regarding on the methodology to how to include marginalized groups, what I would put it rather than in terms only of literacy. Of course, there are a lot of methodologies that we have been working on for many years. So it's dialoguing with the representative organizations, doing trainings and carrying out training of trainers. It's also important not just to think about how we train them and how we make sure they are literate, but how we train ourselves on participatory approaches and on human rights, because we need to change from our side and also see how we can improve the capacities and empower these marginalized groups. And it's also key to involve them in all the monitoring and evaluation in the work that is being carried out. So I'll stay there because I'm sure we'll have a lot more to say, and I hope we carry on with the discussion later on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's definitely the final words of this session. Thank you so much for your perspective. Of course, Karine, looking forward to hearing the song. And we're actually going to go to break. Now the final coffee break of this summit. We'll be back at 4:30 Paris time for the final countdown of this GPAI Paris Summit.
And it's a final countdown for the GPAI Paris Summit 2021. We will proceed to the final segment of this incredible 2 days event with our multi-stakeholder expert group plenary meeting. I'm definitely waiting for my best guest here on the stage. Yuko Renaud, grab a seat, of course, with me here on stage in Paris. Baroness Joanna Schild, you're definitely GPAI's MEG plenary chair and SC co-chair and CEO of Benevolent AI. Also by my side, Renaud Vedel, the upcoming co-chair of GPAI's SC for France. Yuko Yarayama, you're the incoming steering committee member of GPAI, of course, and science representative of this global partnership. And online, Jordan is back. Absolutely. Here, there is Jordan Zed, outgoing GPA Steering Committee Chair for Canada, and Christina J. Sorry. Thank you so much. Outgoing Steering Committee member of GPAI's Labor Trade Union representative. First and foremost, an opening remark by Baroness Joanna Shields.
Thank you. I was just thinking about last year at this time, when we were all virtual for the first multi-stakeholder experts plenary. And it's just an absolute thrill to be with you guys here today. I think Paris brings us together at a time of, profound technological acceleration. And I feel completely invigorated by the conversations that I've had here. And I hope you all share that experience and that it's been a fruitful couple of days for you. We've come a long way. It's only been a year, but the challenges are enormous, but the opportunities are also. GPAI represents a union of thinkers, scientists, researchers, and I think what's magical about all that is that we've all come together here to define a collective future where AI can be deployed ethically, responsibly, and for the benefit of all. We often speak about artificial intelligence outside of this community as something that's happening in the future, but it's very clear that that future is here now, based on all the presentations that we've had and the experiences that we all have in our daily lives. AI is rapidly integrating into every facet of our human life. And we've seen astonishing breakthroughs. We've seen them in biology, in the field that I'm working in, medicine, robotics, astrophysics. But right now, this moment in time is when we have to think about, should we just go with the change and let it experience it, as just passerbys, or do we want to be, controlling it and driving it and charting our own future? As we've seen throughout history, whenever life-changing technologies come around, there's a potential for abuse. I remember in the utopian days of the early internet, the social networks where this utopian idea that we were going to all communicate and understand each other better. Unfortunately, these spaces that were designed to share and experience, communicate with each other, have come to define the fabric of society in a negative way. With AI, we're at a similar watershed moment. Whilst it is driving world-changing innovation, we also see it being used to undermine core democratic principles of freedom, human rights, and equality. We've seen authoritarian regimes and profit-driven companies leverage AI to consolidate their power, build unprecedented surveillance systems to control, monitor, and influence people. We also see AI as a powerful vector to spread disinformation online and sow the seeds of discord in our society. And perhaps most concerning are the AI models that are adopting humanity's worst traits, amplifying historical inequalities and prejudices. If we don't address this now, we may be laying the foundations for a world where AI is concentrated in the hands of elites, with the rest of us forced to live at the mercy of algorithms. As we meet here today, let us acknowledge the gravity of the moment. Let us recognize that as we advance this technology, we need moral leadership and strong convictions on a global level to ensure that AI benefits all in society. The practice of medicine is guided by the Hippocratic Oath, but for AI, there are no guiding principles. Yet without internationally recognized standards, we can't trust that countries and powerful corporations will consider the long-term impacts of the use of AI on people's lives. We've seen outstanding leadership in defining a path toward AI leadership where GPAI member countries and multi-stakeholder experts, and particularly from President Macron and Prime Minister Trudeau, they had the foresight to recognize the urgent need for global collaboration and establish this organization as part of their G7 presidencies. Today, an increasing number of countries, 60 at last count, have published national strategies calling for significant investment in AI research and talent to turbocharge economies and advance the technology for the public good. However, whilst national governments are waking up to the challenges and opportunities offered by these new technologies, we cannot avoid dealing with the complex, interconnected issues inevitably raised by deploying AI in our interconnected world. The key to doing so effectively lies in the strength of international collaboration, which is why we are here today. In a world where technology is ubiquitous and talent and capital, both human and financial, are borderless, we need to organize and act on a multilateral, multi-stakeholder basis. Now is the time to ensure collaboration between governments, the private sector, and civil society, and to make sure that international frameworks on the development and deployment of AI are adopted to ensure a coordinated approach that benefits all. Through this approach, with sovereign nations coming together and choosing to act in concert, we can respond to this major geopolitical challenge. And addressing these challenges requires us to embrace the same levels of global partnership and political action we've seen at COP26 and the G20 in recent weeks. COP26 Climate Summit in Glasgow has reminded us of the vital need for the world community to come together in the shared fight against the climate crisis. I believe the challenge of shaping and regulating a world powered by AI is even more critical. And if these developments have shown us anything, it is that multilateralism remains the best way to tackle shared crises and challenges in the modern world. To that end, we have to reject AI nationalism and transition to a world where AI is treated as a global public good. Nothing positive can come from intensifying rhetoric about an AI arms race. The AI revolution should not be about fighting wars or striving for geopolitical dominance. It must be about building technology that transforms people's lives and creates a world that reflects the best of our human values. Instead of countries making their own way and their own rules, we need to speak as one voice. And that's why the work we are doing at the Global Partnership on AI truly matters. For it is in institutions like ours that sustainable solutions can be found. And if we dial down the competitive language and focus on more inclusive, more equitable policies, we will make the right choices together. But making this shift will not be easy. It requires strong political will and difficult and brave decisions, like sometimes working with nations who may be misusing AI or not considering the long-term impact of the technology on their citizens' rights and freedoms. With the OECD values of human rights, democracy, inclusion, diversity, and sustainability as our compass, we can be the forum in which critical ethical frameworks and a roadmap for the future of AI can be forged. Thanks to your efforts, that work has already begun. Our working groups have embarked on projects with purpose and impact that demonstrate how AI can be directed to serve all in society. Many exciting projects have been undertaken this year that will continue across 2022. But just to mention a few, the Pandemic Response Subgroup created an enabling open environment for the use of AI in drug discovery. The Responsible AI Group took on the challenge of developing a strategy for climate action and biodiversity preservation. The Data Governance Group developed a plan supporting the creation of real-world data trusts that enabled data to be shared for social benefit. Now, determining fair and responsible AI practices are deployed and ensuring these practices have a positive impact on the future, on working conditions, was the focus of the Future of Work group. And developing a deeper understanding of the challenges that organizations face in protecting IP as AI becomes mainstream was the focus of our innovation and commercialization group. I want to thank you all for your outstanding work, which has made a huge impact on the success of the Global Partnership in AI's inaugural year. But while today is a time to recognize the milestones achieved, it's no time to rest. In the year ahead, we can be bolder in our quest and establish GPAI as the true global convener on these debates. We have made a great start with our international members plus the European Union. But to cement our position, we need to be inclusive and welcome other voices to the table, particularly those from the Global South. If AI is to improve lives and reduce inequalities, GPAI must expand its reach to developing countries and others who are not adequately represented in this emerging AI ecosystem. If we are to learn the lessons from past failures, the next generations will rightfully ask, how did you miss this? Why did you not act? The fact that we have chosen to be here in Paris today and virtually from all over the world demonstrates our shared commitment and determination to learn from the past and actively navigate a better future together, to rise together to this great challenge of our time. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my co-chair.
Thank you very much. Please some applause for this very powerful introductory remarks and opening remarks here. Jordan, I think I'm heading back to you now because we definitely have to dive into a conversation about what have been happening over the past 2 days and the way that a steering committee is actually receiving all those remarks, all those incredible works from working groups and the discussion we definitely dived in when it comes to side events formats.
Wonderful. Thanks so much, Marjorie, and thank you, Joanna. It's a thrill to see you engaged there with colleagues, and I'm so happy to be here with all of you. Sharing some remarks. Miss you too. And really want to dive into, I think this is an important part of the program. I know there's already been a lot the last couple of days, but let's be frank and informal and open and thoughtful about where we are and where we think we can go. And that's really the spirit that I'm hoping to approach this discussion with. First, I want to say, Joanna, honestly, we could not have welcomed and a more thoughtful co-chair as you. Just given your experience, your approach to this work, I think it's exactly the right tone that we should be approaching this work with. And it's not easy because we're navigating, as you know, multi-stakeholder approach to this work. So large and small companies, labor unions, industry of all shapes and sizes, civil society much more broadly, academia and governments coming together. And I must say, Joanna, I think one of the strengths you bring to this work is your ability to navigate between these worlds so effectively. And that's exactly what we need. I think at the heart of all of this is the recognition that the collision of those perspectives is what actually helps advance us in our work. And so I wanted to share that with you who may not be working with Joanna, that really is a strength, and I think something that we as an initiative need to continue to draw on going forward. As we kind of transition from a Canadian role as chair into France, first I want to say, Renaud, I think you are one of the most thoughtful, pragmatic partners in this space. And just seeing you even this morning as we've navigated into a new steering committee, really, really thrilled to see the kind of flexibility, the forward-looking approach that you're taking with your team. And I think it's going to be a very smooth and very effective transition. Let me just quickly recap some of the accomplishments, because I think at this point in time, we tend to sometimes forget what we've accomplished. I want to underline some of those accomplishments, but then quickly pivot to where I think maybe we can go together, or offer some ideas, and then very much look forward to hearing our experts' views on how we can work even more effectively, how we can draw on the lessons of the past year, and really build on the future of our initiative. So we have expanded the partnership from a bilateral initiative to over 19 members and 200 experts who are passionate about responsible, trustworthy AI. We've launched the first GPAI self-nomination process for experts who wish to participate in our working group but were not otherwise nominated by member countries. I think we can continue to leverage that tool to draw on expertise from a greater diversity of countries. As Joanna said in her opening remarks, one of the key things that we want to continue to drive is more representation from the Global South, from developing countries. It's absolutely critical to the credibility and legitimacy of our initiative. We have now held 2 GPAI Global Summits. We've done so with an enormous challenge of organizing hybrid or virtual events over the course of this pandemic, and have continued to drive forward. I'm very proud of our ability to make the progress that we have despite these challenging circumstances, and really thank the experts for coming together and continuing to present us with what they have for this summit. Not an easy thing to do under normal circumstances, frankly, much less in the course of a pandemic. But as is often the case in our work in government, very busy getting the details right, we've been drawn together by a strong, common vision for what our mission ought to be. Above all, the process, questions, and the bureaucracy, the most important work we've done has been in providing the support necessary for GPAI experts to undertake the practical, ambitious AI projects. And I want to highlight one challenge that I think we face and that we'll need to continue to navigate, and I look forward to hearing the views of others. How can we find the right balance between, on the one hand, sharing the kind of thoughtful direction and guidance from a steering committee and from the council, and on the other hand, offer a genuinely facilitative environment that is supportive and that provides the kind of flexibility that we really see ourselves advancing as frankly, a startup, a multi-stakeholder startup. And so having clarity, certainty, processes that are in place that make sense, but also offering that balance, that flexibility, I think is something that we'll need to continue to hone. And I hear the voices of many of you in the room there who have said we need to continue working to strike that balance. I think we're at a turning point in this initiative. Although we're very young and it's only been a year, I think governments in particular need to really look at what's been done to date and think about how can we translate all of this work into practice. None of this will be what we've set out to achieve if these are simply reports on a shelf. I get it. I know every single one of you in the room gets it. So we need to think about what do we do concretely? How can governments lead by example? How can this be integrated in the way in which we speak and engage with each other as governments, but also with private sector, with civil society more broadly? How can we begin to mainstream and integrate some of the ideas, some of the challenges, some of the proposals that have been put before us in this context? And so in the Canadian context, we'll be working with and through our AI Advisory Council to really champion some of the ideas that have been brought forward here today. And I would encourage others who are representing governments to think about how and where and in which areas they can champion the work that's been brought to us. I think that will be the critical piece in our success as a new initiative. So with this summit, we're beginning a new chapter for GPAI, and in the coming months, it will be crucial for GPAI to focus on supporting its current membership to make decisions and the changes that we need to pursue an effective initiative. I'm very pleased to be hosting today. And let me quickly pivot then to our guests. We've heard from Baroness Joanna Shields, as you know, CEO of Benevolent AI. We've also got Renaud Vidal, coordinator of France's National AI Strategy, whom you all know well, and upcoming co-chair of GPAI's steering committee. Christina is an outgoing member of GPAI's steering committee, and I must say, Christina, you've done an enormous service to us in the steering committee by sharing your views so openly, frankly, and really enabling us to improve and hone our efforts as we've progressed. And Christina has been our representative of the labor organization. And finally, Dr. Yuko Harayama is an incoming member of GPAI's steering committee, our new science representative. So I think we have a great balance of outgoing and incoming to really set us up for a discussion here today. So maybe I'll begin then by directing the first question to Christina and Yuko, our outgoing and incoming members of the steering committee. It's a fairly open-ended question, but really wanted to get your sense of what you think GPAI can do to improve as an initiative. What are the main obstacles? And some maybe thoughts about how to navigate through some of those obstacles. Maybe, Christina, we'll start with you and then turn to you, Yuko.
Thank you, Jordan, and also for those very touching and kind words. And what a speech by Joanna to begin with. I think we all should re-listen to that. There was some very profound statements there, Joanna. Thank you. So, I mean, briefly, Jordan, in continuing our frank discussions, I would point to three things. The upholding human rights at the center of everything that GPAI does. The second thing would be diversity, which you both have spoken about so far, and then cooperation, whereby I mean commitment. And I'm going to take them in the reverse order. So commitment. We are standing on the shoulders of giants. In previous multilateral cooperation, at times in history where that cooperation was needed, at the end of the First World War, at the end of the Second World War, and more. The world needs that commitment now. And I really, really hope that for GPAI to be able to move forward and become the leader in the regulation, the governance of AI, this is really, we don't just need to talk, we need to do. And I would really urge you all to have the courage to think global regulation. Technology knows no boundaries. And that leads me to something that both you and Joanna have spoken about, Jordan, and that's diversity. And it's going to be difficult, right? I mean, we have the principles of fairness. We have a principle and a wish to hear diverse voices. But therefore, GPAI must also create the possibilities, the structures to welcome that diversity. Also from people who can't afford to volunteer their time or fly across the world or participate in the amazing working groups and the work that they do. So diversity of voices, especially bringing those to the table who are subject to the current harms that Joanna was talking about of many of these unregulated AI systems. And then that leads me to my third point, which is probably the most pertinent of them. And that is the implementation and the how do I say, that we uphold human rights. Human rights are not debatable. They are absolute. We can debate ethics, we can debate values, but we cannot debate the human rights. And here I would urge GPAI to focus so much on everything they do, everything they don't do. How is that related to upholding human rights throughout the work that you do? Both current members, but also potential new members. How can we make sure that it is the beauty, the protected Universal Declaration of Human Rights that guides your work? So thanks, Jordan.
Thanks very much, Christina. And it is and should be at the heart of our work going forward. And we need to make sure as we welcome new members that that's fresh and in the minds of everyone who's participating, you know, from the level of experts up to a steering committee and council membership as well. Yuko, over to you. Any thoughts on what we might focus on as an initiative as we consider this moment of transition?
Thank you. I will, based on my personal experience as a co-chair of working group on future of work. You know, as I explained to you yesterday, at the beginning, it was kind of a startup enterprise. And it was very hard to work together, but it was exciting. And for me, it is important to keep this startup spirit into the GPAI as such. Even we have more stabilized structure organization to be parts of international organization. But we need to keep this part because AI is evolving every day. And it's almost impossible to foresee what may happen in the coming years. That's why we have to integrate new ideas, of course, including new member countries, but new practices. And for that, we need to be open to update ourselves, our way of working, and then that's be some kind of concentration startup spirit. But startup company can't survive alone. We need to have ecosystem-like things. And that should be kind of I would say, ecosystem, but also partnership. Because we are global partnership on AI. And partnership means not only legally connected entities, but we may have a flexibility to invite partners to work as a partners, and then extending the coverage of GPAI, kind of family community of GPAI. So actually, we are working with the working part groups, and we have experts. But we are just several number of experts, and around the world, globally, so many experts and non-experts. So we need to have engagement of non-experts, including ordinary citizens and others. So I will see huge potential for GPAI to grow up, but not just to become adult, but to keep the mind of youngsters to shape up every day. And that's the way I will foresee the future of GPAI. I stop here.
Thank you very much, Yuko. And I completely agree with your call to focus on partnerships and the opportunity of really leveraging the very complex, multi-dimensional ecosystem that we know is out there, and really ensuring that we're able to very adeptly draw on expertise around the world as we advance our own priorities as an initiative. Let me turn then to Renaud and Joanna for the second question, just to maybe focus on the following. What more do you think the steering committee can do to support working groups, experts, and members? Renaud, maybe we'll start with you.
Well, I
I think the steering committee is at the crossroads because it bears two legitimacies. Legitimacies bottom up from the experts and the legitimacy of governments, of members. I wouldn't say top down, but I would say the states, there are states. And I think it's very important that the steering committee is the place where the debates, where the states' representatives, the troika, because the states' governance is collective, it will be a troika, Canada and Japan and France. And then next year will be another incoming chair and so on and so forth. And we have to listen what has been said. And today it was a very lively discussion about that. How can we help experts being more creative? What tools could we bring to them? That in terms of financing, helping financing their budgets so that their wishes can come true. And also, of course, applying bureaucratic rules, because even when you're a civil servant, sometimes you feel that the rules are heavy, because state rules are always heavy. It's procedures, you never engage the word of your state, and even less internationally, without cautious reflection. But these rules should not crush impetus. And then I think we will need to support experts in trying to outreach in communications. So guidelines are incoming, but I think when experts want to engage with the public, when they want to engage, if you are clear with the label, it's an expert's views, it's a collective group of experts' views, and only that, then they should be free to engage in public audiences, to go to summits like the RAI group went to the COP26, and then states should not be afraid of taking advice, of being given advice. President Macron said it yesterday. We need to be a bit pushed around by experts, and they have to push forward creative thoughts, and that we need to support that. We also need to give you, with the centers of expertise, more support, maybe a very top-notch platform to be able to that you have as a community a possibility of create, post, blog, and discuss together, even in a cross-sectional manner. That's what I see what we should do in the steering committee.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Renaud. Yes, go ahead, Joanna.
I wanted to say to all of you here today, and it's great to see you, and also everyone on the phone, we as me as a co-chair and we as a steering committee feel an enormous responsibility to you, because we know how busy you are. We know that you're thinking not about yourselves by volunteering your time. You're contributing your expertise for something more important than ourselves as individuals, but for the collective good. And that's never far from our minds. And so what we have to do is ensure that we facilitate, that we create the conditions for everyone to achieve and to accomplish their best work. So what I think is really important is that there's more of a dialogue between us, that there's more interaction, and that we have a deeper connection with the working groups. We understand what you're trying to accomplish, what the barriers are, what we can knock down to make it successful for you. And I think it's really great to have this opportunity to say that, we get that. I think it's, all of us, I have a day job, but this issue is so important. I mean, getting this right for humanity in this next stage of this acceleration of technology is absolutely critical to the future, our future generations, our kids, and it's an enormous responsibility. And I want to say we're grateful to every single one of you for giving of your time and being committed to doing something, that's greater than ourselves.
That's a wonderful way of putting it, Joanna. I think even your remarks at the beginning of this session and earlier today about remaining focused and anchored in our mission, I think that's incredibly important, because we're all extremely busy, but remembering the broader purpose at all times, I think, will always help us move together collectively. Let me just quickly pivot to Yuko and Christina once more, and I want to talk a little bit about how we translate the work into action. Because we know we've spent a lot of time, and all of you in the room and around the world have focused on delivering some of these reports, conclusions, analysis, recommendations. I offered a couple of thoughts from a Canadian perspective as to how we expect within our own government, we hope to translate some of this into action. But I'd be interested, Yuko and Christina, on your thoughts about how do we move forward tangibly, concretely? Any thoughts as we kind of move forward? Yuko?
So I start. I love to say tangible actions, not tangible deliverables. Because what we need is more action rather than paper reports. I would say, 1 year and a half working with my colleagues and challenging things. And what was interesting, most interesting thing was not just deliverable report, but in between. I say in the process, the value of expert much more expressed in their thoughts and experiences and examples, cases, because we are so diverse and learning a lot during the discussions. And then from these discussions, some new ideas coming in and not necessarily written within the planning schedule. And we have been able to capture these new ideas, even if it is not written in the planning, but tentatively trying something new. And this is really innovative way of testing ideas and exploring, and which is works we can share with others. And then at the end, we can write down in the report, but not our goal is not just writing a report, but doing something. And that's something that we have to keep in mind. And that said, it's flexibility, openness, inclusiveness into practice. And that's we have experienced till now, and we hope we will continue to work in this way. And we have to, now I'll be a newcomer to the steering committee, try to really link between working groups and the positioning of the steering committee to make really work in partnership.
Thanks very much, Yuko. Christina?
Yeah, thank you, Jordan. It's a great question. I want to pick up on something Renaud said, and that's creativity, and link that back to my first comment on commitment. I think the amazing people who are working and contributing with their knowledge and experience in the working groups, can you imagine how creative they could be if they knew there was a commitment to innovate, to try new things, to do something about all of the challenges we're facing? If that real commitment was felt, I think the creativity from our working groups could take no end. And that I want to link to what Yuko also said about, yes, GPAI is growing up, but we should never lose the curiosity of being young. And here I really want to also urge GPAI to ensure that all the working groups, when we move from principle to practice, that they all have an equal platform to start those innovations, the sandboxing, the testing in real life, that we don't end up having the usual very unbalanced, lots of financing going to particular parts of this AI world and very little going to others. So seek partnerships, but do so with the intention to find methods to balance this out. I really also want to support what Yuko said, and that is bring the voice of the ordinary people to the privileged people in GPAI. And that's the workers, it's the citizens, it is the marginalized groups. Bring them too, because we need to humbly learn from what they are, and I'm going to use a harsh word now, suffering right now. So with those things, I think, really stand on those shoulders of giants, have the commitment, create the room for the creativity. And I really think GPAI would have an amazing future.
Thanks, Christina. Really appreciate those inspiring words. Never lose creativity of being young, and approach this work with humility and ensuring that we're always connecting our purpose with how our work is impacting everyday people in our societies and our communities. That's a wonderful way to summarize some of our thinking going forward. I did want to open it up to Renaud and Joanna on that question very quickly, and then perhaps we can pivot to the open questions from the floor, and I'll toss it back to you, Marjorie, for that moderated discussion. But I did want to give an opportunity first to Joanna, and then Renaud, if you had any final thoughts as we kind of pivot into 2022 in the year of the French chair. Joanna?
I would just say that we are in a uniquely privileged position to have heads of state recognizing GPAI as the global partnership in AI needs to exist, number one, giving it a lot of attention in public statements, supporting it. Like, I was actually quite impressed and surprised at how engaged President Macron is in this issue, how into the detail he was, how curious he was about the projects. And I did hand him the summary reports. I know the summaries are just executive summaries, but I was hounding him until I got it into his hands. And he was very happy to receive it. And he even said in his speech at the Paris Peace Forum, he said, "Joanna, I know I'm going to receive these reports and I'm looking forward to it." So I felt it was truly extraordinary. And then, of course, Prime Minister Trudeau, mentioned again the importance of GPAI and reinforced the organization. So I think it's that vision and foresight that should give us comfort that what your work is really appreciated, it's important, and it's being, supported at the highest levels. And we just need to may that continue.
Well, I'm just one of 25 now, 20 something representatives of the states, and I think it's up to us, any of us, to go back to in our state, and as Christina mentioned, we need to shake a bit. To shake a bit the administration, the politicians, that in order to make those reports known and be transformed and enacted and used for framing policies, I think that's our role as states representatives. And also, I think we should not let us dive in any form of routine, like keeping young. So the foundations and the first floor have been marvelously built up. And now we have a second floor to build, and it will require new impetus, new vision, because the second floor is not like the first floor in the classical architecture model. So we have to invent the second floor, and we should do something about it. So it will mean, as I say, going further in communication, going further with the project being developed, and also on the political side. And maybe one day, because the original model was IPCC, and now IPCC is setting the tone, the agenda. So I hope that, I don't know if maybe we could have number one day, like Summit 1, Summit 2, Summit 3. We should, actually we should have a shorter and more communicative acronym. I don't know, but GPAI 1, GPAI 2. But then let's hope that GPAI 3 will be the GPAI summit where states come and commit to policies. I hope so.
Well, looking forward to the next season, though. Thank you so much for this, again, discussion and like testimonies on what the steering committee has been all about along these past 2 days. We're definitely going to open it to the floor. It's your time to rise and shine for the very last segment here at Paris Summit 2021. And one question with Nicolas.
Thank you, Joanna. Thank you, Renaud and Yuko. I'm asking you this question, and I'm asking it to myself as well as your colleague on the steering committee. The question begins with this. What does failure look like 2 years from now? And we don't need to answer that today. And the comment I have to elaborate on that question to you, Renaud, is that, yes, this story started as the IPCC for AI. The mission of the IPCC was clearly established at the end of the 80s as the need to build a base of matter of fact to understand climate change. But the way we have landed on the Global Partnership on AI is not squarely around that. There is a strategic ambiguity around the mandate, moving from an IPCC for AI to a think tank to invent the tools for governance. And I know that we, the experts, are at times a bit lost at how we can exploit, leverage the room given to us within that strategic ambiguity, inventing the regulation, inventing the tool, collating evidence. So what would you advise us, not only Renaud, everyone, I'm asking to myself even, how can we help the experts navigate that strategic ambiguity, leverage and work with GPAI with more flexibility to be able to invent whatever, the evidence in the room for evidence, the tools, because IPCC is about assessment reports. And I read the TORs. I went back to read the TORs. And the TORs also mention assessment reports that the government would want. So as we've transitioned from an IPCC for AI to a global partnership on AI, what is the advice you can give to us, the experts, in terms of how we can leverage this strategic ambiguity over the mandate to avoid failure?
Who wants to answer the question first? Let's answer the question. Ho, ho.
Well, maybe Nicolas. Go ahead, Renaud.
No, go ahead, Jordan, please.
So it's an excellent question. And Nicolas, I remember our conversations a year ago or so before the pandemic in Paris about clarity of mandate and mission. And I think you're quite right. Let's be frank. The mandate, there is some constructive ambiguity, as we like to say in diplomatic terms. And that ambiguity in part relates to the fact that we're bringing together stakeholders in a manner on a highly sensitive and important issue. But we need to be clear on how we can, as you say, maybe the way I would frame it is how we can ensure the success of GPAI going forward. And like from my perspective, just a couple of things to note. One is clearly, and I think we've already touched on it, Yuko, Christina, Renaud, and Joanna alike, we've got to make sure that this work doesn't sit on a shelf. I think part of that means we need to communicate clearly, consistently, and effectively to the international community about what we're doing and why we're doing it. And what role GPAI is playing in bridging the gap between theory and practice, anchored in the OECD principles, yes, but actually giving them life through the various projects that we have initiated. And so I guess my own 2 cents on this is that we need to really give life to the work through governments, through civil society, through all of us here in the room, but also work on a very concerted communications plan so that the work itself is clearly and effectively and consistently communicated to the outside world. Just a couple of thoughts. Renaud and others, I'm sure, will as well.
I've told this morning, but I want to repeat it because with Jordan, with others, we've spent hours, dozens of hours, framing the procedures, the rules in a very bureaucratic way, because it has also to be done, because there is a text, there's an agreement, and there need to be procedures, because when you have an international body, it's compulsory. But 3 weeks ago, when I read the report of your work, your collective work, I felt very happy. I spent the whole Saturday reading them. And what I saw was 10 very orientated, framed in very important aspects of AI. Very different. Some are state-of-the-art. Others, they want to be transformative. Others, they propose frameworks. Another one propose a very big AI roadmap for tackling climate change, and I use them in my capacity as national AI coordinator. For me, it's just very interesting work being used, and then I will use it in my debate when this year on Monday we announced our national AI strategy. There's one measure that will be about demonstrators of frugal and sustainable AI, and I will use this roadmap to be able to open and to make some measures. And in the future of work, the Living Lab will be the continuation of this. So I think we should be happy of what has been done. We should be proud. Of course, it's not enough. And of course, also, I have to admit that GPAI will not sum up all what is done internationally in AI. It cannot be. There should be a reflection in OECD. There should be one in OMS. There should be in the World Health, WHO. Sorry. There should be one in an international work organization, labor work organization, and it's normal. But I think our initiative is a bit more different than these organizations. It's agile. It's lightweight. It has a direct connection with leaders, and so it can maybe take others a bit by speed. And it's more maybe transversal. So I really see a road, and I really see a usefulness. So I'm quite optimistic. Of course, we can always fail, like all startups, but we cannot say we want to be a startup and then we don't want to fail, because startups can fail.
Absolutely. Christina, you wanted to answer the question too.
Yeah, no, I love that. I love that question, Nicolas. What does failure look like? And I just want to stress the world doesn't need another think tank. The world doesn't need more reports that, maybe a few people read and then that's it. I think Renaud just said something so important there. GPAI's members, the steering committee people, the government reps have access to the governments. Let's almost go back to the days where it was possible to get two governmental leaders into a room and do some negotiation. Let's get those commitments. This is what GPAI has, that closeness to the political leaders who really, really are facing so many dire consequences of the unregulation of AI at the minute, yet the vast potentials of how AI could be used for good, for our climate, for social inequality, for human rights and so forth. That it is now that those commitments need to be made. So Renaud, I think you're spot on. Failure, Nicolas, in my view, would be if nothing was done.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to another question. We do have a question up there.
Hi. I actually want to briefly say I loved Nicolas' question too. And I do want to point out that one difference between us and the IPCC is we are not just looking at a fact of nature. We are looking at an artifact. And I think to some extent, some governments were sold a false bill of sales by some techno-determinists when they thought there could be an IPCC. Really, we cannot divide what we are doing from recommending policies. And so coming back to my actual question, I appreciate all the praise that you've been giving us for our hard work and our sacrifices. But quite a lot of us, like all the academics, are basically civil servants, as are the people in government. I appreciate that we're all taking lower salaries than we could get other places. We already were trying to serve humanity. And so what we want to do is be as efficacious as possible. And when I hear about how we have this wonderful communication to government, it's not that I want to be able to lobby government myself, but when I've volunteered my time, I expect to be receiving more steer. I expect to be hearing more questions. And actually, Renaud is one of the few people who has asked me questions in my capacity as a GPAI expert. That's what I'm here for. And if I'm just sort of endlessly sitting through meetings and talks and whatever, and being asked to put together a project, which I could do anywhere as an academic somewhere else, I want to know that first of all, the general question, as I mentioned, are we really that special in terms of our communication to government? Are we really getting the steer that we need to help our government solve the problems? Sometimes we already have the answers too. We don't need to do research. They could just ask us and we could tell us what some other country was doing and suggest they telephone one of our other colleagues. And then secondly, personally, as someone who cares about AI policy, I am really upset that GPAI was excluded from the 8 members of the World AI Policy thing that the OECD helped put together. So I don't understand that. So that's my real question, the second part. But any of it is open.
Renaud, can you clarify?
But maybe from Joanna Bryson, I get an idea, but I cannot say this will be GPAI. It has to be discussed with my colleagues, but probably maybe we should, since the tools are to be revised, totally, probably not change or overhaul, but they will be refined. And maybe what I think is missing is an interface between maybe national AI leaders, like the National AI Strategy, my colleagues, and new experts. And maybe sometimes once or twice a year, we could imagine a gathering either with the co-chairs or with the whole of the MEG. Maybe some, I mean, at least with those who want to do it. We could do it transversally, or maybe with a particular topic and prepare it. Maybe this is some interface between expertise within GPAI and governments that is still missing. Because of course, I understand hearing today that the steering committee is not enough, because the steering committee is only five members and only 6 of the experts, and this is not where we can talk about the substance. It's more procedural. So maybe we are lacking an interface between experts and governments, and maybe we should have probably online, and because now we are all in the metaverse, so we can work online every three semesters, maybe on a rotating basis per working groups, some sort of online session. Canada has invented online sessions last year. We are using them this year for the summit, and maybe this is something which is very interesting in order to make things more creative, more impactful. So let's think about it. And I think I'll go back to my colleagues from the informal state reps to the GPAI, and maybe we'll come up with some proposals to you.
Was that Joanna? Yeah, I have to say, you're 100% right, and we have to do better. Like, we have to have a way to translate, to telegraph all this great information to more effectively to the heads of state and the policymakers in all the countries. Otherwise, that, as Nico said, is a failure, right? I think if we're not influencing, if we're not leveraging this enormous amount of talent and expertise in some way to shape, at least to give the input to shape the policies, we will not achieve what we set out to achieve. So I think you're absolutely spot on. I think this interaction between the steering committee, as we don't want to just be your voice, we need to open up the channel to give you the voice so that we can share best practices and we can anticipate challenges. I think the most frustrating thing for me after 35 years of being in technology is that you can see it coming a mile away and you don't take the action because it's, we think nationally when we think about policy. We don't think, what's best for the whole world, what's best for humanity, and we just have to flip that around. I don't know, I'm not sure of how to effectively do it, but I'm sure as heck ready to try. So I really think we need to break down barriers and have much more interaction with you guys if you'll have us, if you have any more time. But we need to do better. I completely agree.
A follow-up, maybe?
Yeah, I just want to say quickly, I don't want to be only negative here. I really do see a progress from last year through this year. I am impressed by a lot of the outputs. And I actually heard on the phone a suggestion from, I am actually, despite my accent, part of the German delegation, a suggestion that maybe delegations could travel together so that they could actually talk the governments and the experts together at least the twice a year that we have these meetings. So yes, I love the suggestion Ronald made, but that some of this maybe could be sovereignized down to the national level as well as what we could do collectively.
Do we have another question, or am I passing the mic on to Nicola again? Very brief. So we're going to have another question from Nicolas, front row. Thank you so much.
a suggestion, thank you. I've worked with Responsible AI Working Group, with the Data Governance Working Group, with the AI and Pandemic Response Working Group, and there is a recurring demand which we know is not easy to satisfy, but which would help us a lot, be more impactful, get more steer, as Joanna was saying, is finding a way to get access, constructive access to the member states. When we, with Raja, we worked on this responsible AI strategy for the environment, we sought access. We had, and we are thankful for all the governments that have informally given us advice, and thank you, Rono, among others, for having done that part, the UK and the US, but it would be so great to invent in the coming years a pathway for experts to coordinate a bit better, not necessarily to seek blessing, to seek guidance, but also to ensure that from the get-go, our work is more impactful. That is something I've heard in the AI and pandemic response. It's something we have gone through with Raja in Responsible AI. It would really help us walk together the line between evidence and tools. I'll give you an example. When the European Union, for example, put into law the GDPR, it enshrined into law a notion which is not yet a reality. It is called data portability. We are still together trying to invent the tools to render manifest this legal commitment. So one thing that GPAI could do, and we have discussed that on various panels, is really work to support the development of these regulatory tools, implementation tools, third-party audits, data trust, all these tools that we are going to need, because without these tools, these legal requirements are void. They don't exist de facto, and after some time, they disappear because big companies will push against them. So one way for us to, as experts, walk that fine line between regulation and evidence is to get guidance from governments, from the members of GPAI, to help us say what they need and how we can be helpful. I know I think about that. I know others and other experts think about that. It may not be easy, but it would greatly help.
I also wanted to mention the evolution of these national offices for AI. I know in the UK we have an outstanding team of people who are, they're very much across the work that we're doing in GPAI, looking at creative ways to implement, the plans that have been developed by working groups through funding avenues and various other things. And I know this is starting to happen in other countries. So I think publishing best practices, like, should these projects go forward, and I don't know if they're public yet, so that's why I'm navigating it very carefully. Should these projects go forward, like one in the data governance area, there's another project on social media that's quite interesting, then we need to make those known to the public. First, we need to execute and deliver, but then we need to get that out there in the public domain so that other governments can feel like, okay, this is a tangible way we can support this initiative and we can get these projects off the ground.
Renaud and Yuko? Or Yuko and Renaud?
Beside good practice, I will add sharing bad practices, because we don't need to duplicate what didn't work, but we don't know. So much difficult to publish, to put on the public sectors, but we need to have this series of bad practice too. And just the question of failures. I would say GPAI will fail if it's be disconnected with the real world. Because what we need is really supporting action on the ground, and if we are disconnected, it's fail. So we need to stick to what's happening on the ground and working with them in the sense that not only advertising what we are doing to general public, but interact with them, listen to them, and listen no voice, and trying to make them expressing their voices, including non-member countries, because we are not covering lots of countries, including Africa and South America. And there should be some voices, and it's up to us to go to them, to listen to them.
Renaud and Christina. Christina first, and then Renaud.
Oh, bless you, Renaud. Thank you. No, I just want to add, and I really agree with Yoko, and thank you so much for raising the points you are. But I would also say, it doesn't have to be that complicated. For example, there's a growing sort of activist academic movement around participatory algorithm design. Now, can we imagine small pop-up design labs within the GPAI family where we bring in the voices, as Yuko was saying, of those, our citizens, the workers, the people out there, those that we know right now that many algorithmic systems are actually marginalizing or harming. And it could be stuff like this linked with what Joanna was saying, which is so right. We are the experts. Ask us. I mean, it's like, let's bring back, and I've said this in many different forums, let's bring dialogue back into vogue. It doesn't have to be that difficult.
Renaud?
No, I also, like, we are facing, like, we are a new institution. We are not very well known so far. So it's frustrating because however hard you work, then you're impactful when you notoriety, and notoriety comes with sometimes a bit of habit. It takes time for all member states to know that GPAI exists, that they are members. I'm sure that even if we all are members, I'm not sure that even in the whole French administration, everybody knows about GPAI. I have to make this work. I have to open doors. I have to go to the health ministry with the pandemic group. I have to go to the agriculture ministry. There will be an agriculture very interesting project starting next year. And we all have to do that. And it's cumulative. So it will take probably 1, 2, 3 years in order for us to be known. But we shouldn't desperate. But we should strive. And I agree. We shouldn't be plan-plan, as we say in French, like slow moving. We should be energetic. But as energetic as you, Christina, as you have always been in all the meetings of the steering committee. So I think we really have to make this branding, and it will take time, and it also takes creative talent for a brand to be known. And it's not only a question of procedure. We need talent, creativity. We need to push forward one of the best sellable, if I can excuse this word, but projects, outputs, in order to have an impact in the media, or in the social media, and in the newspapers.
Final question with you, sir.
It's a comment and a question. I split my time between being a founder, a startup-er, and meeting some companies here, the Paris Peace Forum, and this conference. Thank you again, Renaud, for inviting me, and I have some friends in the back. It seems to me like you could use communications professionals. There's a lot of AI skills here. I've been to lots of conferences, and like people like you who are like AI'd out from 2 days of helping with those panels. Like, what would you recommend?
I feel part of the family now.
Yeah, exactly. So therefore, what would you recommend? And also talking about the energy. Oh no, you talked about that. The energy you can get from startups, and I'm surprised actually, and that leads me to my question. There's not a lot of startups and a lot of social platforms, although that's one of the working groups. So my question is, what is the biggest surprise you've had from this whole experience here? Because that might help with the next steps. Biggest surprise.
I think we have this weakness. There are not many startups, and there are not many people from the labor world. And Christina was one of the 2 out of 2, and maybe there are 2 others. But this is the result of not a conscious thing. This is the result of the invisible hand. This is the result of the nominations by all the members. Now we'll have a more wider self-nominated processes. So we'll have probably more diversity of candidates. We'll have to stimulate them, we'll have to make sure, we have to advertise them. But I think you're right, we need to go to the most creative people in the world of AI nowadays. And these are startups. These are also academia, this is also civil society, but then we are not fully representative. And also with the labor world, we have something missing, and then with the global south. So it's, for me, it's 3 directions that we need to explore this year. And we have a tremendous opportunity at the end of the year to renovate, to renew a substantial part of the experts group. So I take that as a key driver for serving as co-chair.
Another surprise with you, Joanna, maybe?
The biggest surprise, wow. I guess the biggest surprise for me is that there's such goodwill out there, but it's mobilizing it in a way that can avoid the very real issues we're facing now with current technologies. Like, I'm really worried about, we're in a world where, algorithmic amplification of hate and misinformation is really deteriorating society. Now, when you think about the potential of, machine-based systems to alter the course of humanity at a different scale, like an exponential scale, it is really, it's a crisis. But what is surprising to me is that there's not a collective understanding of the risks. And I think I'm going back to your communications point. We need to communicate about opportunities, but we also need to communicate about risks, because people just don't even understand it. They're just being swept away by it. And what that leads to is bad policy. Like, we're thinking about right now, like, how do we regulate social media? Well, great, but if you regulate social media and the algorithm is, the companies have lost control of their own platforms, it's not going to succeed. So we have to really educate the world about what is happening, so that we're not passengers, that we're not just swept away by this, that we are actually, that humanity is educated and they understand their rights, and they're, that they can even have a conversation about it, because it's surprising to me how little is known. So communication is absolutely critical. Opportunities, risks. I think you're right. I think we need to have a communications function to do that. We need to have a partnerships function to connect people to resources, to take their ideas further. I mean, there's a lot of work to do here, guys. And it's, it's just the beginning. We're 1 year in. You did a really great job in the first year. But yeah, we've got some ground to cover.
And on your comment on social media, and mentioning the fact that blaming the algorithm sometimes might be too easy to be an excuse. Final word, of course, with you, Renaud, for this final segment.
I would just like to thank, in front of everybody, Isabelle Arlin, who is the director of the Center of Expertise of Paris, who is a large-scale algorithm by herself, and who has put together this whole event. Thank you, Isabelle. You haven't slept much in a few weeks.
And of course, a huge final thanks to all of you here on stage, online, for this segment here, and for your question, actually, here in this room at l'Institut France, for your really frank and honest question and discussion. We are going to proceed to the very conclusion of this event. A big round of applause to all of you. I'm going to applaud you for a change. And speaking of surprise, 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 we do have a photo of President Macron with the report. Oh, excellent. There you go. So yes, this definitely happened in real life. Thank you again. Thank you so much. You are released from duty on stage. There you go.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Joanna. And we are just about to conclude this second day of GPAI's Paris Summit 2021 with the final conclusion of Claire Géry. She's the Director General of Research and Innovation at the French Ministry of Higher Education, Research and Innovation. Madame Géry, c'est à vous.
Merci beaucoup. Merci à tous. Madame la présidente du groupe d'experts, dear Baroness Johanna Shields, mesdames et messieurs, co-chairs, co-presidents, experts et observateurs, bonjour à tous. I will switch to English now. I'm particularly proud and honored to be here today to give you the closing address of the second GPAI Summit. I'm not willing to give a long speech because what really matters at the end is the action, what has been done, what you are doing, and the choices you made. So I want to thank you for being here, for your collective commitment, and for being in action in favor of artificial intelligence. Our primary concern is to address the current changes. Because of the current artificial intelligence revolution, there are many changes that we can see, for instance, in our smartphones or inside our cars. But we know also that badly implemented artificial intelligence could jeopardize its value to society. Together with magnificent promises, AI gives rise to fears of deep changes and rejections of progress as it is currently going. In this context, that we should consider your common work during the summit and beyond, the mission of the GPAI is to support and guide the responsible development, use and adoption of AI to foster public trust in this new technology. This mission is implementing a vision of an artificial intelligence that is human-centric and grounded in human rights, inclusion, diversity, and innovation, while encouraging sustainable economic growth through facilitating international collaboration in a multi-stakeholder manner. To make it short, AI for humanity, as the French AI strategy is entitled. In line with these values and objectives, I would like to remind you all that my Ministry of Research and Innovation is the main French contributor, to remind you all, sorry, that our ministry is the French main contributor for the GPAI with a pluriannual commitment over the next 4 years, in particular to support the Paris Expertise Center of the GPAI hosted in INRIA. The GPAI has another center of expertise in Montreal. The two centers have performed an incredible integrated job in complete harmony. They are to be congratulated for that. As the GPAI is an ongoing initiative, the Paris Center of Expertise will evolve. It plans to integrate a social science working group and to develop relationships with other international AI centers to better serve the expert groups. These working groups have presented an amazing work, and I would like to share with you my forward look and some insights about it. The working group on responsible AI prioritized 2 projects. The first one on a responsible AI strategy for the environment, and a second one, responsible AI for social media governance. 2 judicious and expected choices. I would even say essential regarding public concerns. We expect the working group to develop these 2 ongoing projects to create momentum, to harness the potential, and to provide actionable recommendations in both. Regarding data governance, the working group also prioritized 2 projects and 2 priorities: support the creation of effective real-world data trusts and provide a framework for data justice. The clear end goal here is to promote the safe, fair, legal, and equitable sharing of data in collaboration with other organizations, such as the APT Institute, the Open Data Institute, and the Alan Turing Institute. A common concern about AI is its ability to destroy jobs or to damage working conditions. To address this issue, the working groups on the future work took a step-by-step approach of first observing AI in the workplace, then analyzing its impact, and lastly, experimenting solutions and producing guidelines for a fair work with AI. In addition, a virtual living lab will be launched in 2022 to complement the mission and vision of the group by increasing future perspectives and multiple experimentation opportunities. In France, the Labor AI project, hosted by INRIA, will allow for physical experiments to be carried out, which could enlighten the work on this virtual living lab. The Group on Innovation and Commercialization worked on the broad adoption of AI by SMEs and on protecting AI innovation and intellectual property. This is very important. My ministry is the Ministry of Research and Innovation because we believe that the link between research and innovation is a key issue. This is particularly true for AI. Given the health situation, the GPAI decided to launch a working group, a subgroup on AI and pandemic response. Its work focuses on AI for public domain drug discovery and AI-powered immediate response to pandemics. Our dream is that they will find a cure for COVID before Christmas and dissolve the group right after. More seriously, if the GPAI exists, it is also to promote this kind of initiative, and the steering committee can be really congratulated for having done so. Talking about the GPAI governance, I want to congratulate Japan for its election as coming GPAI Council Chair for 2022. Looking forward to exciting and productive work ahead. We are all the more pleased with this election as our ties with Japan in the field of AI are long-lasting, durable, and strong. Created in 2009, the Japanese-French Laboratory for Informatics is, of course, working on AI. After the success of the first two editions, we are preparing the third edition of the French-German-Japanese Symposium on Human-Centric Artificial Intelligence to be held in Tokyo in 2022. The Japan Science and Technology also signed with the French National Research Agency and the German DFK as an agreement on a call for projects on artificial intelligence that led to the funding of 9 trilateral outstanding research projects on AI. This election reaffirms the international character of the GPAI. After America and Europe, Japan represents the third continent to be propelled at the head of the GPAI. Now, finally, let me fervently thank all of those who have made this summit a tremendous success. And this, despite the daunting challenges brought by the COVID-19 crisis, handled through the hybrid format of the summit. These 2 days have shown that even if we all, of course, have our own DNA, we share and we have common values which allow us to develop together powerful projects that are impossible to carry out individually. Thank you again. Thank you, Baroness Joanna Shields, for chairing the multi-expert group plenary. Thank you to all the members of the GPAI steering committee for your commitment. And thank you also to the co-chair and experts of the working group for your work on the voluntary basis. Thanks to the GPAI Secretariat hosted at the OECD for its invaluable assistance. And thanks to the expertise centers for the work. And last but not least, thanks to the actual organizers of the summit, of course, Renaud Vedel, co-chair of the steering committee, his team, Isabelle Erlin, director of the Paris Expertise Center, and INRIA for their excellent organization. Thanks to all of you for your enthusiasm and support. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to celebrate your work and your results, and this is to tell you how proud you can be of what you have done together, but also to tell you that we still have a lot of work to do, so that beyond this magnificent summit, we can continue to make this AI for Humanity project success. I'll tell you goodbye, thank you again, and we'll see you next time in Paris. Who knows, maybe for the Olympic Games. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Claire Géry. And yes, absolutely, you're right. Maybe next time you'll definitely join us in Paris for Paris 2024. The Olympics are definitely upcoming. Just to thank you again on a more personal note, thank you for attending, of course, here behind your screens, and thank you so much for being here in person with us in Paris. That's how we conclude this Paris summit for GPAI. GPAIS 2021. See you next year.